The picture-perfect mochi I drew tastes good. Volume 7. Welcome to the Weird Place by Mochimoki Matter. Translated by Lazy Translations. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade. Chapter 1. Even the zunder mochi painted on the paintings are delicious. Note: zunder mochi are mochi with zunder, sweetened mashed green soybeans. The sound of cicadas is gradually echoing in the air. I stood in front of the library, looking at the temporary closing notice. Sweat drips down my face. It was hot. I had come all this way expecting to find an air-conditioned library, but it was a waste of time. What should I do? It would be a pain to go back to the cram school now, and more than anything, it's not a very comfortable place. There are people there who go to a different junior high school than me, so it's not a very comfortable place. My name is on the list of top students in the mock exam results posted at the cram school. That and other things there don't make me feel very comfortable. Is it pointless? Maybe I should study in the cram school's study room after all. I think it would be better if I could just get used to being whispered about and act normally. While I was thinking about that, whoa! It's closed. A familiar voice cried out in a pathetic shriek. It's a lie. The library. Why all of a sudden? It's a rare day for me to come out of the house in this hot weather. And it was after 10 days. The person, teacher, his long, slender body bent, was staring at the notice of closure that was pasted on the closed glass automatic doors of the library. Teacher. When I called out to him softly from behind, teacher was surprised and quickly turned around. And when he saw me, his face lit up. Oh, it's Tugo. How have you been? Yep, I'm fine. How about you, teacher? Me? Well, I'm well, but I'm not in great health. Look at my absolutely pale body. Here's the proof. I can tell. I think teacher probably hasn't been outside much this summer. He's not tanned. Not at all. Well, I'm in trouble. I came here for a change of pace, to work in a different environment. But the library is closed temporarily. Yep, I nodded, looking at teacher who looked a little sad. I can tell just his expression. That too, but it seems the heavens haven't given up on me. Then teacher smiled widely and shook my hand tightly. So, Tugo, you were also one of those who got hit by the library's temporary closure, weren't you? You were going to use the library as a place to study like you always do, weren't you? Yep, I nodded, wondering what would come next. Then teacher pulled my hand a little and said, then I'll give you a place to study that isn't a cram school or your house. It is air-conditioned. It's fully air-conditioned, and I'll even provide tea. Barley tea, that is. So, Tugo, why don't you come to my house? It was a bit sudden and surprising, but he had a big smile on his face, so I nodded my head. I wonder what teacher's house is like. I was a little interested. Excuse me. Teacher's house was an ordinary house located relatively close to the library. It was an old-looking house. There was a little garden, with some edamame and cherry tomatoes, and some flowers that looked like root crops, and some flowers that must have grown from leftover seeds. And there are also weeds. Please come in. The house is a little messy, but you don't have to be afraid of it. It is a lot of wasted space. Teacher, do you live alone? Yes. Well, this house was a gift. Yes, it was bought by my uncle a long time ago. But he went overseas, so we had no choice. I thought it would be a waste to let the house just rot, so I'm living in it. Come to think of it, I think I heard something like that before. Yes, I think I've heard that story before. It was soft and cool when I entered the house. This coolness makes me very happy with this season. Tugo, just sit down somewhere and study. I'll be working here. A teacher was so excited he started humming. Still, I wonder why he was in such a good mood. Wow, you really are in the right place at the right time. Teacher, you were in the mood to watch some junior high school students studying right now, weren't you? When I asked teacher, he smiled and nodded. Yes. Well, it sounds quite criminal to say it like that, but it's true. It was in order to observe them that I planned to go to the library. I see. That makes sense. If it helps, please observe as much as you like. And then I started studying. He gave me the entire dining room table, so I sat down there, opened my notebook and reference books, and studied. Teacher was sitting on the sofa in the living room, occasionally looking at me, or out the window, or staring into space, while typing away on his laptop. Also, occasionally he was taking notes on paper with a pen. At first, I felt uneasy. I knew teacher, but I didn't know where he lived. I felt uneasy studying in an unfamiliar place, but once I started, it didn't bother me so much. It seemed like teacher didn't need to watch me anymore. He just kept typing on his laptop, and I just kept clicking my mechanical pencil and studying. To go. It's time to rehydrate, as he said that and placed a glass of barley tea in front of me. I suddenly looked at the clock. 4 p.m. Wow, it had already been about 3 hours since I arrived at teacher's house. You were concentrating really hard. Wow, that's impressive. Yep. It feels really calm here. I've made great progress. Oh, I see. That's good to hear. Somehow, it smelled like another house, so there was a sense of nervousness. And I guess that was good. But even though I felt nervous, I felt safe and somehow, I felt calm and well, it's strange. Well, you are the type of person who can study in a library, you know. I'm not. I am the type of person who can't study unless it's in the living room of my house. Watching teacher look her off into the distance, I was once again filled with questions. I don't feel at ease in the living room at home. I feel a little more comfortable in my room, though. Well, I guess that's true in your case. Yes. No. It's really cruel for a middle school student to feel uneasy at his home. Teacher looked as if he had a bit of a headache, tilted his mug full of barley tea and then made a bitter face. I tried sipping the glass of barley tea. It was extremely astringent. Bitter. It tasted like barley tea that had a barley tea packet left in the pot. Well, that's a good thing. The library is closed, so you have nowhere else to study, right? Oh, yes. While I was distracted by the barley tea, teacher said that and chuckled. He understands. Actually, it's better to study in the cram school's study room. There's no need to go to the library. For some reason, I didn't want to lie, so I confessed honestly. I didn't need to visit teacher's house, but I did. I think it's better to study in the cram school's study room, but for some reason, I feel uncomfortable there. I also took the opportunity to confess the idiosyncrasy I had, and teacher nodded and said, yeah. Well, that's perfect. To go. You can study here during the library's temporary closure. Yeah, let's do that. That would be great. It would be a nice change of pace for me too. Do you remember how to get here? Yep. Yes? I was very surprised by this sudden proposal. Well, I mean, is it okay for me to come to your house? Is it okay for you to come so often? Well, even you might be hesitant to come to the house of someone you don't know very well, but, well, if you feel uncomfortable in that study room at the cram school and you don't feel uncomfortable here, then I say, it's fine to come here. How about that? Even if you ask me. I'm sorry. I was so surprised that I don't know how to answer. Oh my. I see. Oh, I get it. You're the type of person who didn't go to friends' houses or have friends over very often. Yep, that's true, but I don't think that's the problem. I'm really grateful, but, is it really okay? I don't mind. I see. But that's not it. I think maybe I should be in the cram school's study room after all. Strangely enough, I seem to be more concerned about that than about bothering teacher. In the first place, studying in the library isn't good either. If I use the cram school's study room, I can reduce the travel time and use that time to study. I know I'm being selfish, but I should really study more properly. I don't want to be there. If I am there, people will ask me, why don't you study here? So, I don't want to be there. It's uncomfortable. But I think I should be there. I do think that. So, I wonder if it's okay that I'm the only one studying in such a comfortable place. I say things like that without really thinking about what I'm saying. Teacher then thought for a moment and said pensively, you don't have to suffer. Just because someone else is suffering doesn't mean you have to suffer with them. It's fine. You can just relax and study by yourself in a comfortable place. I wonder if that's okay. That's not normal. That's just how it is. There's a saying, to go, that goes, the right person in the right place. Fish don't have to live in the sky, and cats don't have to live in water. The place that suits a person is what's best for both them and the place. Yep, I see. Well, if you say that. To begin with, how should I put it? I feel like I shouldn't be saying this to you since you're in the middle of your studies right now, but maybe you're not really cut out for this sort of thing. I thought the same thing when we were talking about the middle school entrance exams. Yep, that's it. I'm not cut out for this. I'm really not cut out for exams. That's right. Well, I know that your abilities are impeccable. I heard about your mock exam results last week when we were talking in the library, you know. But your personality, or rather, your goals, they are rather, you know. Yep, my personality isn't suited to it. I get that. I don't have any goals, and yet I am trying to take the entrance exam for a well-known high school. I get that too. But I can't tell you that you don't have to force yourself to do something that you're not suited for. It would be too irresponsible of me to say that. Teacher groans as he drinks his barley tea again, making a bitter face. No, if it's so bitter, maybe it's okay to dilute it with water or something. But there's no need to make yourself suffer unnecessarily. Besides, staying in a painful place is not a virtue or anything. Yep. For some reason, I find myself thinking about a lot of things. I wondered if I really didn't need to force myself to go to a well-known high school. What I would like to do if I went there, and whether this was really what I wanted to do. But I guess those are just excuses because I don't want to do them. Well, I'm sure you'll have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts. It must be hard. You're still a kid. You're a child in an environment that doesn't allow you to make decisions about your life. Sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do, live in places you don't want to live, and you are a creature in the middle of such unreasonableness. Yep. His words seemed to be reading my heart and mind. What I was thinking, but could not put into words, came out in the form of words by teacher. This is a strange feeling. So, let's at least try to find some meaning in it. You need a reason to do something that is not of your choice, not of your will, or not of your own volition. Saying this, teacher gulped down the barley tea in one gulp. Wow, it looks bitter. Phew. Bitter. One more drink. And so, you see, now, you are in pain. But if it's hard, it's because it's hard that you have to try so hard to live. You have to believe that there is a place for you, and that someday, you will be on your own journey. On my own journey. Your goal is to prepare to leave where you are now. A journey, to leave where I am now. To that end, I will do my best. Somehow, when I think of it like that, I feel a little better. You can go anywhere you want to go, as long as you can. You can go as far as you can to go. You can leave the house on the pretext of going on to higher education, or you can go to the library with the excuse that it will help you study better. Yep, the library, if I might hyperbolize. That's the feeling I want to have. I know you can't leave your parents or quit grammar school just yet, but there is nothing wrong with going to a place that is comfortable for you. Besides, you said earlier that you should study normally, but that normally can change depending on where you are. So, teacher spread his arms wide. Look at me. Am I normal? No, no, absolutely. No. That was a clear and immediate answer. Thank you. Yep. Teacher is not normal. I don't think normal people would invite someone they've only met briefly at the library to their home, even if they've known them for about 3 years. But among my friends, I'm actually quite normal. There are plenty of people out there who are weirder. You just don't know about them. Is there really someone weirder than teacher? I have some doubts about that. It's a big world, you know. To go. There are places where your normal is not normal. There may even be places where it is normal for you to paint endlessly. I wonder if there is. Is there such a place? At school, at cram school, at home. I am not normal. I can't study normally. I don't feel comfortable in places where everyone else is normal. And I even end up visiting my teacher's house. But is there really a place where I can just keep drawing and painting and it's normal? I started to get nervous when I thought about it. I was wondering if there is such a place, if it's normal for me to paint for a long time. So, to go. Here is the important part. Teacher looked at me, smiled, and softly, as if revealing an important secret, said, "People, especially grown-ups of a certain age, if you find yourself living in a place that is good for someone else, you have to reach out. Oftentimes, People who are in a place that doesn't suit them don't realize that there are many other places out there. So, it makes sense to show them. There are other places like this too. At that moment, I finally remembered. It just feels so comfortable here. There were no piercing stares. There were no grade reports posted on the wall. No angry voices. No ridicule. No whispering behind my back. No sighs of disappointment. There are just people who don't care what I do. A slightly untidy room, and strongly steeped barley tea. Did teacher bring me to your house to show me that there are other places like this? Well, other than the fact that I get more work done when you're around, yes, I do. You should know a little more about the different places there are. And by the way, it's okay to stay there. It's a new house. A new room. It's good to know that there are places like this and people who are weird like him. I see. That's good. So, how about you come here until the library opens? When teacher asked me again, I let go of all the guilt and other feelings that had been bothering me. And answered, thank you for your offer. Great, sure. I'd be happy if I could bring you a little comfort, to go. Teacher said this with a cheery face, as if he was about to burst into humming, and then said, oh, by the way, I have some boiled edamame. Do you want some? As he went off to the kitchen, as I sat at a comfortable dining table in a typical LDK area in a stranger's house that I didn't know well, I gazed at teacher's back and felt simply grateful. I would not have to study in the cram school's study room tomorrow. That made me very, very happy. I was relieved. At the same time, I felt a little guilty, but I felt that feeling guilty was not the right thing to do, so I decided to do the same thing as teacher instead. Someday, when I find someone in an uncomfortable place, I want to be an adult who can reach out to them. I want to be the kind of person who can tell people that there are weird places like this. With that thought in mind, the barley tea I drank was extremely bitter, but it turned out not to be so bad. Volume 7, Welcome to a Weird Place. This is so delicious. The one I had before was soggy, but this is moist and really good. Good to hear that. I painted Zunder mochi and served it to Kanlia and the others. Since we were there, we had mochi to go with the tea, and edamame beans. So, we had Zunder mochi to share. I knew that Zunder is made from edamame, but I didn't know exactly how to make it. Should I just mash the edamame and mix it with sugar? I was worried about a lot of things, so I decided to just draw a picture and serve it. The good thing about mochis from paintings is that I don't need to know the ingredients of the mochi or the process of making it. You just need to know how to make the finished product. Convenient. It has an interesting taste. The fairies seem to like it too. Maybe I'll try using it in our next cake. It seems that Ms. Croix liked the Zunder mochi. We sat around the tea table together, smiling as we ate the mochi. Ms. Croix looks very forest-like. And hey, Tugo. Who is this kid? Leanne asked nervously, poking me. That's right. Leanne doesn't know Kanlia. She's an acquaintance of mine. She ran away from the Dioren family when various things happened. Ran away? Yep, ran away. Perhaps she heard us, as Kanlia rose to her feet and bowed beautifully. Hello. I'm Kanlia. I was the daughter of the Dioren family, but recently I've become a wandering noble. I've traveled a lot. I've even visited my mother's grave and met her mother and father. I see. If Kanlia's journey was a good one for her, then that's great. But as of today, I'm retiring from being a wandering noble. I'm going to live in this forest. Please. I'm in your care. I've heard of the prodigal noble, but I've never heard of the wandering noble. Right. The wandering noble. And this is Antalya. She's my knight. Antalya is also my former colleague. Well, she's not a bad guy. You can rely on her if you need anything. When Locklers also supplemented, Leon said, I see, and then blushed a little, and said in a small voice, hello. I guess he's shy. Well, he doesn't know a lot of people, so maybe it's expected. It's a little surprising though. Sister Kanlia, do you like fairies? Meanwhile, Ange is timid but proactively talking to Kanlia. In response, Kanlia's face suddenly brightens. Yes. This forest is amazing. I had no idea it was full of fairies. Yep, fairies. Ange and her brother have moved together. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, there's a fairy in your hair. Yep. Oh, and Kanlia too. It seems Kanlia can also see fairies, so she and Ange have a lot in common. I'm glad. Seeing this, Lian had a slightly complicated look on his face. Perhaps he felt like his little sister had been taken away. There aren't many children in this forest, so that might be it. Maybe I should create a forest school or something. Then the children started to bathe in the spring. Their squeals of excitement were so lively and fun. The air in the late summer forest is a bit sticky, but it's not that hot. If you stand in the sunlight, you'll start to sweat, but if you're in the shade, it's not that bad. It's especially comfortable in the forest, since it's a bit cooler. I soak my feet in the spring in front of the house and eat edamame beans while cooling off. I didn't notice, but next to me is the giant bird. This one is eating bread. Both edamame and bread are offerings. I am grateful. I am happy. Hey, Tugo. That's cool. Faye also came there. When the red dragon suddenly descended, Kanlia's eyes sparkled. Yep. Now that I think about it, wasn't this the first time she has ever seen a dragon? Apparently, since they had the chance, they decided to leave the red dragon out and bathe together. Then the giant bird came flying in and took up most of the spring, making it quite cramped, but it still looked like the kids were having fun. That's good enough. Faye, come over here too. I guess I'll come in then. Oh, it's cold. Wow, it's quite comfortable, isn't it? Faye came over, took off his shoes, sat next to me, and dipped his feet in the spring. See? It was quite comfortable. It's a bit strange to call us playing in the water, but it was fine to cool off like this. So, this is the report. Well, it's just that the number of knights has been increased. Ms. Intalia has been officially hired. Ms. Intalia will firstly belong to the forest knights over there. The rest of them belong to the knighthood that protects the city walls. Is that correct? Yep, thank you. I read the paper that Faye brought. Wow, 30 people have been hired. With this, we can have the gatekeepers have enough room to breathe. Thank you. As I was getting excited imagining all the plaster statues that have gathered there, Faye suddenly spoke up. Tugo, you look like you're eating happily. Faye grinned when he saw me and the bird. I wonder if it was really showing on my face. I like edamame. Yes, just looking at your face and I understand. Because edamame is delicious. Come to think of it, Faye, you've never tried it. That's right. I was wondering about it. Let's see. Here you go, I said, handing him a paper plate with edamame beans on it, and Faye sat down next to me and took a pod. Then, just like me, he popped it in his mouth and made a confused expression. It wasn't delicious. I asked him out of concern, and Faye, with a strange look on his face, chewed the soybeans, swallowed them, and then said, "Is this an ingredient for a magical potion or something?" Absolutely not. Chapter 2, Bloody Invention. Seeing Faye's reaction, I became very worried. Maybe edamame doesn't taste good in this world? I became very worried, so I decided to ask Lockles. Aren't the edamame tasty? Edamame? Ah. Those beans you were so keen on cultivating. Yep. And also, the ingredients for the bean paste for the mochi. Lockles was talking with Intalia in the shade of a tree, but when they looked at each other, they both looked thoughtful. The mochi from earlier was very delicious. I don't think they taste bad either. They're sweet and delicious even as they are. Ms. Croix said that if you're going to eat them whole, boiling them in salt is best. It seems like Ms. Croix likes them more than I do. I see. While I'm at it, I also decided to ask Lian, who was also unusually near Lockles. I love it. Also, it seems like the fairies have fun pulling the beans out of the pods, and they're having fun picking at the boiled ones together. Then, Sister Leela picks the beans, and Ms. Croix picks them. I see. It seems to be popular with Lockles and Lian, as well as Ange and the fairies, and also with Ms. Croix and Leela. That's good. That's good. If it was not good for the people of this world, I would have been very responsible for creating the edamame special zone. Thank goodness. What's wrong? Well, Faye ate some edamame and asked, "Is this an ingredient for a magical potion?" When I answered, Faye, who was standing behind me, nodded with a rather reluctant look on his face. What can I say? It kind of got me drunk. It's full of magic, right? Well, I heard it was a crop from Tugo's world, so I thought that was as expected. Thinking that this was strange, I turned to Lockles, who looked like he didn't really understand. Yes, please save some for me, too. Yep, sure. Afterwards, Ms. Croix shared some boiled edamame beans with me. It seems Ms. Croix likes edamame. She boiled them with lots of salt, so I was given about 2 pods of boiled edamame. Then, I'll take some. Yep. Then, as we looked on, Faye timidly took a bite of the edamame, and his face instantly lit up. Ah, what is this? It's delicious. Apparently, Faye liked the edamame too. Great. After that, Faye ate some edamame. He ate quite a lot. He ate so much that Ms. Croix got angry at him. I told you to save some for me too, she said. So now, Faye and I are preparing the edamame for Ms. Croix. We cut off the ends of the pods with scissors. I've done it at teacher's house, so I know how to do it. I wonder what I ate just now. Faye looked pensive as he said this while slowly preparing the edamame. Yep, his impression was completely different from before, but even he seemed to find it strange. But I kind of understand the reason for this. By the way, that edamame earlier was an offering. I see. It's an offering to the Lord's Spirit. Yep. Maybe that is something to do with it. When I said that, Faye nodded deeply, as if he figured out something. I understand that. In essence, this edamame was filled with the farmer's prayers. Of course they would have magical power. I see. So, the offerings are imbued with the magic of the person who gave them. The bird and I enjoy eating them. It's really I will gratefully partake and thank you for the meal. Well, I guess it would be better if the bird and I ate the offerings together. I wonder if Ms. Croix will be okay with that. She uses magic a lot after all. Also, I wonder if Leanne and Ange will be okay with that too. No, don't do that. If you're going to eat it, it's better to leave it to you and that bird alone. After all, it was offered to the Lord's spirits. A prayer is basically faith. You know, with that kind of stuff put into it, the quality of the magic wouldn't be right. Probably. Is that how it is? I see. Well, oh, I remember now. Come to think of it, I'm being worshipped, right? It's kind of awkward, very embarrassing. Okay then. Then the bird and I will eat it. By the way, are Faye or other people sensitive to magical powers? Or are all of them like them? Previously, when he ate the crystal fruit, he had a terrible experience and spat out a lot of blood. But I wonder if that will happen to other people too, not just Faye. Ah, that's true. I think that out of everyone here, I'm probably the one who's most sensitive to magic power. Lockless doesn't have that much magical power either, but it's not like he can't use magic either. Besides, he seems to have a lot of resistance to a lot of things. Yep, are still like Lockless. Miss Croix's magic seems strong. Leanne and Ange seem to have the protection of fairies, and Leela, someone who does magical paintings, can't be that weak against magic. Yes. Well, can't Leah? Well, she's just a child. The fact that she has Phoenix under her command makes her different in many ways. She's probably a natural-born magician. I see. So, out of all of us, Faye is the most sensitive to magic. Just as I was coming to terms with that, Faye asked me with a slightly depressed look on his face while rubbing salt into the edamame that he had finished preparing. Do you think I'm pathetic? No, I don't think so. If I had to say something, I'd say that Faye's face looks pretty sad and pitiful right now. But I won't say it though. Thanks. Well, you might be right. Faye nodded and patted my head. Stop it. Don't cover my head in salt. I'm not edamame. I also wish I had more talent for magic. Well, I guess I'm just asking for too much. Yep. How should I put it? I understand a little bit. I feel like it would be rude to say I understand, so I won't say it. How should I put it? Maybe I should just marry into the royal family. Why all of a sudden? Faye replied, shrugging his shoulders with a bit of awkwardness. I'm here, in case you're wondering. I'm here to talk about that too. You know, the party at the castle before, right? Ah, that mural tour when I met Ms. Croix. Yep, I remember, I definitely remember. After that, it seems the princess search for a groom suddenly stopped. I thought that was normal, so I didn't pay it any attention. But recently, it started happening again. I've been hearing about it again. So, is it an invitation for a blind date, or something like that? Hey, Tugo, what do you think? I don't think I would marry someone who covers my head in salt. Sorry about that, to go. Even if you ask me, I'm younger than him. And I'm not at an age where I'm even thinking about marriage. If Faye wants to do it, then I guess you should just do it. That's right. I know, but I'm sorry that I can only say such cliché lines. Faye then looked a little depressed and said again, it's fun to watch the Redguard territory prosper. And in order to make it prosper even more, I thought it might be a good idea to build a connection with the royal family as a foundation. It's not your fault, you know. Oh, it's not your fault, okay? I am having fun, so don't worry about it, okay? Well, I wish I had something to be proud of other than having the red dragon. Yes, I never really took it seriously, that's why. My brother would inherit the territory anyway, so I thought I could just be a self-indulgent noble. But now I have to pay for it. It makes me sad to hear you say that. My best friend has a lot of good points. Admittedly, it's hard to measure them, so I can't really compare him to anyone else. But that doesn't mean Faye doesn't have good points. Oh, come on. Why do you look like you're about to cry? I feel kind of frustrated. What? I'm the type of person who, when someone is scolded, I feel like I'm also being scolded, and when someone is upset, I also feel upset. It can't be helped. Well, never mind. Somehow, when I look at you, I don't really mind it anymore. Faye laughed and ruffled my head. I was covered in salt again. I don't have your powers, but I guess I do have the ability to befriend people like you. Yep. That's a really valuable skill. I don't have many real friends, so Faye is a really valuable person to me. Incidentally, I get along well with the Red Dragon. I get along well with the people in the forest, and I do quite well in high society with the other nobles. That's why I wish I had more abilities. But on the other hand, I can get by just fine even without them. I guess I'm not completely useless. Faye laughed at that, standing up and stretching. Well, whatever. I'll turn down the marriage proposal. I'm not interested. Also, there's definitely an ulterior motive behind it. Yep. If you don't want it, then don't do it. Also, I'm sure there's something ulterior motive behind it. I don't really know, but I think you do not go into marriage if you're not wholeheartedly into it. Yep. Especially if you're someone who sees like something's happening in the shadows. I think you should not go into it. Well then, let's cook the edamame. To go, help me. Yep. Oh, that's right. I want to steam it in a frying pan. How do you do that? It makes it delicious. Miss Croix, where's the frying pan? I can make one if you don't have one. Under the cupboard. Please don't make any more frying pans. The house will end up full of frying pans. So, we started cooking edamame beans. We did it in a frying pan with a little water. I remembered that teacher did it this way sometimes. Cooking edamame in a frying pan was a first for me. But it was fun, and it cheered Faye up a bit. So I'm glad I did it. By the way, the edamame was delicious. I'm happy. And the next day, hey, Tugo, I'm here to play. Faye's here again. He looks better. I'm glad. I submitted the refusal letter. Now I feel better, so I came to play. Yep, you seem to be feeling really well. I'm glad. So, what are you doing? I'm painting a mural. Meanwhile, I'm painting a mural. Look, there are lots of walls. I can draw as much as I want. So, I'm making murals using magic painting. It's fun. It's super fun. Wow, amazing. Pictures of all kinds of animals. Yep, it's a mural in the forest, so that's why I painted this. I plan to draw every type of animal I can think of on the wall, and then go all the way around to make a mural on the inside of the wall surrounding the forest. It's fun. It's so much fun. That sounds fun. Yep, it's a lot of fun. It's extremely fun. That's what I want to tell him. But then I suddenly thought, so, would you like to try painting, Faye? Yep. Painting a picture. Section. I think a lot of people stumble in the beginning stages of magic painting. There are paints that work and paints that don't work, so you have to try different kinds of paints. As I say this, I line up a bunch of paints in front of Faye. Basically, magic stone powder. You know, it's rare for someone to prepare such a large number of magic stones, even among nobles. Yes, but you see, in this forest I can use as many paints and magic stones as I want, so you don't have to start with charcoal powder. Is there one that's easy to move? When Faye asked, I thought for a moment and began fiddling with various paints. Then, the paint starts to twitch. It looks kind of strange. How is it? It feels like I'm pushing against an incredibly heavy rock. I see. In other words, it's hard to move. Well, if I remember correctly, it seems that people with low magic power find it easier to use paints made from magic stones with low magic. So I'll try drawing something like that. Well, I want to put as little magical power into it as possible, so I'll use watercolors instead of magic painting. You paint quite fast. Oh, yep. I roughly painted various jewels with watercolors. Of course, I used the sealing tool and was careful to not let in any magical power as much as possible. Then, the finished jewel is crushed into powder with my painting and turned into paint. Yep. Well then, try this. Oh, okay. Hey, it's easier to move than before. Faye moves the paint on the paper. The paint moves slowly, shaking, floating, moving, and sometimes landing somewhere other than on the paper and not moving at all. It's like a newborn creature. Oh? In the midst of all this, I noticed some paint moving. This paint is so easy to move. Ah, yep. The paint Faye was moving around was red paint. Really deep red. It was made from a magic stone, painted with vibrant scarlet paint. This color kind of reminds me of the red dragon. Yep. Well, that's because the paint is made from the scales of red dragon. Oh. So this paint is made from the scales of the red dragon instead of a magic stone. Yep. Kind of. It's complicated. It's a little complicated, but that's it. The original paint for this paint was made when I was painting a portrait of a fae and just couldn't find a satisfactory eye color, so I was given a scale by a red dragon and used it to make the paint. I see. Maybe that's why it's so easy to move, Faye said, moving the paint with amusement. And then, a picture was drawn on the paper. Ah, it's surprisingly good. At the very least, Faye is better at drawing than teacher. That's interesting. Oh, then, maybe if we just powdered the red dragon scales and used them as paint, it would be easier to move? Well, I can't really say. I don't know. I do have to try it. So, I really want to try it. But if I do, I'll have to peel the scales off red dragon. And I can't help but think that that might hurt red dragon. I've collected most of the shedding. Actually, I think I had one that came off this morning in my pocket. Oh, no need to worry. Faye is quite diligent. Okay, to go. Can you try using this to make paint? Okay, got it. The scales I received from Faye are about the size of my palm. I painted it in a picture where it became powder. Okay, finished. It's done. Yeah, thanks. So, if I do this. Whoa. It worked. As soon as Faye puts in a little magic, the paint starts to move smoothly and freely. This is so interesting. Yep. The paint made from the scales of red dragon was moving and making more and more pictures under Faye's control. I was surprised at how good Faye's painting skill was. I guess some paints just don't suit others. It seems so. I'm very surprised. I was surprised to learn that some paints are easy to work with and others are not. I was surprised. This might be a pretty amazing discovery. Well, because, you know, only painters do magic paintings, right? But if the paints can be moved freely, it would be very convenient, wouldn't it? Yep, that's true. It does. So, is it really that convenient? When I have to write the same letter multiple times, I can write it instantly using magic painting. And if I can draw a magic circle in an instant, I might be able to easily cast big spells. Oh, now that you put it that way, I can see why. It can be used not only for painting, but also for writing. Well, I prefer black ink for writing. But, oh, maybe I could use this charcoal paint. I thought it was a bit chaotic, but since Faye seemed to be having fun, I didn't stop him, and I was having fun too. This kind of trial and error is fun, isn't it? I see. It seems that I can control the paint I got from the red dragon scales quite well. Right? About 30 minutes later, a conclusion was made. Apparently, Faye can control red dragon scale powder, red dragon scales that have been powdered by after being turned to ash by the flames of red dragon. Magic stones paint made from red dragon scales, and magic stone paint made from a collage of red dragon scales. Well, The last one is basically paint made from magic stone painted with paint made from blood. In other words, if I create paint using items imbued with the magical power of someone who already gets along well with me, then I can also use magic painting? That may be so. It seems that all of Red Dragon's scales were in great condition. Yep, but this is bothering me. Faye, I'd like you to try something out. Oh, before that, can I borrow your knife? I was about to offer nervously, but before I could do so, Faye said it, so I had to reply, well, you can. I have a pencil sharpening knife, and I was going to use it. Figuring something out, I handed him the knife. Faye then checked the condition of the blade and, half laughing, he put it under his arm. He, paint that's closest to me is this. The knife was drawn without hesitation, and Faye cleanly cut his arm, red slowly seeping out from the cleanly cut wound. Oh, it's coming out. It's coming out. Oh no. It'll spill. Here's a palette. As I collected the paint coming out of Faye's arm onto my palette, I decided to start painting to heal his arm. Hey, Tugo, I was just thinking, am I crazy? Using my own blood to make paint is. Well, I don't think that's strange. If Faye hadn't done it, I would have had you try it with my blood. I've done it too. I used blood as paint. I even painted Red Dragon with blood. Yep. So, it's not weird. Faye's blood was collected in this way, was successfully turned into paint for Faye. Ah, well, that makes sense. There are spells that use your own blood as a medium to control various things, after all. Ah, I see. I didn't know that. Well, I guess so. Magic painting wasn't just a case of someone creating a magic to move paint, but probably started out as someone taking magic that was used for some other purpose and making it possible to use it for painting. When I think about it, I realize that the paint that can best express my power is my own blood. That's right. It's the one with my own magic power flowing through it. After all, hearing that, it kind of makes sense. The paints I'm using now for magic painting are essentially powdered magic stones that I've drawn, so they may be made of my magic. That's why they're even easier to control. I see, but I can understand why you're having fun. Faye laughed with amusement as he painted with his own blood. It's been a long time since I last drew a picture, but it's still fun. Yep. It seems like my message got through to her, and that's the best thing. It also gave Faye a chance to relax, so that's good. Plus, I got a good idea. I can control my own blood even when it's mixed with charcoal, right? That means if I use that ink, writing documents and such should become a whole lot easier. And it seems like this was quite a technological innovation for Faye, so yeah, I guess that was good too. I wonder if I could use this to create magic to copy letters or something. Oh, that wouldn't work. I don't know. Maybe I should ask my big brother. I don't really get it, but I'm glad Faye seems to be having fun. And so, we were playing around, drawing pictures near the wall. I hear a chirp. Oh, it's Phoenix. You're no longer a chick anymore. I hold Phoenix in my arms, and they rubbed against my neck with their fluffy feathers and chirps again. They are in a good mood. Phoenix is no longer a chick, but its feathers are still fluffy and orange, and somehow it remains very cute. Also, they're warm. Their body temperature is higher than that of Huu or the Luans, so they definitely feel like a firebird. By the way, its size is a little smaller than that of Huu or Raya, but they seem to be very strong, and they flew while carrying Kanlia with ease. They're quite the hard worker. Is it already time to eat? I was thinking that Phoenix probably came to call us for dinner, when a Luan flew in behind it and chirped. Yep. I knew it was a sign that it was time to eat. We have to go home. I summoned Huu and Faye got on Red Dragon, and Phoenix and the Luan nodded as saying, okay, and the two birds flew off toward the house. I guess the birds got along with each other before I knew it. Yep, that's a good thing. It's a really good thing. Oh, that's right. I was painting and forgot, but I have something to report. Faye joins me and we eat. Today's meal is edamame bread. It's a salty bread with edamame and diced cheese mixed into the dough, and it's quite delicious. Then, while we were eating the bread, Faye suddenly spoke up. There are quite a few people wanting to immigrate. Is it okay to accept them? Immigrants? Roughly, about 200 people. What? 200 people section. And so, as the season turns to autumn, the village became a town. It's really developing well. This area, especially. Yes, it has. Well, it's nice to know that our territory is prospering, as expected. Yep. I'm also happy to see the descendant of Redguard looking happy. The forest is happy to be able to repay the favor, and I'm happy to see my best friend happy. And when I see people around the forest looking happy, the forest is happy too, and I'm happy too. This isn't just a village anymore. It's a town. The east side is an agricultural area. Crops are grown and sold. All the proceeds from the sale of crops go to the Redguard family, so there is a lot of direct interaction with the Redguard family here. Faye, his brother, and his father are already well acquainted with the farmers. They don't leave it up to others but come directly to collect tax. When they come to collect tax, Faye and his family go around to hear about any complaints about the farming area. I think that's another reason why this area is getting better and better. To the north is the commercial district. It's where all the stores are located and where the goods are traded. The stores that started building at the beginning of the summer are now complete and selling everything from clothing and food to processed goods and recreational items. It feels very town-like. The west side is an industrial district, but there isn't much industry there. The kind of industry I imagine is something that deals with machines. But industry in this world is mainly food processing, weaving, and so on. There are not many machines in this world. Maybe it is because of magic, and this time, the number of people has increased in the south side. This is the residential area. Many people live here. The people who live there work in the commercial district in the north or the industrial district in the west. There was a sudden increase in immigrants, so there was a lot of confusion, but for now it's settled down. Even if there is a little trouble, the forest knights will mediate while patrolling, so this town is really peaceful. I guess it was a good idea to separate it with a wall. Everything inside the wall is growing as if it's being filled in. The wall surrounding the forest and the wall surrounding the town, and the donut-shaped land divided between them, is now becoming more and more of a town. It's like, by dividing the land with a wall and saying, from here to here is the town, the land started to develop without any restraint. It's kind of interesting. And so, the population began to increase significantly. Welcome. How about some leaf pie, a forest specialty, as a souvenir from the forest? Oh, not just Tugo and Master Faye, too. What are you up to today? Want to buy something or eat something? The fairy patisserie is doing great business today as well. Elite. Aren't you busy? That's fine. I'll just treat Tugo like always. Alright, here you go. Enjoy. Leela moved quickly to take me to the cafe next to the pastry shop. I take a seat at the end of the outdoor seating area on the wooden deck of the chocolate cake-colored building. I like this seat, but it seems like some mysterious rumor has spread that this is the seat that will make you happy if you sit in it. And there is usually someone sitting in this seat except when I come. When I come, it's always empty. Strangely enough, once you've decided on your order, please tell the fairy. The fairy will bring it to you. Well then, Tugo, Lord Faye, excuse me. Please, take your time. Thanks. Is his new cake available? Yep. I came here to eat this. I asked the fairy for a melt-in-your-mouth chestnut cream cake because it's autumn. New cakes have come out, such as cakes made with sweet potato, chestnut, grape, apple, etc. I was looking at the patisserie with my spirit eyes through the forest, and they looked delicious, so I came out of the forest for the first time in a while to just in time with Faye's arrival. Oh, then I'll have apple pie with ice cream. Faye also decided to order. The fairy saluted cheerfully and flew away, leaving a sound similar to a giggle. She brings us the sweets and tea set right after. Thank you very much. As we started nibbling at our sweets, I looked at the 2 pieces of paper Faye had placed on the table. Look at this. What do you think? Yep, they are very intricate. Faye handed me 2 pieces of paper. One was the original, and the other, a copy. I improved a bit on the way I use magic painting. It's only one color, but it's good enough for books and documents, right? Yep. Awesome. This is amazing. What Faye did was essentially a photocopy. He put ink on a different piece of paper, following the ink on the original document, creating two identical copies. Now all I have to do is make this available to everyone but me, and it's perfect, right? Well, it's magic that works for me, so I guess it can work for anyone. Oh, you're already planning on spreading it? Yeah, if this becomes widespread it will be more convenient for everyone, right? Faye is amazing. At times like these, I think that Faye is truly an aristocrat. The way he immediately thinks about doing things for the sake of others is very noble. The Redguard territory is a nice place. Why? Saying that all of a sudden? Yep. It means that the Fae and his family are good lords. The next day, it seems writing a grimoire really takes talent. Oh, Faye said dejectedly as he nibbles on a cake at the fairy patisserie. Today I am having grape mousse, while Faye is having a sweet potato tart. Look, explaining this magic so that everyone can understand it is really difficult. Even magic paintings rely a lot on your sense and intuition, doesn't it? Yep. Neither I nor Leela thought about anything complicated, we just thought about moving the paint according to our imagination. For us, magic is just a means, not a goal. That's right. I mean, magic itself is something that relies on intuition and experience to begin with, but it would be better if it can be properly compiled into a book. But those books aren't even widely available. Yep. I'm not sure how to say this, but it's a lot more difficult than it sounds. This world is a magical world, but thinking about it, it's true that I haven't seen that much magic in this world. The reason why I haven't seen any magic is probably because I've been holed up in the forest, but more than that, I think it's because there isn't much magic being used. So, I wonder if the reason why magic is not used much is because it is not widely used. Maybe. Magic to make fire or purify water has been around for a long time, and it's so easy that even children can learn it from their parents. But anything beyond that is just a hobby and a study. Now that I think about it, books in this world are really expensive. I was surprised when I walked into a bookstore in Redguard. They are very expensive. The price of a picture book, which seems to be a print, was still affordable, but the price of a thick book like a technical book was very expensive. Also, the encyclopedia. It was ridiculously expensive. The price was outrageous. I'm not sure. I got a picture book as a reward for the portrait of the Redguard family, but really, those books were at that price range, and to make this popular with everyone, we have to start by finding the ink that suits them. Yeah, there are a ton of problems. And normally, people can't just try using a large amount of magic stone paint like Tugo and I did. Yep, I can create the jewels, so I can make paints out of them. But other people can't do that. I've been experimenting with writing with my own blood, too, but I guess there's a limit to what I can do. Won't that make you anemic? Yes, I am a little bit anemic. Wow. Faye's pretty dedicated. Anyway, I should paint and make the cut on the inside of Faye's arm disappear. I can't heal blood, but I can heal wounds. As for blood, well, can you eat some spinach or something? So, I want an ink that anyone can use. Do you have any idea? Faye added and asked me, but I think it'll be difficult considering the difference in people's magical power. The paints that can be used by me and Leela are very different. The paint that is just right for Leela is too light for me, and the paint that is just right for me is too heavy for Leela to move. So, I think it is very difficult to find the right paint for everyone. Well, that's true. Yeah. Everyone's magical power is different in both quality and quantity. Yep. Faye's is warm, but Ms. Croix's is cool. Lockla's is rigid. The Celeste siblings' ink is transparent and light. Lyra's is a bit tingly. In that way, everyone has very different magic powers. So, I think it would be very difficult to make an ink that everyone can use. Well, never mind. I'll pick up some materials and go home and experiment again. Oh, is that the leaf or dirt you were picking up and bringing home recently? Lately, Faye has been taking home soil, leaves, nuts, and other things from around here, so I was wondering what it was. I see. So, it was to use as ingredients for ink. Is the soil from Faye's garden no good? Yeah, as I thought. This area is full of magical power. It's not just ordinary soil. It explains why the crops in this town grow so well. Oh, I see. After Faye had gone home and night fell, I continued to think for a bit. Ink that everyone can use. With it, everyone would be able to do things like printing. That would certainly be very convenient. I don't know about the demand of this world, but at least they will be able to do single-color printing, which will make books cheaper. It will be much less expensive than transcribing the text and making a book out of it. That would be a good thing. Teacher said that when books are available, people realize that they and others are different creatures. That's why I hope there will be many books in this town. It would be great if we could build a town library or something. Ink that anyone can use. I also tried writing letters in my own blood. I can definitely write letters using the same method as magic painting. Yep. This is convenient. Next time, I think I'll try to write the letters that accompany the requested paintings using magic instead of handwriting them. Well, I guess a letter written in blood would be scary, so I'll use proper ink. Writing letters in the manner of magical drawing was easier than drawing pictures. Maybe it's because I have a clear image of the letter in my mind, so it's easier to write. I see, this could certainly be a magic that anyone can handle. At least, if you can write letters, you can use this magic. That's why I really hope that this invention that Faye has pioneered will be released to the world. But even if it isn't, I want to cherish it. But developing something is difficult. How can we make ink that anyone can use? I thought about it again, but still nothing came to mind. Feeling a little disappointed in myself, I gave up and went to bed. I turn off the magic lamp and go to bed. Good night. Section. Good morning. Tugo, you seem a bit depressed today. Oh, yep. Good morning. When I woke up in the morning and sat down to breakfast, Kanlia, who was sitting across from me, looked at me with a worried face. Yep, I might be looking a little depressed. I know. That is called melancholy. You know a lot. Melancholy. Melancholy. Yep. Maybe that's what this is. Yep. I went to sleep because I couldn't think of an answer, but waking up doesn't mean I'll be able to think of anything, so I'm feeling a bit depressed. I see. So Tugo is depressed because he can't think of anything he wants to think of. Yep. I am melancholic. Miss Natalia, who had been listening to our conversation, chuckled as she placed a bowl of soup in front of Kanlia and me. I see. Mr. Tugo is feeling gloomy and melancholic, right? Oh, yep. I don't feel embarrassed admitting it to Kanlia, but when Miss Natalia says it, well, I feel a little embarrassed. Is there anything we can help you with? If so, please let us know. Well, it seems kind of difficult to ask. What kind of ink can anyone use? It would take a long time to explain what the ink is for. I'm looking for a tool that anyone can use, but I can't think of anything that anyone can use. As a result, I ended up saying it like that. Just as I expected, Ms. Natalia became thoughtful. In response, Kanlia looked confused, and I am unsure she understood or not. Does this tool have a strange shape? What is a tool that can't be used by just anyone? Yep. That's what it would look like. Let's see. There are people who can use it and people who can't use it. It doesn't have many shapes, but there are many colors, and depending on the color, there are people who can use it and people who can't use it. I see. My explanation was no longer clear. I'm not sure if I should have started with the ink description instead of using a metaphor. I'm inexperienced. So, please forgive me if my thoughts are off the mark. But Ms. Natalia prefaced it with this. Then, with a slight nod, she tried her best to answer. If it's a tool, then isn't there a way to supply magic power with a trash magic stone or something, rather than something that uses the user's magic power? You know, like that lamp over there. Ms. Natalia was pointing to a lamp. If you put trash magic stone in it, the lamp will light up using their magical power. Ink similar to the light magic tool? No. It's not using my own magical power, but the magical power of the trash magic stone that moves the ink. Did that help in any way? Yep. I feel like I've made some progress. Thank you, Ms. Natalia. I couldn't put my thoughts together, but I thanked her anyway. Then Ms. Natalia looked a little reassured. Yep. I have to work hard to come up with an ink that anyone can use, so that I don't lie about how relieved I made Ms. Natalia feel. I've tried different materials and tried different ideas. I wondered if colorless magic stones could be used regardless of the individual's magical power. If it can be used or not depending on a person's magical power, then maybe we should prepare 3 kinds of ink and use one of them, or maybe we should sell it as a kind of mixing kit. But nothing works. Even when I experiment only in the forest, nothing works. The ink that is just right for Ms. Croix can't be moved by Locals at all. The ink that works for Ange may not work for Leela. It is very difficult to know how to mix the right ink for me. In the end, I tried to see if my blood could do something about it, but it didn't work. With this progress, I met up with Faye again at the Fairy Patisserie. Today's sweets are a tea chiffon cake for me and a parfait with custard pudding and caramelized apples for Faye. What have Tugo and brother Faye been up to lately? Leanne, it's the opposite. I'll have the chiffon cake and Faye will have the parfait. And today's waiter is Leanne. He's small but smart, and his customer service is generally well received, even if he can be a little awkward with customers. Because he's an angel, Tugo and are inventing something. We worked really hard, to the point of bleeding. Yep, it's like we are being bled. No, we are not bleeding. We are just squeezing out blood and use it in the experiment. Yep, it's a bloody invention. What invention is that? Is it a curse? No. If this is made, the world will be a better place. Yep. It's an invention that allows you to copy written characters exactly onto another piece of paper. When we explained, Leanne looked skeptical, but then nodded as if he had just remembered something. Is that the tool you were telling Ms. Antalya about this morning? Yep. It's more like a magic tool or magic spell, but the problem is the ink. But that's what we were talking about this morning. It was at that time. Magic tool, huh? Faye said, and then he began to think for a moment. Hey, Tugo, where you were, did you have a tool like a document duplicator? Well, there was. Basically, it's a photocopy machine. A machine where you put 10 yen and it makes a copy. You could find them in convenience stores and libraries. Can what? Yep, my bad. It's unknown in this world. Sorry. Anyway, there were copying machines everywhere. You put a document in the machine, and it reads it, and a printed copy comes out. I want to know what's inside. Sorry, I don't know much about that. They flash the document and take black and white information for each reflection. I don't know much about it, so I don't know what to say. I should have studied a bit more. I guess it's too late for regret. But, well, whatever. I see. A machine, huh? A tool. After all, I hadn't thought about that. I don't think I was helpful, but Faye was nodding at something. Faye closed his eyes and nodded for a while. Then he muttered something, stared into space, and then, "That's it," Faye said with a big smile. "There's no need to make ink that anyone can use. Instead of making ink that anyone can use, we should make a magic tool that anyone can use." I see. In other words, make a photocopy machine. Instead of spreading it as magic, spread it as a copying machine. That way anyone can print copies. So, after that, Faye and I started trying all sorts of things. Faye was in charge of the internal mechanism, or the heart of the tool. In other words, the software part of the machine. Of course, I don't know much about magic, so I don't know how to put magic into a tool. Apparently, the mechanism involves shining a light on the original, illuminating it, accumulating the magic power of the reflected light, and then applying ink to the plate. In other words, the plate, on which the accumulated magic power is placed, similar to magic painting, and printing it on paper. That seems to be how it works. I heard it was inspired by the copying machine I talked about, but I have no idea how it works. Instead, I made the exterior of the tool, the hardware part. It's called a copier. So it's heavy. Faye said that it's good to have something that can't be moved around easily, so I made it big and large with that in mind. I carved a somewhat familiar pattern like a computer board and poured gold into it. I embedded some small jewels in it. I made something that looked pretty impressive. I was very satisfied with the magical tool we had made. Okay, let's try using it. Why yep. So, let's start with a test run. A piece of paper with the words "Congratulations, the printing press is working" is carefully placed face down on top of the magic stone board on top of the machine. The part that will become the lid is then placed on top of it. Then, from the side of the machine, a few grains of trash magic stone are placed into the machine. Then, The printing press glows. It shines a strong light on the original, and the magic moves there, and in response, the ink moves. Then, from the side of the printing press, the magic stone board that had finished using its magic power rolled out, and then, with a whoosh, the printed paper came out. It's out. I removed the lid, took out the original, and compared them. And it was a solid copy. Wow. That's amazing. We did it. It is a success. 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 Yay. We were so happy that we tried to copy things. We printed leaves from the forest trees and my paintings. The invention, born from so much of our blood, sweat and tears, mostly blood, seemed especially brilliant. Well, it is literally glowing. The first piece of paper we printed was congratulations, the printing press is working. I kept the original and Faye kept the printed one. It made me happy, so I'm going to put it in a frame and put it on display. And so, thanks to the printing press, the forest village now has a library. Faye's family would use the printing press to copy books from their collection and donate them to the village, or I would borrow books from the town library in Redguard territory and copy them. When we do something like that, we always pay the author the price of the book minus the cost of materials. In other words, the price of the information within the book. Well, some of the authors are dead, so it was a bit difficult to pay everyone. When printing is developed, copyright becomes necessary. That's what my teacher said before. So, we were pioneers in this, and I thought that if you're going to print something, you should pay for the content when you reprint it. It seemed like this idea was quite new to Faye, but when I explained it to him, he nodded and listened with interest, and then, after talking it through with Faye's further and older brother, they adopted my idea of copyright. Now, everyone in Redguard territory will have copyright protection for their works. Amazing. Month has passed since then. The season is already autumn. The forests have turned red with autumn leaves, and it's beautiful in its own way. The forest is almost fake-colored, or carnia-colored, and sometimes it's chick-colored and locals-colored. Of course, there are some evergreen trees, so they are still miscroix-colored. It's a great season when the forest becomes more colorful. I love autumn. The food in this forest is delicious. Wow, the influx of intellectuals has been amazing since the printing press were installed, and Faye looks very happy. Really? Yeah. If you want to spread the word about your books, now's the time to come to Redguard territory. Oh, I see. So, when you have a printing press, you can spread your books, and that means that people who want to spread their books will come. I hadn't thought about that. Thanks to that, a lot of literary people and researchers want to come to our place. So, my father made sure to offer subsidies to attract such people. And he's got the copyright system and the support of the public. So it's all good. Yep, that's great. By the way, the people who come this way end up living in the forest village, because right now it's the town with the most open land and recruiting the most people. So, we might see more immigrants coming soon. Intellectuals, I guess. You know, right? Oh, of course. We have fairies look after those wanting to immigrate. Yes, please. There is still some land available, and I would be happy if more people came. If the fairies like the people, they will take good care of the forest. So, the number of people in residential areas will increase again. If so, will the number of offerings from residential areas increase again? Recently, people in residential areas have been giving offerings to cookies from the fairy patisserie, flowers, etc. I'm grateful for those too. They even decorate and paint flowers. I somehow feel like I'm about to be able to get by on just one meal a day because of the offerings. And so, Faye and I continued to talk about immigration. We talked about how we are looking forward to the development of various cultures as the number of intellectuals increases. I hope that the number of such people will increase in this forest in the future. While we were talking about that, Mr. Tugo, suddenly, someone called out to me. When I looked in that direction, I saw Miss Intalia running towards me. Wondering what it was, I stood up, and then Miss Intalia dismounted from her horse. We discovered a carriage that was supposedly heading to town under attack by bandits. The soldiers on guard duty and the forest knights who are wandering around the area are currently fighting back. Please, we need to send reinforcements immediately. Chapter 3, skeletal model of revenge. I hurriedly summoned Hu, but then Faye, who had Red Dragon out, lifted me from the side and put me on the Red Dragon. You need to ride while leaving your hands free. I see. If I plan on painting in the air, it would be a bit inconvenient with Hu, since one hand would be occupied. I understand. Then, sorry for troubling you. It's nothing. Let's go. Faye immediately gave the signal to the Red Dragon and took off. The ground quickly became distant, and soon the wall came into view. We continued on and passed the village wall. And beyond that we saw the forest knights fighting on their Pegasi, the newly hired gatekeeper guards, and bandits. Or should I say people with suspicious appearances. There was also a carriage that appeared to be under attack. And a giant, pitch-black, mist-like creature that the forest knights were fighting. Tugo, what are you going to do? Will you paint something? Yep. I quickly draw a huge bag to contain the mist. This went quite well. With magic painting, you can draw things instantly, so you can materialize them instantly. The background and the knight looking up at the big bag of haze around him were also drawn in great detail, so the materialization went easily. It looks like a balloon. The black mist that had been attacking the knights was now packed into a bag and began to float. Apparently, that mist can float. I see. You're so floaty, even your solutions are like you. It's not my fault that it's floating. As soon as the haze turns into balloons, the suspicious-looking people begin to panic. So, this mist must be a summoned beast of these people or something. If that is the case, the tables are turned. The forest knights leave the floating mist airship in the air and head toward the suspicious people. Furthermore, reinforcements of forest knights are coming from the direction of the forest. At that point, the suspicious people have no chance of winning. They seem to not originally be good at fighting head-on, so they started to run away. Hey, there's no point in running away. Red Dragon and the Pegasi can catch up. Right, let's go. Hey, Faye, before that, I'm going down to get off and heal their injuries. Okay, I get it. I summoned Hu on top of Red Dragon and grabbed hold of it, heading straight for the ground. Meanwhile, Faye rode Red Dragon and began chasing the people fleeing with the forest knights. How brave. Okay, when I got down to the ground, I found that many more people were injured. It hurts to see. Some of the forest knights also had wounds on their plaster statue bodies. The gatekeepers guarding the gate also had broken arms, or large wounds in their sides that were bleeding. That's when I realized I had to start painting and heal them right away. Tugo, stand back. This child will heal those people. Kanlia and Phoenix have arrived, accompanied by Lian and the Luans. Now everything is fine. Kanlia and Phoenix were amazing. When Phoenix saw the injured knights, tears began to spill from their round eyes. The tears fell on their wounds and healed them in no time at all. Apparently, the tears of phoenixes have the power to heal wounds. That is wonderful. Seeing this, Lian's Luan approached a person who was similarly hurt and began to shed tears. Luan, who doesn't seem to be very quick to cry, took a while to shed tears, but when the tears fell on the wound, it did begin to heal. Hu, watching this, also began to try hard to cry, so I decided to secretly draw some onions in the background and start chopping them next to Hu. I'm so glad. Her tears helped. Kanlia was smiling as she stroked Phoenix, who was shedding tears. Hu and Luan were crying too. I was crying a little too. Kanlia and Lian were also in tears. Well, the onion that I had secretly and quickly drawn seems to have been made with a little too much enthusiasm. So, it was quite powerful. Lian, thank you for bringing Kanlia and the others too. Yes, I wouldn't have been able to help if you hadn't told me. Thank you. Kanlia's eyes were teary, but she smiled and held Lian's hand tightly. I just acted. I just told Ms. Croix that Brother Faye and Tugo left really quickly. And Lian, with a face affected by the onions, said the same thing and turned a little red. Lian is embarrassed. Okay, let me draw that reaction. Now that I think of it, that's right. The waiter at the fairy patisserie today was Lian, so he must have been watching us and contacted Ms. Croix, and then he probably called out to Kanlia, who was at the patisserie, and the knights whose houses are next to the patisserie, and that's why they came. Thank you. Then Faye and the others came back. Crap, we failed. They got away. Eh? The knights landed their horses and gathered round, but they all looked gloomy. No, we caught up with them. We caught up with them and surrounded them. But, at that moment, they all turned into mist and disappeared. Mist. Oh. I hurriedly checked the balloon, as if they had noticed our gaze. The balloon deflated and fell to the ground with a thud. They seemed to have escaped. I should have put up a barrier around here too. No. No, don't. You know, if you do that, your magical power will definitely not be enough. If we were in town, it would be different, but we're outside of town, you know? Ugh. It's no use regretting it now. Well, it's fine. It's not like we didn't accomplish anything, Faye said as he peered into the carriage that had been attacked. Okay, everyone's safe. Faye was smiling and looked towards the people hiding inside the carriage. After escorting the people in the attacked carriage back to town, they all thanked us and dispersed into the town. That carriage. Yes, it seems to have been a shared carriage traveling from a town to the forest village. That's why there were all kinds of people on board. I see. So that's the carriage that was attacked. Is it because they have any money or something? Well, if they're rich, they wouldn't bother to use a cramped carriage. They'd use their own carriage. But basically, it's the common people who ride in those kinds of things, you know? They probably didn't have that much money. I see. That means they were attacked for no particular reason, I guess. Well, I don't know. But, well, there's not really any reason to attack that carriage. Yep, I think so. I can understand why people would attack a carriage that looks like it belongs to someone rich. I'm sure there are people out there who would want to attack it and steal their money. But why would you attack a carriage that people with money basically don't ride in? It's strange. But hey, at least we helped save lives. Yep, that's good. Thanks to Phoenix and the others' hard work, all the injured people have recovered. Yep. We let the suspicious people get away, but we managed to save lives, so that's good enough. With that feeling, we decided to head back to the fairy patisserie, where we had left without paying the bill. Someone called out to us. I turned round and saw a woman with long silver hair and purple eyes. What beautiful colors. Oh, you were in the carriage earlier, Faye said, looking like he had just remembered. The woman nodded. Yes, I was on the stagecoach earlier. Thank you so much for helping me earlier. When she politely thanked us and bowed, I couldn't help but bow as well, both Faye and me. So, I'm sorry to ask you this after you helped me, but, the woman looked somewhat unsure and troubled as she thought of how to word her thoughts, then asked us. I heard that there is a Lord Spirit in this forest. Where can I go to meet the Lord Spirit? This is troublesome. I can't just say, I'm the Spirit, right? Lord Spirit, Faye looks at me, troubled. I look at Faye, troubled as well. We look at each other, the woman troubled. Time passes, and just silence. Why, you mean the Lord Spirit doesn't like to meet outsiders after all? The woman asked in a bit of a panic, interpreting such a thought from the silence. No, that's not it, that's not it. Miss. What's your name? When Faye asked, it seemed the woman hadn't realized she hadn't given her name. Startled, she quickly straightened up and bowed deeply. I'm, Julia. I see, Miss Julia. If you don't mind me asking, about your surname too. I'm Julia Rao. I apologize for the late introduction. You two are. I'm Faye Bullard Redguard, the second son of the lord of this territory. And this is Tugo Uazora, our family painter. Faye introduced me at the same time, so I bowed and replied, I'm Tugo Uazora. Nice to meet you. Oh, you are his lordship's son. I didn't know. I'm sorry, my lord. No, it's fine, it's fine. Just think of me as the person Faye. I'm not here on official business either. Faye seems a little uncomfortable around Julia, who is very polite. Faye certainly seems happier when he isn't treated like an aristocrat, when he's talking with locals, when he's teaching Leanne letters, when he's being scolded by Ms. Groix. So, about the Lord Spirit. Faye tried to distract Miss Julia, but she brought the topic back to the original. Is this okay? Isn't there just silence? Yes. I really wanted to meet you, Lord Spirit. Miss Julia's face suddenly lights up as she looks at me. Please don't look at me like that. Don't look at me with such expectant eyes. If that's the case, I'm sorry, but it seems that you can't just meet the Lord's spirit if you want to. But Faye said it clearly and firmly. Look, even the forest is surrounded by a wall, so you can't enter it. Please don't try to go in, okay? Yes. Of course. I don't want to do anything that goes against Lord Spirit's will. I won't do anything that Lord Spirit doesn't want. I see. They are devout, or rather, polite. So, if you came here to meet the Lord Spirit, I'm sorry, but we can't really tell you how to meet them or anything like that. I see. After Faye explained, Miss Julia seemed to understand for the time being. Her head hung low, looking quite disappointed. However, she seemed to feel bad for showing us how disappointed she was, and quickly straightened up. Thank you very much for your kindness. Well, I'm sorry I can't help you. And then we bowed deeply to each other. This feeling made me feel nostalgic about my Japanese sense. What should I do? And after we finished bowing, Miss Julia started getting worried again. Do you really want to meet the Lord Spirit that badly? I felt bad just watching and leaving her alone, so I asked. Yes, I really want to meet the Lord Spirit and plead something. Miss Julia answered that, but after that she didn't say anything. She just smiled vaguely and looked a little embarrassed. In other words, she kept it a secret from us. If I go here every day, perhaps the Lord Spirit will take an interest in me. I see. Well, I've already gotten too involved in it now. While Faye and I looked on in amazement, Julia looked serious and troubled, and eventually, she came to a decision. Is it possible for me to live in this town? You want to immigrate? Then I gave Julia a set of immigration application forms to send to the Redguard family and recommended that she stay at the inn in the forest village for the moment. Julia seemed a bit confused at first, but she was adamant that she would live here in order to meet the spirit. She was a bit eccentric, wasn't she? Yes, that's right. She seemed devout, or maybe naive. She seemed inexperienced in a lot of ways. After parting ways with Julia, we headed back to the fairy patisserie. From the looks of it, she wasn't a commoner. Oh, you read that from her? I was a little surprised by what Faye said, and when I asked him, he nodded. But that person was wearing normal clothes, and the bag she was carrying her belongings in was old-fashioned but normal. But she certainly spoke politely. Well, that's fair enough, isn't it? I don't know, but I think she has servants doing the housework, because her hands weren't rough. Her speech was also elegant. Her naivete was also quite obvious. So, she could be on the fringe of nobility, or maybe the second daughter of a merchant family. Well, she is a weird one. Oh, you can tell from that. I'm impressed with you, Faye. I see. But, Miss Julia, is she a noble or something like that? Then, could it be? I wonder if Miss Julia was the reason the carriage was attacked? When I said that, Faye groaned and then answered. Well, I don't know. I don't think they would attack a carriage to attack someone who is a low-rank noble or the second daughter of a merchant family, but it's certainly not an impossible thing, isn't it? Could it be that she is the illegitimate child of some noble, and assassins from the main noble family are trying to erase her existence and attacked her in the carriage? Yep, that might be the case. The only other reason I can think of for attacking a carriage that doesn't seem to have any cargo or money is to attack people. Well, if they want to immigrate, they'll have to submit the necessary paperwork to our mansion. I guess we'll look at that and then make a decision. Okay, that was the end of the conversation, Faye said, and we arrived at the fairy patisserie and returned to our usual seats. And then Leela popped out and placed ice cream in front of us. What is this? We didn't order this, right? That's true. It's not part of your order, Leela said, laughed, then grinned and said, those who work hard deserve a reward, right? Good job on job well done. Amazing. We did. I'm glad. The truth is, I'm just asking you to taste test with Leanne as we practice making ice cream with ice magic. I'd like you to join too, Master Faye. Thanks. Good luck. We took the ice cream spoon and gently scooped up the white ice cream and bring it in our mouths. Why does ice cream taste so good after a little work? 1 week later. Since the day of the carriage attack, the forest knights have been patrolling a bit more extensively, and the soldiers on gate duty have been more vigilant in guarding the gate. In the midst of all this, the number of immigrants is steadily increasing, and more people are coming into town. And among them, there is one person who looks quite familiar. Oh, hello. When I called out to her, Miss Julia, who has silver hair and purple eyes, looked a little surprised. Hello. Is something wrong? Oh, sorry. I just saw a familiar face, so I wanted to say hello. Apparently, I surprised her because I suddenly called out to her. I see. I'm sorry. So, you're now officially a resident here? While startling her, I told her what Faye had just told me yesterday. Miss Julia smiled softly and nodded. Yes, thanks to you, I was able to submit the application documents without incident. I was able to pass the subsequent examination and was allowed to live in the land blessed by the Lord's Spirit. I've heard the story from Faye as well. Ms. Julia successfully submitted her documents to the Redguard family, passed the Redguard family's screening, passed the fairy screening, and were cleared to become resident of this town. Good for you. I heard from Faye that Ms. Julia was the daughter of an official working at the royal palace in the royal capital. He looked into it, but she was the daughter of someone with no particular title, so there was nothing particularly special about her. I see. But for someone like that to have such beautiful manners, she must have good upbringing. And so, I was offering up a prayer to the Lord's Spirit here. While I was thinking, what a beautiful woman, she said something shocking. Looking more closely, I realized that this was a place prepared by the farmers to place offerings to the spirit. I see. I don't know how to explain it, but it's so embarrassing. I am that spirit. The steamed sweet potato offered there is a snack for me and the giant bird. Ms. Julia, why do you want to meet the Lord's Spirit? I couldn't stand it anymore, so I decided to ask that question. I tried to ask her like I wasn't a spirit. Well, I've heard that the Lord's Spirit has great powers. So, then, Ms. Julia hesitated for a moment after talking. I guess she didn't want to say it after all. She had said something before, like she wanted a wish to be granted. I hope that a wish comes true. That's all I can say. I feel a little hesitant to ask too many detailed questions. Yes, thank you. Julia smiled, then began praying again in earnest. I guess it's just too embarrassing. And so, right now I'm eating steamed sweet potatoes with feeling very uncomfortable. I returned to the forest and, eating the steamed sweet potatoes that had been offered to the bird, consult with locals. But you are still eating the steamed sweet potatoes, right? It would be a waste if I don't eat it. The farmers make offerings to the shrine every day around lunchtime with a smile on their faces. Then, when no one is around, I come and collect them. And a little while later, the farmers notice that the offerings are gone and smile, saying, I wonder if the Lord's Spirit is eating them. So, if I don't bring them, I feel like I'll end up worrying them instead. Well, if the sweet potato is filled with prayers to the Lord's Spirit, then eating it will give you strength. Yep, it cheers me up, right? I asked the bird, but it didn't seem to mind and just kept eating the steamed sweet potato. Then, with pieces of steamed sweet potato on its face, it tilted its head inquisitively and looked at me. Yep, that's just like you. That woman, Julia, is said to be some kind of noble, but Faye didn't say anything more about her. Well, he said, she's the daughter of an official working at the royal palace in the royal capital. But Ms. Croix said, at the very least, she's not in the same line of work as me. I see. That should be a relief for now. Yep, Ms. Croix's information is very reassuring. It's very important. The fairies are watching over her, so I don't think she's a bad person. But something is bothering me, especially about the carriage attack incident. I still don't understand why the carriages were attacked. Not all of them had money, and I don't think there were people on board who had to be attacked. However, the people who came to attack were strange enough to disappear mist, meaning that they were not just bandits or thieves. That being said, the more I think about it, the more I think it must be either there was another reason for attacking the carriage or it didn't matter what happened. They just needed to attack the carriage. In fact, Mr. Marpink was planning to destroy the fields and set fire to the barn for no particular reason, so this is certainly a possibility. However, Faye said that making an example out of the Marpink family, for lack of a better word, would have made it more difficult for such people to come out in the future. I agree. I hear that even now, Mr. Marpink remains quiet, but if that's the case, I'm a little curious about the content of Ms. Julia's prayer, and more than that, I feel very, very uncomfortable about the fact that I'm being prayed for. Well, it's not like people have just started to worship you. I think that's the biggest problem. Why did the people of Forest Village start worshipping me? If you can't stand it anymore, why don't we retreat to the forest for a while? If you have any offerings, we can all get it for you. Maybe I should do that. But, somehow, I don't know. That was when it happened. Enemy attack. Mr. Marson arrived on his Pegasus. Huh? Again? Section. We went to the northern part of the city wall and found that it was already roughly finished. Really? Don't underestimate us, the Forest Knights. That's right. We, the Wall Corps, can't be underestimated. Apparently, the soldiers guarding the wall have settled on the name Wall Corps. I see. Wall Corps. Wall Corps. Maybe I should make a wall crest or something on the equipment I give them. Who were the ones attacking us? Hey, Ed Marson. Too late. We have already defeated them a long time ago. As Locals approached them, one of the knights grinned and replied, "You can always count on us." They were the same as last time. They were like a black mist. They tried to break through the gate, so we blocked them with our shields and the wall guards fired bows from the walls to fight back. That's when Master Faye appeared nearby. His red dragon breathed fire and took them all down in one fell swoop. Yep. If I look closely, I can see Faye is there too. Apparently, he happened to be coming this way. Lucky coincidence. We're using Pegasus to snipe from the sky. Thanks to that, we might be running low on arrows. I see. Well then, I should materialize some arrows. Yep. I'll make a note, so I don't forget. And so, did they manage to escape this time too? Locals and Marson asked and peeked outside the gate for a moment. No. Just look there. There. A person was lying there, bound tightly in rope. You captured them alive. Good job. Yes, the others got away, but I managed to catch this one. Please reward me with a cake from the fairy patisserie. Fairy cakes are popular among the knights too. I see. I'll buy some later and bring them as a gift. I had the impression that plaster statues didn't like sweet things, but thinking about it, even Locals eats cake normally, right? I know that he smiles a little when he eats. Well, this is certainly a bounty. Now, let's have this guy to give us some information right away. Mr. Marson smiled and approached the wrapped man, deciding to begin the interrogation right away. The knights surrounded him and helped the cloaked person. It was at that time I felt as if I had been punched. At the same time, a sharp pain ran through my insides. Tugo? Hey, what's wrong? The voice of Locals calling to me feels far away. At this moment my consciousness is far away. The sensation of being punched continues. It hurts every time, and I do my best to protect the area where I'm being punched, but I have to tell him. South side. If I could somehow manage to speak, Locals, Faye who had rushed over to me, the knights in the forest, and the soldiers on the wall would all hear me. The barrier is about to be broken. Something is attacking there. Then I watched as Faye, Locals, and the forest knights took off. They're still hitting me constantly. It feels like someone is trying to drill a hole in my body. I can see that someone as well. No, can I actually see it? I can't see it, but I know of it. That's how it is. A black mist is colliding with me. It's trying to melt me, make holes in me, pry open my body, and get in. I know this, so all I can do is curl up, shrink, and freeze. Are you okay, Tugo? What's wrong? You look pale. Wow, you're so cold. Please pull yourself together. The guards on the wall were worried, so they put their cloaks around me. I curled up, make myself smaller, and wrapped myself tightly in the cloak, trying to protect myself from the attacks that were aimed at my body, which weren't physically here. But even if I curled up here and now, the attacks on the barrier wouldn't stop. But I endured the pain, and as I got used to it, my body, wrapped in the cloak, began to warm up a little, and then I began to regain a bit of consciousness. Maybe because I had calmed down, I was able to sense many things: the ground in front of me, the soft grass growing there, its smell, the voices of the soldiers who were worried about me. Yes, I'm okay. I'm calming down. I still feel like I'm being hit on the head, or maybe I'm being shaken, but I'm okay. This probably isn't pain. So, I don't have time to focus on the pain. Thank you. I'm fine now. I'm going. Although my body was still a little wobbly, I was quickly caught by Huu and flew into the forest. Our destination was the ruins that maintain the forest's barrier. I am the spirit of this forest. I must protect this forest and forest village from hordes of monsters. When we arrived at the ruins, there was someone there already. Nice to meet you, senior. The giant bird responded to my call with its usual crooning song. It was the cheeky bird, but today they seemed a little more reliable. Did you turn me into a spirit for this day? When I asked the bird as we ran through the ruins, it replied with a chirp and looked on mysteriously. It kept running. It's usually skillful, but they don't seem to plan on saying anything at all. That's all right, I thought, as I continued running and arrived deep inside the ruins. The magic that maintains the barrier has started to show some cracks, but it hasn't suffered any catastrophic damage. It's still at a stage where it can be repaired. It's a good thing that I've been maintaining it regularly. You bastard. How dare you hit me? I'm the forest spirit, so I'll rebuild the barrier properly. I'm not going to lie down and just take a beating. First, I strengthened the barrier. I rewoven the parts that had holes in them, then poured plenty of magical power into them to harden it. Just then, the black mist that had been passing through the barrier was cut off at the barrier, as if it had been chopped by a guillotine. I also dragged the other mists that were coming from outside the boundary and hitting the barrier. I am me, but I am the forest, and the barrier are part of the forest, so I can see them. The picture I draw is that of a balloon. I paint a picture of a balloon, in which the black mist has been stuffed into the balloon and is just floating around. Then, the black mist was beautifully stuffed into a balloon. Stay floating there for a while. Next was a big, pitch-black bat-like creature. That thing had slipped in through a small hole in the barrier, and now it has invaded the forest village and is attacking Miss Julia. So, I tied a bunch of balloons to them. The bat, suddenly feeling that had been put into large shackles, was unable to move. Miss Croix, who had been fighting to protect Miss Julia, was dumbfounded when she saw the bat with the balloon tying it up. Her expression was unlike the brave girl she had been fighting with just a moment ago, and I found her rather cute. And finally, those in human form. I thought I would defeat them, but before I could, Faye and Lockles had already done so. No, not just Faye and Lockles, rather, that includes Red Dragon and Alicorn. Those who were merely human in shape but not human were struck by Alicorn's lightning, immobilizing them, while Red Dragon spat out flames that instantly roasted them. Burned to a crisp, all of their clothing was reduced to ash, and all that was left behind was bones. Then it moves, the bones. Moving bones. The skeletons are moving. Well, they've been hit by the lightning and flames and are now moving more docile. But that, a skeletal model. Human bones. Moving human bones. Yes, I want them. A human body model. I have models of muscles, but no models of bones, so I'd love to sketch one. The moment I thought, I want to draw, I had this strange sensation of, well, I don't know. I lost my power, and instead, another power came to me. I feel like the bird next to me is looking at me with a slightly annoyed look on its face. What is happening? The barrier is safe now, right? Will it be okay if I'm not here anymore? When I asked, the bird replied, chirp chirp, and shook its tail feathers. It felt like it was saying, hurry up and get going. Or maybe it was just stretching its tail like a bird without really thinking about anything in particular. I think the bird had given me permission, so I grabbed Huu again and flew into the sky, and headed towards the south side of the forest. Faye, Lockles, are you okay? When I called out to them from the sky, both Faye and Lockles energetically raised their hands in response. It seemed like everything was okay. That's a relief. And then, I stopped them as they were about to finish off the moving skeletons, and approached one of the skeletons. Smooth, pearly white bodies. Bones, indeed. They're not human, and it feels like they're not even living creatures. I see. So, this is what they call a monster. A monster, huh? When I muttered, Faye and Locklers each nodded. Yeah, they're monsters. It's not normal for them to come this close to a village, and in such a large group. Faye glared at the skeleton with a grim expression on his face. How about you? Are you feeling better now? Earlier, when you were curled up, you looked really sick. Yep. I am okay. For now. I'm fine. There are some people over here who are a little injured, and Hu has already started healing them. It seems that Hu learned what Phoenix was doing, and they started flying around and offering tears to the injured people. I was thinking that maybe I should materialize some onions, but as Hu passed by, they tickled me with their tail feathers. Yes, I won't materialize onions. For now, this incident is resolved. The damage to the forest was minimal, and the injured are steadily recovering. Oh, by the way, are Ms. Croix and Ms. Julia all right? Come to think of it, I just tied a balloon on the bat and made it float. That's bad. I have to go and check on it. I immediately grabbed onto Hu and headed towards the town, followed by Locklers and Faye, each with their own summoned beasts. Ms. Croix and Ms. Julia? Are they attacked? Oh, yeah. A big bat-like thing flew at Ms. Julia just a while ago. When I told Faye what I had seen with my forest eyes earlier, he gave me a puzzled look. If it was Ms. Croix I might be able to understand, but why Ms. Julia? I don't know. Come to think of it, I wonder why. Ms. Julia wasn't exactly next to the wall, and in fact, she was cleaning the area where offerings to the spirit are kept, so I think she was actually further in. With the monsters attacking this time, it seems like something is seriously going behind the scenes. Yep. Maybe we should ask Julia about it. Section. When we returned to Ms. Julia and Ms. Croix's place, she was waiting there with a lot of balloons. Oh, Tugo, what should we do about this? Oh, I thought I put these balloons on the bat. What about the bat? It just disappeared. It turned into black mist and then poof. Ah, so this one too. I see. For now, I'll collect all the balloons that Ms. Croix had caught and leave them for Locklers to hold onto for a while, then I'll listen to what Ms. Croix and Ms. Julia have to say. Has everything been okay since that bat-like thing came over here? Yes, I'm fine. I'm not so slow that I'd be caught blind by something like that, even though I've become more like a forest. But then all of a sudden, these floaty things stuck to the bat, and they couldn't move. I wonder who could have done it? Ms. Croix replied with a wink. That's reliable. But, well, Tugo and the others came here to ask that question, so I guess we'll have to ask you too. However, Croix's expression clouded over, and he turned to Julia. Hey, Julia. To me, it looked like those bat-like monsters were targeting you. And then there was the attack on the carriage the other day. All the perpetrators in that case ran away, right? Doesn't that mean they vanished, like those bats did this time? Ms. Croix glanced at Faye, who silently nodded. Ms. Julia, who was watching the exchange, had a hesitant, anxious look on her face. If you have any worries, please tell us. If you're willing, we can help you. I'm sure that's what the Lord's Spirit would want. And when Ms. Croix said that, Ms. Julia, as if piecing together her will, said, I've come to this forest village to ask for the power of the Lord's Spirit. My power. I see. While my mind was swimming, Ms. Julia took out a cloth package from her pocket. I absolutely must protect this. The item, which was small enough to fit in Ms. Julia's palm, was wrapped in the finest silk. When Ms. Julia's slender fingers gently peeled back the lustrous silk fabric, something mysterious came out. Is this the handle of a sword? It's strange. It's quite beautiful too. Faye peers at it with a quizzical look on his face. I can't help but think the same. The only thing in Ms. Julia's hand was the hilt of the sword. It's a beautifully decorated, stunning work of art, but, well, it's still a strange thing, isn't it? What is this? When Locklers was to reach his hand, Ms. Julia quickly pulled it away. No. This is the hero's sword. It would be dangerous to let it come into contact with other people's hands. The hero's sword? This is the hero's sword. It is said that the hero used it to fight the Demon King. Imbued with holy power, it is worthy of destroying the Demon King. It is the strongest sword of light in the world. That's what Ms. Julia told me, but, well, It doesn't look like a sword. No matter how I look at it, it just looks like a sword handle. Well, this is just the handle right now, but once you channel magical power into it, a blade of light is born, capable of cutting down anything without any resistance. That's the kind of thing it is. Its power can be as strong as the user desires. Ms. Julia explained further, perhaps because she saw our puzzled looks. Well, I still don't understand even after she explained it. Wow, that's quite unusual. Can I try unleashing that sword of light for a bit? Faye, who seemed to understand it better than I did, happily reached for the handle on Ms. Julia's hand, but she again hid it by holding it close to her chest. No. In the first place, this is a sword that requires such great magical power that only the chosen hero can wield it. If you touch it carelessly, you will instantly run out of magical power. I see. It's a fully automatic nap machine. Then I won't touch it. I was a bit curious about the Sword of Light, but it can't be helped. From what I've heard, it sounds like it's something with a pretty long history. So Lockel said with his arms folded and a sour look on his face. It's like something that would be kept in the royal treasury or underground vault of a great temple, if what you're saying is true. Ms. Julia was intimidated by his rather stern voice and expression. You said that you had to protect this hero's sword or something. But who exactly do you have to protect it from? Lockel's took a half step forward. Quite the intimidating figure. A steely plaster statue, facing Lockel's. Ms. Julia looked frightened, her eyes swimming everywhere. She closed her eyes tightly and spoke, squeezing her voice and courage. Yes, I must protect it. From the monsters that are after it, and above all else, from my father, King Alpheus of Eos. While we stood there dumbfounded, Ms. Julia gave us a beautiful bow with a determined look on her face. Sorry for the late introduction. I, Julia Rallam, known as Raj Ruth van Eos. I am the third princess of this country. For a while we were all dumbfounded. The king was after the hero's sword, the monsters were also after this, and Ms. Julia was Ms. Raj. And she was also a princess. No good. My mind can't keep up. Among all of us, Faye was the one who had been shocked the most. Even more than me. I see. I guess that's understandable. Why, your highness are Raj? Yes, I am Raj Ruth van Eos. Sir Faye Bullard Redguard. This is the first time I've met you in person. Ms. Julia. No, Princess Raj? Said to Faye with a wry smile. Yep. Well, I think the third princess, Princess Raj, was the one Faye broke off his engagement with. Well, you see, your highness Raj. Well, it was just me. Well, I'm very sorry, but I had to decline the engagement proposal. Faye began to stammer and explain himself. Yep. Well, I agree. People from the royal family are important people, and turning down an engagement proposal from them is, well, I think it's really awkward, but this is unlike the normal Faye. So, although it may be presumptuous, I'll take the opportunity to poke Faye from the side. As Faye's best friend, I said, that's not like you. Faye just stared at me blankly and I also just stared at Faye. Then Faye's expression transformed. He let out a big sigh, then scratched his head, and turned to face Princess Raj. I'm sorry, but I just couldn't bring myself to get engaged because of the Red Dragon. I know it was a naive idea, but I just couldn't stand the idea of your underlying intentions. Princess Raj looked quite surprised when Faye suddenly said that. It's not about whether I personally like you or not. I want you to understand that. But I was the one who turned down your offer. I won't ask for forgiveness. Sir Faye, Princess Raj sighed. She seemed relieved somehow. So, for now, let's set that aside altogether. I'm the second son of the Lord of the Redguard territory, which includes this town. I won't be the one to inherit this territory in the future, but as someone with Redguard blood running through their veins, I have a duty to do my best to respond to any cries for help within the territory. So, Faye held Princess Raj's hand. This time, Princess Raj was surprised, but Faye was serious. If you ask for help, I'll help you with everything I've got. It's going to be incredibly awkward, though, but I'm sure you feel the same way, so let's just sweep the other things to the side. How's that? I think that action is very Faye-like. After Faye said that there was a pause of about 2 beats. and Princess Raj began to giggle. "You're quite strange." "Ah, strange, huh?" When Faye realized that Princess Raj wasn't angry, he looked relieved. He was scratching his head, looking a little embarrassed. But seeing that made me happy, thinking that Faye was finally acting like Faye. "Yes, you are a very strange person. I don't want you to worry about the engagement. It was my father who decided on the engagement, so personally, I don't have a grudge against you or anything like that," Princess Raj said, laughing apologetically. "I see. So, engagements are decided without the person involved. I guess that's just the way this world is. Besides, I have abandoned my position as princess and have come here as an individual, shamelessly making this request. If we are to talk about whether or not I will forgive you, it will be a question of whether or not you will forgive me." Princess Raj said this, pursed her lips, and then continued in a subdued voice. "This monster attack was a poor decision. I thought I should have hidden the hero's sword from you all so as not to drag you all into it, but as a result, I ended up putting everyone in this town in danger. If the monsters had come to steal the sword handle Princess Raj possessed, the hero's sword, then it could certainly be said that she was the reason the town had been put in danger. Of course, I don't want to think so, and I'm sure Faye doesn't either, and I'm sure nobody else does either. Having said that, please forgive me for making such a bold request. Once again, I beg you, please, could you please protect the hero's sword from monsters and the king?" Excuse me, we were in trouble." When I heard Faye's words, we two got together and have a little whispered conversation. "What should I do about this? If we only think about the town, we should kick her out. Lockles is merciless." "Yes, Steely Lockles. That's true. If we leave them there, it could cause harm to this forest. But, if we leave them alone, it could cause harm to this world. I'd like to hear more options." "Yep, I can understand why the monsters are after the hero's sword. But what does it mean that the king is after it too? There are a lot of things about this that I don't understand." "So, if we were to hide Princess Raj, how should we go about doing it? I can't just accept the offer without giving it some thought." "Yep." Then we came to a unanimous decision. "Now we have a plan. I go and tell Princess Raj as the representative." "Well, yes." Princess Raj looked nervous as she waited for my words. Can I just go and discuss it with the Lord Spirit?" As soon as I said that, she was frozen stiff. "Yep, well, I'm sorry, just a moment." Section. What should I do? After parting ways with Princess Raj, I was able to evade the request by saying, "Can I just go and discuss it with the Lord Spirit?" We returned to the forest and immediately began our discussion. I'm not lying. Since I and everyone else were discussing things, it's not a lie that we were having a discussion with the forest spirit. Whatever we're going to do, well, for now we can't just leave and say goodbye, right? Yep, that's not good. Lockles had said earlier that if we wanted to maintain peace in the forest, we should drive them out, but I can't help feeling that this would ultimately lead to danger for the forest. I am not really knowledgeable the hero or the demon king, but if that sort of thing were to go unchecked, then it wouldn't be just the forest or the town or anything like that. I think the whole world would be in danger. Well, for now, I don't think Princess Raj herself was lying. I did have some reservations about Julia, but it seems that was because she was hiding her identity. Miss Croix was doubtful about Julia's true identity. The person who is the real professional is amazing. Well, she doesn't seem like a bad person. Yep. But it makes me feel really awkward. Yep. Well, oh well, it must have been really tough for a member of the royal family to run away with something the king wanted, and to hide her identity all the way here. Faye let out a little sigh as he said this. Maybe she couldn't consult anyone because she didn't know who her allies were. It seems there are even enemies within the royal castle, and outside the castle too, huh? But I'm not sure about her plan of relying on the power of the spirit as a result. Honestly, I think there are people out there who are more reliable than me, but I wonder if to the people of this world, spirits are just beings that lend their strength when the world faces crises like this. In reality, I'm just a normal person who makes a living by drawing pictures and eating edamame. If we are to protect Princess Raj in this town, we need to make our defenses stronger than ever. Once they have failed, there is no way they will come back with the same strength. The next time they come, they will even be more powerful, Lockles said, sighing slightly. Taking that into consideration, I am against it. The reason Tugo fell ill this time was because a hole was opened in the barrier. Am I wrong? If you say so, I have no choice but to say, yes, that's right. Especially since, even though Lockles' voice is a bit harsh, his expression is extremely worried about me. And it's true, it hurt when the barrier was attacked, and it hurt when a hole was made. But on the other hand, the barrier helped us survive the monster attack this time as well. I wonder what would have happened if it was the other towns. I think it would have been a bit more dangerous. In that sense, I think having Princess Raj stay in this town might be the best solution. Hey, did you predict something like this and turn me into a spirit just to test it out? I asked the giant robin. When this bird was turning me into a spirit, it said something like, something would cause harm to me, Lockles, Faye, and to the whole forest, so I should become a spirit. I wonder if this is what it was talking about now. I asked the bird, thinking that, but it just chirped with a puzzled look on their face. I was wondering if there was anything else, but the bird tilted its head with an exasperated look on its face, as saying, what thing? Well, it's true that it was only thanks to the barrier that this town was mostly safe. Faye, who was watching the bird like me, said this while poking it a little. By the way, my hand just got buried in the bird's feathers, but the bird wasn't hurt. This bird is really fluffy. Well, I can somewhat understand why the hero's sword shouldn't be allowed to fall to the monster's hands. However, if it can't be handed over to His Majesty the King either, I'd like to hear more about the circumstances. Also, the only place in the world where something that can't be handed over to either monsters or the royal family can be safely stored is this forest, Faye said, his expression tightening. I felt the same. My expression tightened as well. The princess, I want to help them. Ange spoke softly and gently. Her tone was soft but firm. People in trouble need to be helped. So, I'll do my best to help out. And the fairies will be helping, too, right? Ange said, turning around to look behind her. Many fairies appeared from hiding places, behind the trees and under the leaves, and they nodded. It feels like there are more fairies in this forest again. I'll help too. I don't know what I can do to help, but even if I'm still a kid, and there's not much I can do, but I am strong enough to at least give Tugo a good kick in the butt. Leon is excited too, but don't do that. Don't hit me. They're both really nice people. Tugo and Master Faye are like that too. I do agree more with Lockles, but if we abandon the princess here, it might just end up postponing the problem. Leela said, along with a deep sigh. Yep, how should I put it? She's more mature than me. She's more pragmatic. But I don't like the idea of giving up something being described as mature or realist. So, our action has been decided, hasn't it? To strengthen the defenses of this forest. You have the power to create things just by drawing, so you can create armor and weapons, right? There are lots of magical beasts and fairies, so it seems they could help us strengthen the barrier as well. That's why I love Leela's realistic and mature opinions, which have proper solutions like this. Hey, Tugo, I was just thinking. Then, with a slightly nervous look on her face, Carlia said, I wonder if the princess's presence here will bring those monsters back. Yes, I guess. When I answered, Carlia's face lit up. Wow, then next time I'll make a proper encyclopedia. Monsters are quite the rare sight. Come to think of it, I wanted to draw them too. You know, that living skeletal model. Yep. I think we should help Princess Raj, and if that can help bring peace to the world, then I'd love to do that. Is that okay? When I asked him about this, Lockles sighed and said, it can't be helped. However, his expression looked happy, so I got the feeling that he himself had hoped for this conclusion. So, I think I'll be asking Leela to help me out. Sure. If you say you'll do it, I'll help you as much as I can. I also got Leela's approval. All right. Everyone else was originally in favor of it. So, they all just smiled and nodded. I'm really blessed with good friends. First, Let's hear the complete details from Princess Raj. The reason why must we protect the hero's sword from the king? That's true. Depending on the circumstances, we may end up making the royal family our enemy. But, well, it's too late now. Ah, I see. I hadn't thought about that. But, yep, I know it's a bit late for me to say this. Really? Faye turned down the engagement with the princess, but the royal family are still royals and are oppressing the Red Girl territory. So, I don't think it's too late to make bridges. So, I will make a decision after hearing more about Princess Raj's situation. However, since I have let her into the town, I don't think there is any guarantee that this town won't be targeted in the future. Therefore, I have to increase our military might. I think I will start by strengthening the barrier. I feel like I can see the future if I make a plan. There are other things we need to do, like strengthening our defense and recruiting more personnel. But even if I'm in charge of the facilities, I think I'll have to leave the personnel to someone like Faye. Yep. Thank you in advance for your help, Faye. So, well, if possible. And so, I tell everyone. My teacher said that if there's something you want to achieve, you should tell people around you. If you say, I love Yukon, sweet bean jelly to go, the chances of receiving Yukon as a souvenir or something similar will increase dramatically, he said, smiling with a box of Yukon in his hand. That's why I have to say it. If there's something I want, I should tell people. I want to paint monsters. So, my opinion was accepted by everyone. In general, the plan is to protect Princess Raj. First, we'll hear the details from her. Then we'll strengthen the barrier and increase other military facilities. I also want to draw the monsters. Well, the last one had a big pause, but everyone was still willing to accept. Yay, a skeletal model. A skeletal model. Well, did you talk to the Lord Spirit? But first we return to Princess Raj. She was fidgety and nervous, and her facial expression showed her feelings. Princess Raj. Why yes. I thought it would be strange for me to say this in front of her, who was so nervous, but after discussing it with everyone else, it was decided that I would say it, so I did. You and the hero's sword will be protected in the forest village and the forest. However, please let me know more about your situation. And if we ever come into conflict with the royal family, you must do your best to minimize the disadvantages we suffer. Those are the conditions. Princess Raj said, thank you, showing the expression of someone who has found a small light in the dark. Then, she knelt down in front of me and said, please, I am in your care. Whoa. Lift your head please. As I was in a difficult position, Princess Raj looked up at me and once again bowed deeply. Thank you very much for listening to the words of such a mortal, Lord Spirit. Therefore, although it may not be enough for an offering, I offer you my life and my soul. Please protect this country and this world. You knew. Well, this is I called out to Princess Raj. I knew it would be useless, but I decided to say it anyway. I'm not a spirit, you know? Princess Raj was confused, but then she looked around and she looked like she understood something, then said something like oh, that's the case, and said, I'm very sorry, and smiled. She definitely thinks I'm a spirit. So, please tell me. Leaving aside the fact about the monsters, why would the king target the hero's sword? And then Princess Raj began to speak. I listened, watching her intently. It all started about 2 years ago. A prophecy was made that the Demon King would return. Further began to make his move. He wanted to make sure that no hero would be born. 2 years ago, the resurrection of the Demon King was prophesied, and so the king took action to prevent the birth of a hero. I don't really get it. To begin with, I don't really understand anything about the hero and the Demon King, so it can't be helped. But, maybe, when they say 2 years ago, I think it was about 6 months before I came to this world. The seasons have come full circle since I came to this world, and it is already autumn now. It's probably about a little less than half a year before I came here. The Demon King is really going to return? And Faye reacts to that piece of information. Princess Raj, dumbfounded, asks, did you know? Yes, Miss Marpink. A little while ago. but we don't know much about it. Even if Mr. Marpink mentioned that we were just talking about that but didn't believe that the Demon King returning. If you already know, then that makes things easier. That's right. It has been discovered that the power of the seal on the land where the Demon King was sealed has weakened. No matter how hard we try, the Demon King will be resurrected soon, or so the royal court magicians said. Sealed. I can't imagine it. I wonder what kind of condition it is in. If it was science fiction, it would be cryogenic sleep, but I don't think that kind of technology exists in this world. Each of us had our own thoughts and feelings, but Princess Raj continued on. So, originally, we would select a hero, give him the hero's sword and other powerful weapons, and order him to defeat the Demon King, who has just been resurrected, and seal them again. The hero is one who possesses a strong affinity to light magic. It is said that with the hero holding the hero's sword, they can strengthen their abilities and defeat the Demon King, especially one that has just been resurrected, with great ease. Is that how it is? It seems like some kind of ritual. While I was thinking about this, Princess Raj's expression darkened, and she continued. But my father didn't want that to happen. He didn't want to make the hero become the hero. They don't want to make the hero become the hero? Yes, my father wanted to prevent the birth of the hero. I don't get it. I have no idea what's their reason is. Maybe the king doesn't want to defeat the Demon King? While I was thinking about it, Miss Croix and Faye looked like they understood something. So, it must be something to do with the nobility and royalty. In the first place, we of the royal family are those who have the blood of the hero. The royal family was born as a result of the hero's fame and power. The mural in the Great Hall of the castle tells the story of the first king, the hero of that time. You know, I saw that. It was a beautiful mural. That makes sense. I see. So that magnificent mural was portraying the first king. No wonder it was so beautifully painted. It was meant to show the authority of the royal family, so it was only natural that it would be painted beautifully. Thanks to that, such wonderful paintings have survived. I feel grateful for that. It's entirely possible that history will repeat itself. If a new hero is born, that hero themselves may become the next king. But when Princess Raj said that, I finally understood the reason why the king doesn't want to create a hero. This is because there is a possibility that the hero could usurp his royal authority, just like when the current royal family seized royal power in the past. That's why my father is searching for a way to defeat the Demon King without the hero. How very foolish. Princess Raj said this, letting out a deep sigh. He is so afraid of our status being threatened that they are taking risks that they don't need to take. Even though he was the one who built this fragile status that is easily threatened by the hero. The fact that Princess Raj says this with a slightly disgusted expression on her face is a little surprising. Could it be that the reason the king wanted the red dragon was because he wanted to defeat the Demon King without the hero? When I asked her while changing the subject, Princess Raj nodded deeply. Yes, that's right. My father began to seek military power. Without the hero, he wanted to fight against the Demon King. Ah, so that's why they wanted the red dragon and kept messing with my family, and why they kept telling all the nobles, I want military power, so I want summoned beasts and stuff like that. I wonder if that was what happened with the Dioren family. It seems the Dioren family wanted me to draw creatures of alicorns and phoenixes to present to the royal family. Yes. I'm very sorry for the trouble we caused you. Maybe Princess Raj has heard about the Dioren family. Ah, I see. The Dioren family members are in prison now, so of course the public authorities know about it. If we want a summoned beast, we can just summon one ourselves. However, my father was unable to summon anything despite conducting a large-scale summoning, and ever since then he has been paranoid of the hero's conspiracy. The hero's conspiracy? Ah, so, does the king think that someone who was originally meant to become the hero is trying to get in his way, and that's why the summoning failed? Ms. Croix sighed in exasperation. There's no mercy. He then attempted to summon a powerful summoned beast about a year ago by twisting the spiritual veins for a great ritual. But what was he thinking? He emptied all the magic he had hoarded and with it an entire direct territory. Many of our vassals whisper of my father's madness. Ah. That happened from when Raya appeared. I see. Well, I'm sorry. Since then, My father has become obsessed with collecting military power. He was so dominated by the idea of the kingship being taken by the hero that he began to try to get not only summoned beasts, but various other military powers into his hands. Stronger weapons, stronger magic. One of these was the hero's sword, and my father was planning to use the hero's sword as an offering for some kind of ritual. Is that a good idea? It is terrible. The hero's sword is one of the few means to oppose the Demon King. If it is lost, even if the hero is found, it will be difficult to seal the Demon King. But my father said that a sword that can only be used by the hero would only be a hindrance. Ah, I see. So that's what happened. So that's why Princess Raj ran away with the hero's sword. Is that it? It's complicated. I'm sorry, but that's all I can tell you. I have only told you about my father's madness. No, I understand very well. Yes, that was tough. Princess Raj. Faye is a noble, so he seems to understand a lot of it, and his expression looks conflicted. Yes. Well, it's a bit unpleasant to serve someone who is crazy. So, the hero's sword must be protected not only from monsters, but also from the king. He must be desperately searching for the sword. Ms. Croix stares at the hero's sword with a rather grim expression. Yes, the monsters will want to steal and destroy this hero's sword at all costs, as it will likely prevent the Demon King from being resurrected. And my father, he must be desperately searching for me in secret, as it's hard to find a better offering than this. In secret? Yes. The prophecy of the Demon King's resurrection cannot be made public. If it becomes known that the Demon King will be resurrected, all the people will desire a hero. Or perhaps even the nobles who wish to overthrow the royal family. Therefore, my father wants to keep the Demon King's resurrection a secret as long as he can. I don't know what to say, but I think it would be better if I just told everyone everything instead of being so stubborn. But I guess that's not possible. I understand. So, this means that the royal family will attack here in secret, or they will attack here hiding their true purpose, and the demons will attack regardless of their purpose. I see. Oh, ignore me. I was happy when I heard that the monsters would appear regardless of the circumstances. But this was not the time to be happy. I'm sorry. Well, if that's the case, then we need to make some preparations over here too. Yes. Tugo, Lockles, and Ms. Croix too. Please help us out. Of course. That's right. If the royal family hires a spy, leave it to me to deal with the situation. Faye, Lockles, and Croix are all very reliable. I'll have to work hard and draw a lot of different things. I am the spirit of this forest. Therefore, I must keep this forest and the town around it peaceful. I will do everything in my power to keep it so. So, it would be nice to draw the monsters while I am doing it, right? Then, with Faye at the helm, we discussed various things regarding the town's defense facilities. As expected, Faye seemed to have studied such things, and Lockles was a professional when it came to using them. According to Lockles, I'm a bodyguard, not a soldier. I'm good at protecting people, but I'm not good at protecting towns. But even so, his perspective seemed to be quite useful to Faye. And then there's Ms. Croix. She's also a professional. So, when she saw the plan that Faye and Lockles had made, she said something like, "If it were me, I'd attack through this hole." Hey, Tugo, we're bored at times like these. There's nothing we can do. Yep, and we non-professionals just huddle together and prepare tea because there's nothing else we can do. Maybe I should read some military books too. I won't stop you, but I think it suits you. I don't think Leela is really cut out for that sort of thing. Well, but she's really good at getting the fairies working, so maybe she'd be good at being a commander or something similar. The kitchen of the patisserie is like a battlefield every morning, after all. Well, that's true. I leave that sort of thing to the professionals, but then my job would really just be chores. I think we should draw. Even if I draw, they don't materialize, but that doesn't mean that drawing is a waste, right? Yes, that's right. The next time a monster appears, I'll draw it too. Yep, I think that would be a good idea. Let's draw the skeletal models together. The discussion continued, and Leela, Ange, and I prepared tea and cake for everyone and took a break. Since Ms. Intalia had gone off to the barracks and Kanya had nothing to do, she started messing with Liane, who was fidgeting uncomfortably. At that time, Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Locklers opened the door cautiously, and there stood Mr. Marson. "Sorry, I didn't think you were busy." "No, it's okay." Perhaps because he had seen how everyone was talking seriously, Mr. Marson looked apologetic, and I felt bad too. When he replied, Mr. Marson looked at Locklers with a slightly troubled look on his face. Then excuse me for a moment. Ed, what are we going to do, huh? Look, there's the prisoner we captured at the North Gate, but there's no guarantee they can't use magic. So, we've tied and rolled them up. Perhaps there are still skeletal models left. Anyway, we can discuss things later. We decided to prioritize the remaining skeletal models first. Princess Raj agreed, and most importantly, the skeletal models are waiting for us. We have to go. Oh, here they are. Master Tugo, what are we going to do with them? I wrapped them up right away, so I didn't even look at their face. When I went to the north gate of the city wall, I found the knights there, smiling, surrounding the prisoner. The prisoner was wrapped up beautifully and was lying on top of some, well, magic circle. They were moving around from time to time, so there was no doubt that there was something inside. Oh, I did it on impulse, but it seems to have worked well. Seeing this, Faye grinned. Oh, I see. When I looked more closely, I saw that the pattern on the ground looked like it was drawn with red paint. Did Faye do this? Yeah, it's a bit like magic painting. Even I can use sealing magic, but only if I could draw a magic circle like this, Faye said, and nonchalantly hid his left arm behind him. That's what I'm talking about, Faye. I don't think he would have just brought out the red dragon scale paint on impulse. So he probably cut the inside of his arm and drew blood. I'll heal him later. Well then, I'll open it. Then we surrounded them and gently unwrapped it, and then a smooth, white, slender body with delicate joints and hollow eye sockets that glowed faintly. A skeletal model was found inside. I immediately called out to the skeletal model, "Please be my model." While everyone looked on tensely, the skeletal model began to rattle and tilted their head. Perhaps they don't know what model means? The skeleton looked around at us as it rattled around. Then, I think it realized its situation when it saw the magical pattern drawn in Faye's blood at its feet. The skeleton, now a prisoner, moved restlessly, as if to say, "For now, anyway," and moved its hand towards me. Locklers tried to intervene, but before he could, I grabbed the skeleton's hand. It's amazing. It really is a skeleton. It's not often that you can observe hand bones like this, and there really aren't any other skeletons that move without falling apart, even though they're just bones. It's so beautiful. As I held and stroked its smooth, white hands, the skeletal model rattled and tilted its head in confusion. Do you not know what a model is? When I asked, the skeletal model once again looked confused. I see. It's hard to tell what a model is, after all. Since you are just bones. Well, I'd like to paint pictures of you. Is that okay? Of course, I'll pay you. Well, of course, it'll only be within my means, but, a place to stay, food, etc. Huh? Do you eat bones? I try to ask, but the skeleton looks confused. It even rattles. It's harder to communicate with it than with that bird. What should I do? Hey, Tugo. That thing is a monster, Don't try to keep it. When I was at a loss, Faye interrupted from the side. I don't want to keep them. I will hire them. That's even worse. I see. It's worse. Then I guess it's okay to keep them. While I was wondering how to care for a skeletal model, the model started to move. What is it? The skeleton slowly moved and reached out its bony hand to the bag attached to my waist, my belt. It didn't seem to have any intention of harming me, and it seemed to be acting in a way that made that clear. It was a kind skeleton. Oh, a jewel? There were jewels at the end of the skeleton's hand. There were 2 crystals kept in the bag as fake weapons. It seemed that the skeleton was reaching for one of them. Do you want it? Do skeletons eat jewels? If you're going to eat something, wouldn't it be better to eat something high in calcium, like sardines? As I was thinking that, the crystal was suddenly snatched from behind me by Locklers. Hey, Tugo. Yep. I guess milk is better for bones. Quartz is silicon, right? I was wondering if it was a component of bones. When I asked Lockles for his agreement, he made a very surprised face. I have no idea what you're thinking, but I understand what that monster is thinking. Really? Lockles, you're good. Is there something in common between plaster statues and skeletal models? That monster is probably trying to become your summoned beast. Are you sure? Are you trying to become my summoned beast? When I asked, the skeleton nodded. I see. Maybe it thought the invitation to be a model was an invitation to be a summoned beast. But, oh well. If they become a summoned beast, they can also serve as a model. It's all good. Okay. Then I'll create a jewel that looks more like you, so just wait a bit. Hey, is that okay? Yep. Why not? I don't mind if that's okay with you, but Lockles had a rather bitter look on his face. Are you sure you want to make a monster of unknown origin as your summoned beast? Well, it's not really horse bones, it's human bones. But yeah, I guess it's fine. It's so beautiful. Give up, Lockles. I've given up. I see. And so, with everyone watching, I painted a large pearl. Pearls are sometimes used as a comparison for teeth, so I thought it would be perfect for a skeleton. I wonder if you'll like this. When I gently presented a pearl about 4 centimeters in diameter, the skeletal model showed no hesitation, immediately touched the pearl and was sucked into it. And then after a little while it comes out again. Well, I look forward to working with you. When I greeted them, the skeletal model nodded its head, got down on one knee, and gently took my hand, gently placing the forehead part of their skull on the back of my hand. Well, maybe it's a skeletal model style greeting. The movements are precise and cool. I want to draw this too. What a quiet prisoner. You see, I thought monsters were more violent, but that's what a model is, you know. Maybe it's because Tugo is so unconventional, but still. Why does everything that involves this guy always end up like this? While Faye and the others were talking about something like that, me and Leela were standing side by side, sketching the skeletal model. The skeletal model was incredibly cooperative. I asked it to be my model right away, and it agreed. It even posed for me. I'm so happy. Wow, Mr. Skeleton, you're amazing. You're just bones and yet you're quite lively. That's amazing. Oh, it's dangerous. Don't go near it. Fairy, Brother Tugo is drawing a picture right now, so don't disturb him. Everyone else is also very supportive of the sketching session, so me and Leela are able to sketch the skeletal model to our heart's content. Wow, a skeleton. So, this is how the bones are arranged in a human body. Amazing. Oh, so the bones bend like this too, and if it were a human body, the muscles would be here. Oh. Lockles, wait a moment. What? Please. I want you to do the same pose next to them. Lockles silently and obediently took the same pose as the skeletal model. The skeletal model was shorter, but since they were humanoid, there shouldn't be much difference. Great. Now I can draw while looking at both the muscles and the bones. How wonderful. I can see my understanding of the structure of the human body deepening within me. If I understand the bones, I can understand the tension of the muscles, the stretching of the skin, and so on. I can create more realistic art. For now, it's amazing. It's fun. It's so much fun. Are you satisfied? For now. Thank you, Lockles. I learned a lot from this. After 2 hours, we finished the sketch. I was satisfied. I'm glad you're satisfied. But I think it's about time we extracted some information from them. Lockles tapped the skeletal model on the shoulder gently, while looking like was trying to hold back a headache. The skeletal model nodded. Information? Are they going to give us something? For now, we just need to see if they are able to write. Lockles is handing the skeleton a piece of paper and a pen, but the skeleton starts writing some strange-looking characters on the paper. What on earth are these? Demonic writing? Wow, I've never seen that before. Tugo, what about you? It was my first time seeing it too. Can you read it? There's no way I could read it. It's the first time I've seen it. I wonder what he's saying. But Leela doesn't seem particularly sorry, and just says, I thought you could read it. What does that mean? This is tricky. How can he communicate with each other? Well, I guess I'll just have to ask questions that can be answered with just yes or no. Just like with the bird. The bird in my head chirps. I still think they're a little bit annoying. I then continued to ask questions, and somehow managed to get information out of the skeletal model. First of all, this skeletal model seems to be very keen on betraying its original employer. Yep, I was surprised. Very surprised. But you were originally employed by someone, right? Yes. Is that the Demon King? No. Are they a monster? Yes. Since you became my summoned beast, and will that monster get angry? Yes. And are you sure it's okay? Yes. Then, when I asked them, this will mean betraying your original employer, but are you sure you're okay with that? They nodded vigorously several times. Then I asked him about it, and it seems that if they hadn't used sealing magic, this skeleton would have been erased. Yep, it seems that they were erased. The other skeletal models and bats have disappeared, but it seems that it wasn't something the person did, but rather that the employer sent a magic spell saying, "It's over," and that's why they disappeared. Well, in other words, should I say that they died? Apparently, both the skeletons and the bats were created by someone else, and it seems that their life or death is determined by the will of that someone. It's a harsh world. Well, for that reason, it seems that this skeletal model is somehow feeling indebted to us. Now that they wanted to become my summoned beast, it seems that its life or death will no longer be determined by the will of someone else. I see. That's good. It took quite a few questions to get this far, but more than that, the attitude of this skeletal model was very respectful and cooperative. So, it only took a while to find out the details of the situation, but I knew how they felt right away. Here's a map of the area. Now that we have a better understanding of the skeleton's feelings, Locklers places a map in front of it. Where is your former employer? Then, the skeleton immediately pointed to a point on the map, a positive and brilliant act of betrayal. If we strike here, will that stop the attacks on this town? Even the skeleton specimen tilted its head in confusion. Well, of course. A skeleton specimen that was scheduled to be erased wouldn't know about that sort of thing. Well, there are certainly some heads worth taking, aren't there? That's a big nod. This skeleton is really motivated. Okay, then I'll take your word for it. Lockles laughed a little and hesitantly held out his hand to the skeleton. The skeleton tilted its head to the side as it saw this. And then, slowly but finally realizing it, it took hold of Lockles' hand with its own bony one and shook it gently. Amazing. A handshake between muscle and bone. So, the skeletal model, who had decided to go home with us, started playing with Carnlia. Or rather, Carnlia started playing with them, but they were being good. So I think they are a good guy. By the way, what kind of monster is this? Faye muttered as he looked at the human and the model. A skeleton? Bones? Skeletal model? There are all kinds. Yep. Gashado Kuro. Note: Gashado Kuro is a giant skeleton yokai made from the bones of the people who died from mass graves. I think it's something like this. Gee, Gashado Kuro? What's that? Is that a monster from your country? Yep. They're not really monsters, but more like specters. I'm sure there was a monster like that. A ghost skeleton. Yep. Even if I'm wrong, this skeleton is a Gashado Kuro. When I called out to Gashado Kuro, he looked confused, but then, he seemed to realize that he was being called, as he raised his hand in response, rattling his bones. Please continue to help me. When I said that, it seemed to be somewhat pleased and rattled again. Yes, I'll be counting on you from now on. And the next day, after consulting with Lockles, Ms. Croix, and Faye, I decided to start making preparations to attack the base of the original employer of the skeletal model, as well as to take measures to defend this town. Defending the town is good, but if the monsters keep attacking here, the town's reputation will suffer. It will also become more difficult to guarantee the safety of the residents. That's right. I don't know how reliable the information from that Gashado Kuro guy is, but if that's really the enemy's base, we should go and eliminate it. Amazing. Everyone is so motivated. Right, Mr. Gashado Kuro? Even you want to take a little revenge on your old employer, don't you? That's why you took Tugo's hand, isn't it? As Ms. Croix said this with a smile, Gashado Kuro raised his hands high in the air. He's motivated too. Well then, it's decided. Let's invade the enemy's base. Faye finished by saying this cheerfully and lightly. We were going to attack the area that Gashadokuro had told us about. I felt a little uneasy about it, but everyone was motivated, and Gashadokuro himself was motivated too. So, well, it's fine. Yep. By the way, when invading the enemy's base, there is one very important thing to keep in mind. Are there a lot of monsters there? I'm sure there are. I see. Then I need to get properly prepared. What shape should the gems for summoning beasts be so that they're easy to carry? Section. So, I sort of set up the defensive facilities of the town. Specifically, the walls. On the wall, I put a gap so that people can shoot arrows. This will make it easier for the forest knights and wall guards to fight. Then, I decided to assign a lightning spirit to each forest knight for the purpose of communicating with them. Lightning spirits are little birds that sparkle and blink. I chose them because they fly fast. Also, they can be drawn with relatively little magical power. Also, when you pet the lightning spirits, they crackle a bit, like realizing static electricity, which is interesting. It's a ticklish feeling. I also prepared various things, such as equipping the wall guards, and collecting tears of the Huu in a vial so that they can be healed if they get injured while we're away. And I also prepared a collection of skeletal model homes by stringing together jewels, and I prepared various things. And finally, I do something very important. You're going to be hard to tell apart from the other skeletal models, aren't you? When I said that, Gashadokuro nodded enthusiastically. Yep, I agree. Sorry, I'm not confident that I can instantly tell the difference between skeletal models. Then I guess you should put something to make you easier to tell apart. When I continued, Gashadokuro nodded and waited quietly. This skeletal model is so docile. It's kind of interesting to see that it has that kind of personality. And so, I decided to equip my own Gashadokuro with some equipment. White armor and a slender sword. It seems that Gashadokuro can fight using swords. Also, a bracelet, or rather a bone band. I thought it would be nice to have some kind of accessory. At first, I made a bracelet to human standards, but since you can't wear a bracelet on an arm with no flesh and just bones, I thought, oh well, and decided to make a band the thickness of a single bone. I made the ring to look like platinum, and then I added a polished mother-of-pearl decoration to it. I tried to make it so that it wouldn't get in the way. I didn't know how bones moved, so I didn't really know what kind of thing wouldn't get in the way, so I made it as simple as possible. Gashadokuro seemed to like all this equipment, and he was rattling around as he touched the bracelet, tried on the armor, and practiced swinging his sword. Yep, I hope you like it. Now that we were all prepared, we headed to the location Gashadokuro had told us about. The location is in the southeast, facing away from the capital city from the Redguard territory. It seems that their base is in the wasteland at the edge of the Redguard territory. Are you really coming along? Yep, and I follow too. Gashadokuro came along too. So, the ones who will attack the base were Faye, Lockles, Miss Groix, and Mr. Marson. Then Gashadokuro and I. Well, if push comes to shove, we'll have to have you escape on the Huu. I'll try not to become a burden. If I find myself becoming one, I'll run away immediately. There are a few reasons why I came here. First, I wanted to bring Gashadokuro back. This skeletal model was so enthusiastic. So, I thought I'd get him to help me. And another thing is, if I'm there, I can heal injuries and create walls if something happens. Well, I guess it's convenient to be able to create anything I draw. And one last thing. Sounds fun, Tugo. Are you going to catch a lot of summoned beasts? Yep. Like a child enjoying catching bugs. I'm going to collect lots of skeletal models and other monsters. I've brought lots of jewels with me for that purpose. I'm all set. So, after traveling with the summoned beasts for about half a day, oh, is that it? After searching high and low, we finally found something that looked like it. A rift in the ground, or a cave, or something, in the middle of the wasteland. It looks like a vertical shaft, but when I looked more closely, I saw a ladder that had been discreetly placed. It looks like someone lives inside. Is this the right place? Just to be sure, we asked Gashadokuro, and he nodded enthusiastically. He also made a gesture that was full of enthusiasm. Yep, I see. I know what you're thinking. It feels good to punch your annoying former employer. Ms. Croix is smiling at Gashado Kuro again. Ms. Croix doesn't seem very forest-like today. If you're ready, let's go now. Alright. Lockles, who is in charge of leading the group this time, says this, so I nod along with Gashado Kuro. We're ready. Okay. To go. If you get tired or injured, please let us know right away. If we don't seem to have the time, you must escape on your own. Got it? Yep. Mr. Marson also reminds me my job this time is to not get in the way of everyone else. I have to make sure I don't hold them back. I'll do my best. Then, the invasion will begin now. As I watched Lockles enter the hole dashing in the air, I checked my portable art supplies and followed him. I descended into the vertical shaft on Huu. Lockles descended on Alicorn, and Mr. Marson descended on a Pegasus. Faye descended on Red Dragon, but it was a bit too big, so he descended on a bird-type fire spirit. Ms. Croix fluttered down on the wings of an Alexandrite butterfly. And when we reached the bottom of the hole, I summon out Gashado Kuro out of the pearl, along with the pipe fox. I can sense a presence from further in. Be careful. Oh really? Then I'll be acting independently. Look forward to the souvenirs. While Lockles was urging everyone to be on guard, Miss Croix slipped off somewhere. Croix is a spy, so I'm sure she'll manage. Oh, I see. Ms. Croix was a professional at this sort of thing. Her special skills weren't just in human relations. This sort of thing was also her forte. Amazing. Well then, shall we at least try to distract the enemy so that she can do her job more easily? Master Faye, please stay behind us. I'll take care of the front line. Sure. Sorry. I'll leave the front to you. In return, I will take care of the back. Mr. Marson and Faye exchanged wry smiles with each other, and the strategy meeting came to an end. It was decided that Lockles and Mr. Marson would go in front, with Faye and I following behind them, and we would advance through the cave. It was dark inside the hole, but thanks to the lightning birds that Lockles and Mr. Marson had released, we were able to see quite well. This is so convenient. You've come up with something great, Tugo. That's good. Marson gently stroked the little lightning bird, which seemed to be happy as it sent out a crackle and scattered some rather large sparks. That was when it happened. Something's coming. Lockles quietly readies his sword and shield. Mr. Marson also readies his immediately. Faye firmly summons fire spirits and prepares to summon the red dragon as well. I check my art supplies. Colors for magic painting, check. Drawing paper, check. Ready. And then, from the depths of the hole, a black mist appeared. The battle was over quickly. Just after Lockles and Marson raised their shields, the fire spirits flew above their heads and dispersed the black mist. It's a given that this kind of thing requires a lot of fire. Faye grinned and stroked the returning fire spirit. Ooh, thanks. I didn't think this would work against someone like that. Well, I suppose so. I'm here for enemies like them, so leave it to me. Okay. The back is fine, too. Let's go then. Faye urged us on, and we continued on. Even after that, we didn't have much trouble. The large bats ran away as soon as they saw us. The black mist was dispersed by fire spirits, and the skeletal models. Are they having a discussion? Maybe they're trying to persuade them. It looks like a missionary talk to me. Yep. I don't know how to explain it, but it certainly feels that way. As soon as the Gashado Kuro I brought with me met the other skeletal models, he immediately started saying something. Or so I think. I can't hear any sound at all, so it's hard to say if he's talking. Fairies make a sparkling, jingling sound when they talk, but the skeletons don't even have that. All I can hear is the rattling of bones. But from what I can see from the rattling bones, he seemed to be desperately trying to explain something to his former comrades. However, Gashado Kuro's persuasion was in vain. The skeletons' reactions were not good. They all looked troubled, but they didn't lower their weapons, and just seemed to be at a loss for words, or rather, Faye. What kind of pattern is used in the sealing magic? That's what it is. Okay, leave it to me. Leave it to me. Faye grinned and opened the lid of a small bottle containing red liquid and began drawing the magic pattern. Using the same method as the magic picture, it slithered down to the feet of the skeletons, who were still dazed, and drew the magic pattern. When the pattern was complete, the skeletal specimens twitched. Okay, now you guys can move around freely, right? When Faye called out to them, the skeletal models lowered their weapons, cautiously. It seems that the skeletons, having lowered their weapons, realized that there was nothing wrong with them. So from then on, they shook their bodies and threw away their weapons, gathering around my skeletal model and sharing their joy at their reunion. It's strange because even though they have no facial expressions, they somehow look happy. Skeletal models. I felt a little bad for interrupting their reunion, but I quietly approached the group of skeletons and called out to them. Then, my Shadow Kuro began to introduce me to my new friends. Oh, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. And it seems that the introduction of Shadow Kuro is over. The skeletal models are approaching me and clattering away. I don't really understand what they're trying to say. Well, no, I have to ask them. If you don't mind, would you like to come with me? I'd like you to be my model. And so, we ended up with a large group of skeletal models plus 4 humans. The humans are the extras. The skeletal models are the main attraction. That's the way it is. It seems that their former master was extremely unpopular. Well, I'm glad that they changed sides. But, I wonder if it was a good idea. With my Shadow Kuro as the leader, the other skeletons all raised their hands high, presumably in an act of defeating their former employer. And as I watched, I felt a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the skeletal models. Wow, that's amazing. I don't really know what their situation is, but I guess it's fine. If they want revenge, then so be it. Yep. Well, that's just how it is. After that, I stored the skeletal models in jewels and turned them all into summoned beasts. Now these skeletal models can live safely. We continue on as a large group. The skeletal models know the way, so we don't get lost. Amazing. And so, as we continued on, guided by the skeletal models, we came across the end of the tunnel. A door. Huh? There was a door. A wooden door in the rock of the cave. It looks unnatural no matter how you look at it. There is definitely something behind this. I can feel it. Also, the skeletal models are showing a lot of motivation. This means that there really is something ahead. Ready your guards. We nervously watch as Locals opens the door. And oh, hello there, cute little boys. There was a woman in a black dress with skin so pale it looked translucent. Excuse me. Following Locals and Mr. Marson, I entered, greeting them as I went. Oh, is that the Red Guard's second son? As Faye walked in after me, he asked the woman. Do you know me? Yes, you're the one. Ah, who was it again? Ah, it seems we only know each other on one side. I see. But, if they're acquaintances, is it going to be a problem? Even so, it's impressive that you made it this far. There should have been skeletons along the way, but those small fries were useless. The woman exclaimed, letting out an exaggerated sigh. They started to come in one after another. My own Shadow Kuro was at the front of the group, and the skeletal models came in one after another from behind, and while the woman was standing there gaping, the skeletal models had all made it into the room. It felt so safe, with so many behind me. Ah, why are you over there? The woman glared at the skeletons and screamed hysterically. The skeletons were trembling, but, led by my own Shadow Kuro, they all gathered their courage and began to prepare their weapons. They were so dependable. So, that's how it is. I don't know who you are, but you're the one who is sending monsters to our territory, right? Then I'll make sure you pay for it. Faye said this and summoned his fire spirits. I also summoned Pipe Fox, and took out some art supplies. Make me pay, you say? The woman looked at us and laughed. It was a high-pitched laugh, slightly hysterical. You seem to be very confident, but it's no use trying to persuade mere skeletons to betray me. Now, you all die here. The woman's hand reaches out towards us. At that moment, the hem of the woman's black dress moved. The hem of the woman's dress fluttered in the wind, thinning, spreading out and turning into a black mist. Whoa! Her dress is alive. The hem of the woman's dress flutters up and becomes a mist, and it attacks us. Amazing. Whoa! That's a monster too. Faye quickly brought out the fire spirits. When the fire wolf leapt at the mist clearly shied away from it, Furthermore, when the firebird plunged at the mist, a gaping hole appeared. As I thought, this one seems to be weak against fire. Ho ho ho, it's useless. This monster is not the kind of monster that can be defeated by something like that. It's not like those skeletons or other weaklings. However, the hole opened by the flames quickly began to close up. The black mist that appeared on the way here was dealt with by Fae-summoned beasts, but it seems that this time it won't be so easy. That dress is amazing. Oh, could it be that the thing that appeared on the way here was a piece of this living dress? If the thing in front of me right now is the real thing, it certainly looks formidable. Hey, what's the matter? Where did all that bravado from before gone to? As the woman waved her arm again, the hum of the dress billowed out even more. The black mist reached us. All of a sudden, I can't breathe. It's as if I'm being strangled. I try to shake it off, but the black mist has no shape, so I can't shake it off. Lockles, who is probably having the same trouble as me with breathing, boldly swings his sword, not at the black mist, but at the woman. But just before it reached the woman, his sword was blocked by the black mist. That mist is completely free to be touched or not to be touched. Hey, what on earth have you done? Then Fae's support comes flying in. All the fire spirits come out, and 2 wolves, 2 birds, a total of 4 fire spirits clear away the black mist. The fire spirits that reach Lockles momentarily clear the black mist protecting the woman, and there slid the sword of Lockles into the area. However, the woman does not appear to be injured. It seems that some of the black mist has disappeared, but it seems that the sword has not penetrated the woman. It's like there's no resistance at all. Is this black mist protecting that woman? Now what should we do? Marson said this calmly, but then looked at the black mist stretching towards us again with a stern expression. And then it happened. The skeletal models began to move with a rattle. The light, dry sound of bones rattling rang out all at once, and the skeletal models charged forward, each with a weapon in hand. What? That won't work. A black mist envelops the skeletal specimens, but they continue to advance regardless. It seems that skeletal specimens do not need oxygen. Even if their breathing is stopped, the skeletal specimens do not stop advancing. Furthermore, the light deep within the skeleton's eye sockets intensified. There, they felt a strong desire for revenge. That strong desire became a clear light and spread to the swords they held. Hey, they're doing it. Right. We need to provide cover. Fae, seeing this, joyfully sends the fire spirits towards them. Then, the black mist shrinks and shrinks, avoiding the flames as it gathers around the woman, and when it finally becomes impossible to escape, it begins to cut itself off and scattered instead of protecting the woman. All right. If we keep going like this, we should be able to make it. The skeleton's attacks are raining down on the woman without end, and for some reason, it seems that the attacks are also effective against the mist and the woman behind it. The woman seems to be busy defending herself against using black mist. Some bats came to reinforce the attack, but when the skeletal models threatened them, they fled in a panic, and the battle situation is in our favor. It's just, a scream-like sound shook the air. What was that just now? I look at the skeletal models, wondering if it could be them screaming, but they seem perfectly fine. They continue to attack the woman with gusto. Of course, it wasn't me or Faye's voice. Lockles and Mr. Marson didn't say Kyrie there, and it didn't sound like a woman's voice either. So then, what on earth was that sound? Miss Croix? No, Miss Croix wouldn't make a Kai sound either. I don't think so. Huh? I couldn't find out where the sound was coming from, but there was a visible change. The skeletal models seemed confused and stopped attacking. Huh? Hey, what's wrong? Faye called out to the skeletons, but they didn't resume their attack. Instead, they seemed a little hesitant, and moved around and seemed to be saying something. This is, everyone, come back. Call off the attack. I called out to the skeletons. Then, they all came back quickly. They seemed to be relieved. What's wrong? What? Have you gotten scared? Then I'll send you away. The woman, who had been on the defensive until now, suddenly turned the situation around and swung her arms again. However, this time the black mist did not spread. What's going on? Listen to what I'm saying. The woman flapped her arms repeatedly, but the black mist still remained motionless, curled up and floating about. I see. I immediately started drawing. Meanwhile, the skeletal specimens seemed to be talking to each other, and the black mist remained fidgety and emotionless. Before long, Faye peered over my shoulder, whistled, and Lockless and Mr. Marson glanced at me and smiled, and then, my Shadow Kuro looked at my hand and seemed to understand what I was trying to do. It started rattling, and then quickly turned towards the black mist. I think it started rattling and talking. Probably, the surrounding skeletons responded to the rattling and started to rattle as well. It made a nice rattling sound. It was a bit rhythmic. What's that? This one's no good either. So, and then, the woman was about to do something. Okay, done. I drew a magic circle at the woman's feet. The pattern suddenly glows. When Faye did it, it didn't glow. That's strange. But even if it's strange, whatever, for now, there seems to be cheering coming from the skeletal models, and I can't just stand there. So I pointed one of the jewels I had strung together at the black mist. Would you like to come with us? The black mist made a squeaking noise as it tried to fly towards me. Come on in, but it seems to have gotten stuck on something and is stuck midway. That's strange. The skeletal models were easy. I see. Then how about this? Lockles, seeing this, smiled dryly and drew his sword towards the woman's chest. Then, the black mist did not protect the woman, and Lockles' sword pierced straight through the woman's chest. The black gem pendant, beautifully. Fragments of the jewel fly off and dance in the air. The glittering of the sparkling gems was accompanied by the sound of the mist as it flew towards me, and then, with a swoosh, it settled into the jewel. All right. Welcome. What? What are you people? What? Do you want me to introduce myself? I'm Faye Bullard Redguard, and these are my merry friends. Hello there. We're the merry friends. Trembling, the woman. Well, she hides her body. Yep. That's right. The black mist was the dress. So if that mist came over here, then, well, the clothes would disappear. What are you trying to do to me? The woman is trembling, with only the remains of her pendant and her underwear. It's a bit cold, isn't it? Sorry. What? Excuse me. I called out to the woman. Why are you see-through? When the woman's dress disappeared, her legs should have become visible, but her legs were transparent, and I think her legs might not be there. Why you can see through me? You've got to be kidding me. What a rude boy. I'm sorry. You were worried about being transparent? Well, yep. I'm sorry. Don't give me those lewd looks. It's disgusting. See-through. How dare you? I'll never forgive such humiliation. The woman covers herself up even more tightly, but that thing that's showing through isn't underwear or anything, it's her legs. What are you people planning to do to me? No, we're not going to do anything like you think. Oh, but we'll make sure you get your comeuppance. Let's go to court. That court is famous for the fact that the god's messenger comes through the god's window. I have a feeling that the messenger of the gods is probably eating the offering bread for today and chirping contentedly right now. I won't let that happen. You people, you should all just die here. I don't care what happens. The woman screamed hysterically and began chanting something, but nothing happens. What's going on? What happened? Just as the woman let out another hysterical scream, to my surprise, Ms. Croix arrived. Sorry, I broke this thing in the back room. Ms. Croix showed her hand, which was holding something glittering. It was a large stone that looked like a black crystal ball. It was about the size of Lockles's hand, and it had a spherical shape. It looked like a black crystal, but it had a strange color to it. And there is a large crack in the stone. Seeing this, the woman let out a loud scream. Oh dear, judging by your reaction, I guess this was really something to summon monsters with. Ms. Croix chuckled and walked up to the woman and, with a slap, she gave the woman a slap. You did something stupid. You used monsters to attack the town. Why did you do that? Furthermore, she turned her sharp, blade-like glare towards the woman. Ms. Croix's beautiful green eyes were extremely powerful. Well, it can't be helped. It's just the Red Guards. I don't know if it's the spirit's blessing or what, but things have suddenly developed and it's not fair. I was just trying to rectify that injustice. God is on my side. The woman raised her voice while holding the cheek where she had been slapped. At the same time, her outline is starting to blur. Well, not just her legs, but even the tips of her hair are starting to become transparent. Oh, I see. I understand how you feel, and I also understand how you tried to drag unrelated people into your actions. But if that's the case, you should have done a better job. You were terrible before you were right or wrong. That's all there is to it. As Ms. Croix said this, she draped a cloth she had with her, something that looked like a cloak, over the woman, then swiftly tied her up. What a professional move. Well, let's go to the court. I found a lot of interesting information. I wonder if the gods will be on your side even after seeing this? Ms. Croix said this with the same smile she had at the party that night, and waved several envelopes around, as if he had taken them from somewhere. The woman's face turned pale when she saw them. Come on, let's put an end to your honor, your status, and everything else. And then, when Ms. Croix said that, I don't want to suffer anything worse than death. I can't forgive this. I won't forgive. I will never forgive the fact that I am the only one who is unfortunate. Everyone will be unhappy. Can you ruin my honor and status? I won't forgive this. I won't forgive. As she said this, the woman was trembling violently. Finally, she's gone. Just like that. I watched in amazement, but the woman was nowhere to be found. I guess she's finally at peace. Yep. I'm relieved. What? Where did she go? Well, wondering whether other people could see that she was transparent, I offered. That person was probably a ghost. Then, Miss Croix waved her hands a little and shrugged her shoulders. I slapped a ghost. Yep. That's what I'm wondering about. Section. On the way back, Faye, Miss Croix, and I walked behind Lockles and Ms. Marson, along with the many skeletal models. Well, even so, a ghost, huh? Geez, that scared me. Faye, are you afraid of ghosts? Well, I guess I'm more scared of them than I am of humans. I see. Faye is a little scared of ghosts. Yep. Even so, it was a ghost. That's tricky. No wonder the sword didn't go through as I expected. I was planning to take her back and interrogate and get information out of her, but now that she's disappeared, I can't do that. She was a real pain in the neck. It seems that the knights were thinking about interrogating him, but I wonder what it's like to interrogate a ghost. Do they threaten it by putting salt near it? Do they chant sutras? Well, there's no other way. Let's just summarize what we've learned from the information I've obtained. But even in this situation, Miss Croix is still Miss Croix. Now that Ms. Ghost has disappeared, we can't ask her any more questions. So, let's try to guess what happened from what's left behind. First of all, we need to find out who she was. It seems she was either the lady or daughter of the Round family. The Round family? When I asked her, Miss Croix pointed at the map and explained, this was a territory that used to be around here. It was close to the royal family's territory, but it was abandoned a long time ago. The lord kept a mistress and didn't work hard, but just played around. Well, that's only as expected. Harsh. If she had been a young girl at the time, she would probably be about that age now, but if she was a ghost, she might have been the lady of the family at the time. So, because their own territory was abandoned and they became poor, they might have held a grudge against the now powerful Red Guard family, Ms. Croix said, sighing. But it would be a problem if the ghost was getting help from demons. The thing is, I think the ghost with strong feelings of resentment was randomly picked up and used by the demons. The ghost herself probably didn't mean that to happen. She probably just thought, I'm borrowing the power of the demons to bring punishment to the Red Guard territory. Oh, that's what it was. I see. A ghost being used by a demon. Demons have the ability to make ghosts like that too? Amazing. So, in short, the ghost was used by demons to its advantage, right? I see. So, it's probably more accurate to say that the ghost wasn't a ghost at all, but a monster created from the ghost and the lingering resentment. Is that how it is? Demons are amazing. I think it's amazing that they can give form to something that has no form. If that's the case, then this makes sense. If she was also a monster, then maybe she, too, was staying here because of this power. Ms. Croix then sighs as she stares at what she has taken out of her luggage. It was a black crystal ball. There were deep cracks on the surface, It seems that Ms. Croix broke it. Apparently, this stone was the tool used to create the monster. So, this is where the monsters came from. What a waste. Well, Tugo, you're the only one who thinks that way, you know? Unfortunately, the stones that have already broken can no longer be used. What a waste. Well, just being able to destroy this one stone is a success this time, right? Yep. Well, at least we managed to destroy one of the things attacking our town, right? So, in that sense, it was a success. It was a bit of a waste that the stone that created the monsters was gone. If I investigate the items left in the room in detail, I might be able to find out where the enemy's base is. Well, I'll do my best. Ms. Croix said this, and she looked somewhat cheerful. It seems that this sort of thing is her specialty, so I'll leave it to her. Thank you for your help. And then Ms. Croix poked the back of my neck. Tugo, have you caught another model? Huh? Oh, yep. The thing Ms. Croix was poking was a black mist. The black mist has now changed from the ghost's dress to my scarf. It's fluffy and very pleasant to touch. Hey, are you going to make this one a model too? Well, more than a model. I thought they would be good for adding effects. You know, this guy would be perfect for a scene with a little mist. Don't you think? It would give it a nice atmosphere. But it's too dark. If I want to create a misty landscape, I'd prefer it to be white. I wonder if it will turn white after washing. No, wait, that blackness isn't actually dirt, Tugo. Well, maybe if Tugo does it, it might actually turn white. I see. Then I'll try it when I get home. Everything is worth a try. I'm home. Welcome back, Tugo. Who is this black fluffy thing? Tell me. Well, it used to be a mist dress, but now it's a mist scarf. When we returned to the town in the forest, we were greeted by everyone. The first to jump up to us was Carnlia. She seemed to be interested in the mist, so I gently removed it from my neck and wrapped it around Carnlia's neck. It's fluffy and cool and feels really good to touch. It was well received. Lord Tugo, are you hurt? Yep, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. Then, Ms. Julia. No. Well, Princess Raj. She too greeted me with a very worried look on her face. I hadn't done anything to worry her though. Princess Raj has been worried about you guys the whole time. For goodness sake, you should have come home earlier. Thank you for worrying about us too, Leela. I am not particularly worried. Knowing you, I just assumed you were having fun making Ms. Croix, Master Fay, Mr. Lockles, and Mr. Marson go crazy. You've probably kidnapped a new model or something. Haven't you? Oh, yep. That's right. It's amazing. It seems that Leela can see through everything. Here they are. I gently summoned the skeletal models. Then the skeletons all started greeting them. They were very polite. And nice to meet you, Mr. Bone. Wow, what a surprise. Hey, Tugo, if you're going to bring something like them out, you should have told us first. Apparently, the skeletons surprised Ange and Liane. I'm sorry. But then, Ange came quietly from behind Liane and approached one of the skeletal models, gently reaching out her hand. The skeletal model bent down to meet Ange's gaze, and gently took her hand. Ange was already smiling. Yep, that's right. These bones can understand other people. Lord Tugo, you can communicate with monsters. Princess Raj, who had been watching the scene, said this and let out a sigh. I see, but I don't think this is something I can do. After that, we waited for Ms. Croix's analysis and held a strategy meeting. I see. So, the demons are definitely moving then. That seems to be the case. It seems that there is something else they are targeting besides the hero's sword. But for now, the monster's goal is the revival of the Demon King. In other words, it seems that they are trying to get in the way of the hero. Right? Ms. Croix asked, and the skeletal specimens began rattling. The audience is lively. Ms. was able to read a lot of things from the envelopes and diaries she brought back. However, since the main focus was on the ghost's life before she died, it seems that she didn't really understand why the ghost was using the monsters. So, Ms. Croix and I went around asking the skeletal specimens. We also asked them questions patiently, and sometimes had them draw pictures for us. What we came to understand was that she had been given power by the demons and was able to materialize herself and create monsters using the black crystal ball, and that was how she had been planning to attack the Red Guard territory. In other words, what the ghost was doing was subcontracting. Apparently, there was a particularly intelligent demon who was giving power to people like the ghost, and they were attacking the Red Guard territory. But there is something that is a little worrying. I wonder if that was the case for Mr. Marpink too. That's right. It seems that this town has been involved with monsters since before Princess Raj came here. Oh, that stupid man? I think so. He said he was seduced by a demon. Leela is harsh. Or rather, all the women in this forest are harsh, or rather, tough. Anj and Kanya aren't really tough, since they're still girls, but I wonder if they'll become harsh when they grow up. Huh? So, monsters had been targeting the forest before I arrived? Yep. Just a little earlier. Princess Raj is confused. Yes, that's right. I had thought that the attack by the monsters was because she had run away here, but when I think about it carefully, Mr. Marpink is the same as the ghost, in that he is someone who attacked the town in the forest, given power by the demons. Although the methods are quite different. When I think about it like that, it's not like it would have made any difference whether Princess Raj had come or not. But I have a feeling that the hero's sword and Princess Raj aren't the only ones being targeted. But Gasha and the others didn't mention anything about Marpink in particular. Ms. Croix was slightly thoughtful with a hand on her chin as she pondered. It seems that Gasha is Ms. Croix's way of calling Gashado Kuro. Gasha. I call him Gashado Kuro. But it might be fun to give a nickname like this. Come to think of it, it seems like neither the ghost woman nor Marpink knew about each other's existence. That's probably true. By giving individual jobs to people who can be cut loose at any time, they prevent the identity of the mastermind from being exposed. It's a standard tactic. I see. That's how it is with subcontractors. I wonder how Mr. Marpink is doing. I'm starting to feel a little sorry for him. I don't really understand, but don't you think it would be better to get a lot of people together and work together on something like that? Lian says this with a look of wonder on his face. I'm glad that Lian is talking about things like this. He's been in this forest for about a year now, and he's completely come to cooperate with others. This change makes me happy. Well, I guess we should strengthen our fighting forces. That means either the mastermind was afraid of a rebellion by the hired hands and deliberately didn't let them cooperate, or perhaps each of them was given a different objective. Faye and Lockless thought and said this. I see. The idea that they start to rebel when they get together is not so hard to understand, but the idea that they were each given a different purpose fit better. After all, not only was Princess Raj targeted, but there is also the fact that Mr. Marpink came. I don't think the ghost and Mr. Marpink had the same goal. The ghost's goal was definitely the hero's sword, and when Mr. Marpink came, the hero's sword wasn't in the forest. So I think they were given different objectives, those who aim for the hero's sword and the hero, and those who aim for something that was originally in this forest. We have a lot of enemies. There's so much to think about. It was at that time I thought I heard a thud, and then, there it was, outside the window. You don't have to stick so close. The bird, it was sticking itself flat against the window and peering at us, so you could see its feathers pressed flat against the glass. It always seemed to appear at odd times. Oh, could it be that the reason this bird wanted to strengthen the barrier was because the hero's sword was coming? When a hole was opened in the barrier, I asked the bird, "Is this why you turned me into a spirit?" At the time, the bird tilted its head slightly while running away, making a slightly annoying and stupid reaction. But wait, maybe it really was no. Then, what is there in this forest? Chapter 3, Advice for Happiness. Advice for Surrender. I asked the bird, "Is there something in this forest?" Then the bird puffed out its chest and cried out, "Chirp, chirp." Yep, I see. That's right. There is the great you in this forest. I don't understand. Our interaction with Gashado Kuro and the others went better. Yep, communicating with this bird is difficult. The skeletal models can't write, but they can draw pictures and do their best to communicate with us. But this bird is such a bird, so they are acting like birds. Very bird-like. I asked the bird all sorts of things, but all I realized was, the bird is being bird-like. Well, they do not when I ask them if there are other reasons why this forest is being targeted besides the hero's sword. But when it comes to asking them what those reasons are, it's just so difficult to get them to talk. I don't even know how to ask the right questions, and the bird isn't being very cooperative. It's so fluffy. I understand that you're tired and want to give up. But don't bury yourself in the bird. But the bird is warm. Winter is approaching and it's getting cold. So being buried in the bird's feathers feels good. Warm, fluffy, sleepy. Hey, bird, don't put Tugo to sleep. Tugo, wake up too. If you fall asleep now, you won't be able to sleep tonight. I tried to go to sleep buried under the bird, but Ms. Croix pulled me back out. Ugh. Oh, my goodness. You've become so brazen that you even try to sleep with Tugo. Brazen. I see. They've gotten brazen. That's not good. I feel like I'm like this bird. I glanced up at the bird, and it chirped contentedly. I see. It seems happy when I resemble it, but I'm not really happy about it. This guy's a little annoying after all. I'll try my best not to resemble it too much. There didn't seem to be any useful information to be gained from the bird, so I decided to give up. Maybe the fact that the bird kept sticking to the window was just a whim. For now, what we have to do hasn't changed much. Defense. Defense. Well, I don't think there's much to be worried about in terms of defense in this town anyway. So, let's worry about things that should matter more than the bird. First, let's focus on defense. As I thought, defense. If this town is being targeted, we have to be able to protect ourselves properly. Ideally, we wouldn't have to do this, but we must be intolerant of intolerance. In addition, it's better to be prepared so that we can always be intolerant of intolerance. Yep, I know. Yep, but I think our fighting power has increased quite a bit. That's right. But I think we're pretty prepared. After all, there are more of us. Because the Bone Knight Order was formed. Yep, the Bone Knight Order was formed. With Gashado Kuro as the leader, a total of 30 skeletal models formed a lively Knight Order. It's quite an amazing view. Oh, and also, this turned a little whiter after I washed it. Then I take out a fluffy charcoal gray one. This is the black mist that used to be a living dress. Or rather, it was a former black mist. Now it's a charcoal gray mist. I never thought it would actually turn white. The black mist that was black became a little white after I washed it last night. At first, I tried washing it with water, but it seemed to dislike the cold water, so I washed it in the bath with me while I was taking a bath. It seems that the black mist really liked the bath. It soaked in the warm bathtub, folded a jellyfish out of a towel and played with it, and then obediently let me scrub it clean. And then, after a good massage in the bath, my hair was warm and fluffy, and when I got out of the bath, it had turned a little white. Yep. Now it's charcoal gray. Also, if I feed them white things, will they turn white? Like milk or something? Is this thing really such a simple creature? If I fed it things like milk and cream, wouldn't it turn a little paler? I don't think so. Maybe not. Somehow, just being with you makes it feel like their fluffy whiteness is spreading. What a coincidence. I think so too. So, what you're saying is that I should give him a bath every day? Yeah. Okay. Then I'll give him a bath tonight and wash him thoroughly. Maybe if I wash him repeatedly, even the dirt that's set in will come off. And so, we spent a few days in peace. Naturally, the monsters didn't attack, and neither did the humans. Also, I tried to decorate the town and improve its defensive capabilities at the same time by embedding tiles with magical seals outside the gate. I kind of like it. So, as we spent a few days in peace, I also took the opportunity to introduce the Bone Knights to the people of the forest village, explaining to them that they were our allies. The people of the forest were surprised by the appearance of the skeletons, but as they saw that the skeletons listened to me and that the fairies were rather friendly with them, they gradually became accustomed to them. Yep, surprisingly, the fairies were happy with the skeletons. Apparently, the latest fad for fairies is to crawl into the ribs of bones. It's true that human-sized bones might be like athletic course for fairies, but it may have been Princess Raj who enjoyed these days the most. Somehow, every day is so refreshing. Princess Raj said this with a smile as she cleaned the small shrine where she would leave offerings for us today. There are no quarrels, no plots, no one being manipulated for someone else's pride or profit. It's so peaceful. Indeed, there is a strange absence of such things in this town. Perhaps it's because the fairies chose these people. That's why this town is so peaceful. Probably. It's much more peaceful than the royal castle. And when I say hello, everyone says hello back. It's just nothing special, like good morning, it's a nice day today, or Miss Julia, I've got lots of potatoes to share today, so I'm going to go and give some away. That makes me really happy. I wonder if people won't even respond if they say hello in the royal castle? That sounds a little scary. When I asked her, Princess Raj burst out laughing. No, they do reply. It's just that the greetings are not just greetings, but there is also a lot of subterfuge, trying to figure out what someone is thinking, every time they say hello. That's unpleasant. I'm just a tool for a political marriage. There are so many people trying to curry favor with me, so even a simple greeting is, you could say, quite unnerving. I don't like that. I see. Being a princess is tough. Being introduced as a tool for a political marriage would be really unpleasant. So right now, I'm feeling very, well, peaceful. I know it's a bit rude of me to say this after coming all the way here. I don't think it's a problem. If this is a good place for you, I'm happy to. There's no need to feel rude. If this is a happy time for Princess Raj, then I'm happy to. Lord Tugo, you're truly a mysterious person. When I was feeling happy, Princess Raj suddenly said something like that. Huh. How strange. You're really good at getting into people's hearts. Before you know it, you've already gotten in, and yet, I don't feel bad about it. I see. I'm good at getting inside people's hearts, I guess. I don't think so myself. I think I'm rather bad at interacting with people. This town is also a mysterious one. There are knights riding magical beasts, fairies flying about, and even bone monsters, and yet, it's truly strange that there are no conflicts. I suppose it's because of Lord Tugo's personality. The bone knights are where Princess Raj is looking. Right now, they are being used as children's toys. They are being stuffed with flowers in the gaps between their ribs. I really haven't done anything. As for the conflicts, well, I think it's because everyone is making an effort. They allow weird people to exist, for better or worse. That's the only kind of people who exist in this town. I don't want people to take credit for things I haven't done, so I make sure to explain that clearly. Maybe I'm just walking around advertising that there are weird people out here. Yep, the people in this town are very generous, so when they see me, they think, oh, so there are people like that too. Well, it's okay if there are even more weird people out there. I think that to the people of this town, I, who just draws pictures, probably seem like a strange person. At least in my previous world, I was a strange person. In my world, the existence of such strange people was not allowed, so when I came to this world, I thought that everyone here had a very open mind. So, the only thing I'm doing is being a representative of weird people. It's the people of the town who accept me for it. I'm just introducing them to people like me. I don't think I'm explaining it very well, but I don't have any more vocabulary, so I'll give up here. If I had to say, maybe birds of a feather flock together. Probably. I'm just here. People just gather here. After that, it's up to each person's own efforts. The reason this town is a good town is because of each person's own efforts. Yep. You truly are a mysterious person. Yep. Princess Raj was giggling. But, am I mysterious? Am I strange? And so, today, the bird and I are eating the snack that was offered to us. Today's offering is a simple carrot cake, freshly baked bread, and cheese. It feels good to sit on the edge of the wall and eat it while looking off into the distance. It's getting cold outside, but even on those days, it's not so cold when I'm half buried in the bird and we're close together. We have to keep a close eye on the barrier, don't we? I'll be careful too, but if you notice anything, please let me know. When I talk to the bird, it chirps cheerfully. I'm worried because I don't know if this means I understand or the bread is delicious, but this bird loves this forest. That's for sure. That's why I think they made me a spirit to protect this forest. So, I'm sure I can count on them in an emergency. The only problem is, when is that emergency? Hey, Tugo. Just then, Faye came flying in. It seems he's riding Red Dragon today. Well, dragons are the fastest, after all. Faye seems a bit anxious. Did something happen to make him anxious? Tugo. Look at this. Faye landed effortlessly on the wall and showed me a piece of paper. It was written in beautiful characters on a rather thick, impressive piece of paper. What? You are suspected of kidnapping the third princess, Princess Raj. What? That's a false accusation. Section. This is bad. I gathered everyone together and began a strategy meeting. Then, after reading the letter, Lockles simply said, "This is bad." Lockles, who is usually more talkative than this, said only a few words, and his expression showed the seriousness of the situation. "Brother Tugo, are you going to be arrested? I might get arrested." And looks like she's about to cry, but I feel the same way. "If you get put in jail, Tugo, I'll visit you every day to bring you food." Carnlia's positive attitude is quite touching. Yes, the letter that Faye received simply said, "There is a possibility that Tugo Uazora, the Red Guard family's painter, has kidnapped the third princess, Raj. A military force will be dispatched from the royal capital, so please cooperate in the arrest of the suspect." Faye, how are your father and brother? We're working on a plan. For now, we're just buying time by saying that we'll be ready to move the soldiers at any time. Leave the time buying to me. My dad's the best at making excuses in the whole country. I see. That's very reliable, I guess. Yep. Well, I'm always grateful for your help. Damn it. Why did it have to be Tugo? They've put the blame on me at the most inconvenient time. I could understand it if it was me. Oh, well, I wonder if the person who broke off his engagement to Princess Raj would kidnap her. When Ms. Croix said that, Faye groaned and looked up to the sky as he remembered the awkward situation. Yep, it's true. It's a bit strange to turn down an engagement and then kidnap someone. Well, if you think about it normally, I think they must have had some idea of where Princess Raj was going, and then they went for the most unpleasant target of all. Seeing Faye like that, Miss Croix sighed. Well, if they come to this town, they can see that Tugo has become the town's leader, and everyone knows that Tugo is favored by the Red Guard family. As the royal family that has ulterior motives for the Red Guard family, it's only natural that they would target Tugo. I see. I'm like the leader of the most developed town in Red Guard territory, so attacking me would be an attack on the Red Guard family. So, Faye, you like me? That's right. You are my favorite, you idiot. I see. I guess he likes me. I feel a bit embarrassed. Come on, Tugo. The right time, stop smiling. Oh, it was showing on my face. Not good. I need to tighten up my expression. So, what should we do now? If we don't release Tugo, they'll probably storm into the forest village saying they're there to secure a suspect. Or maybe they're just trying to get the soldiers to raid the forest village. Why do they want to raid the town? I don't understand that feeling. And yet, they won't leave us alone. So, we can't just leave the royal family alone either. But on the other hand, we can't fight them either. We can't use the Red Guard soldiers, because that would mean the Red Guard family is rebelling against the royal family. So, what about the Bone Knight Order? If you use them, you'll be accused of conspiring with the demons, and you might end up being burned on the stake. Ah, I see. That's true. Gasha is cute once you get used to them, but it might be hard for people outside of this town to accept them. Yep, the skeletal models. Well, I have a feeling they'll be unpopular in the royal family. That's why they can't be shown in public. In that case, the Forest Knights. We don't care what happens to us, but if we do something, it will mean that this town is rebelling against the royal family. This side is no good either. The Forest Knights are the knights of this town. So, if they rebel against the royal family, the town itself will be seen as rebelling against the royal family, and that will give the royal family an excuse to attack the town. Seriously, what should I do about this? So, am I going to jail after all? No, Tugo. I won't let that happen. You'll never end up in jail. Yep. I feel a little relieved. I feel bad for feeling relieved. You shouldn't think you'll be able to come out of prison safely. They're much crueler than us. Even with a boy, they won't hesitate to torture him. I hate pain. Yep. I don't want to end up in jail if possible. Brother Tugo, Please don't get caught. Please. Yeah, I don't want to get caught if possible, so I'll do my best not to get caught. When I answered, Ange looked relieved and said, I'm glad. It's nice to know that there are people who make me feel at ease like this. But what should we do? We can't resist. We can't just surrender to go. So, as we were worrying about what to do, the Princess Raj stood up with a quiet thump. I'll go out and talk to them. Then, Princess Raj said so with a pale face. This is all my fault. I ran away here, and that's why things have turned out like this. Even though Princess Raj says that, I think that the king probably wanted to do something about this town in the first place. Whether or not Princess Raj came running here wouldn't have made any difference. Yep. Well, it's true that Princess Rajwood was a good excuse. But don't worry about it. Sooner or later, it would have happened anyway. We can make up any excuse we need if we try hard enough. But, besides, I don't think anything will change even if you leave. They'll probably say that you were kidnapped and held captive by Tugo Uazora, no matter what you say. And even if you don't return the hero's sword to the royal family, this town will become the target of an investigation by the royal family anyway. Yep, that's right. It's not just about Princess Raj, but also about the hero's sword. I think the royal family is after it, and anyway, this town will probably be targeted by the royal family. So, that's out of the question too. We can't resist, but we can't let them have Tugo. And I won't let them have Princess Raj or the hero's sword either. The sword, the princess, Tugo, they're all mine. Faye, who says this with such conviction, is so cool. Faye is always cool, but I think he's coolest when he's fighting like this. Is that allowed? In the midst of all this, Princess Raj let out a sigh. There is no need to probe each other's intentions here, and there are no needless conflicts. Everyone is trying to live in peace under the blessing of the Lord's Spirit, and peace is being maintained. Is it okay for me to be here in such a beautiful place? I, who only bring disaster to this beautiful world. It's fine. Whether Princess Raj is here or not, this forest seems to be being targeted. Even so, if I'm not here, won't it be possible to reduce the enemy's strength? If we're going to fight them off anyway, wouldn't it be easier to do it together? Faye and I replied, but Princess Raj's expression didn't brighten. If I appear before my father, he will have no choice but to back down for once. He can't openly attack with me visible. In the meantime, if you could hide deep in the forest, and somehow deliver the hero's sword into the hands of a true hero. Even then, it won't work. Princess Raj will have to return one way or another. Even if they can't do anything openly, you never know what they might do behind the scenes, do you? When Faye asked that, Princess Raj's expression became even more troubled. Why do you all say such things? This time, it was my fault. It was a disaster that was brought on by me. So why are you all protecting me? If I hadn't come, none of this would have happened. It's true, maybe she's right. Maybe there's no need to protect Princess Raj. But when I think about whether or not Princess Raj is to blame for what happened this time, I don't think so, and I feel that if she hadn't come here, things would have been even worse, and we would still be unaware of the danger that the forest is approaching. Besides, even if you leave aside that kind of logic, I definitely don't want to hand her over. I thought maybe this was the place for you. Seeing her looking so happy in that forest village made me happy too. My place. Princess Raj was dumbfounded, but then she started to smile wryly. It's true that it's so comfortable here. I almost forget where I really belong. The place where you really belong. Looking at Princess Raj, I somehow thought to myself that perhaps teacher felt the same way at that time. I wonder if teacher who told me, there are places like this, and people who are weird like me, when I was living in a small world, felt the same way. I'm glad I was able to think this way, too. Well, where do you think your place is? In the castle. Maybe this place isn't for you. I don't think you need to tie yourself down to a place that isn't comfortable for you. I have a feeling that you are suited to being here, without getting into the various scheming and weighing. It's not like you'll benefit from being here or anything like that. I genuinely think that this place is suited to you. And so, if that's the case, I thought that as one of the people here, I should tell you that. Princess Raj is also left speechless, or rather, everyone is left speechless. Was it too abrupt? But I want to make sure that I convey the fact that there is definitely something that remains even if you take away all the logic. It is just tiring to try so hard in an uncomfortable place. Nothing will come of it. So, it's better to be in a place where things will become better even if you don't work yourself to exhaustion. The people here can do that. I hold Princess Raj's hand. If you're going to try your best anyway, I don't want you to try and fight the king alone. I want you to try your best here, together with us. Princess Raj seemed to be hesitating. She seemed very unsure whether she should hold back the hand that was holding hers. Then, suddenly, a hand reached out from the side. Hey! While Princess Raj was still surprised, Faye grabbed my hand back from above Princess Raj's hand. In other words, Faye's hand made Princess Raj hold my hand. Princess Raj was suddenly enveloped in Faye's hands and then ended up holding my hand. She looked speechless, but when I said, "You are welcome here," she finally smiled. Yes, if I am permitted here, if I'm allowed to stay here, I'll do my best, no matter how much. So, please, let's be together. Yes, together. This time, without the help of Faye's hand, Princess Raj held my hand of her own volition. Her hand, which was thinner and softer than mine, wrapped around mine. It felt warm, and I was happy. The forest village has gained another resident. Welcome home. So, what should we do? After a while, Faye, with a slightly distant look in his eyes, broke the silence. Well, I said a lot of things, but in the end, I haven't come up with any solutions. Yep, that's right. Back to the main topic. Well then, let's fight. Let's fight them all. Lady Kanlia, please calm down. There are more peaceful ways to resolve this. Kanlia quite extreme. Yep. A fight to the end is a bit. That's fine. I don't want Tugo to be taken away. If that's the case, then it would be better if the royal soldiers were captured. But it would be a shame for them to be put in a cold prison. So I'll make it a prison with a marshmallow floor and candy bars. Oh, thank goodness. Kanlia is extreme, but she's a fluffy extremist. I see. A prison with a marshmallow floor. Yep. It looks kind of soft and nice. Hey, Tugo, can't we turn the whole area around the town into the river or something? We could use that for defense. Well, if we get the Ryu to help us, we could do it. But if we did that, it would cause a lot of trouble for the people in Forest Village. Canals are not that easy to build, and they can't be removed that easily. Well, I suppose they could be good for defense, but no good. I can't think of anything. If we fight, it could turn into all-out war, and if that happens, Redguard territory will become the most unstable place in the country, and that's not something even Master Faye and the others would want. Yep, that's why it's difficult. We can't fight them, but we can't give up Tugo either. Is there any other solution besides giving up Tugo without fighting? But the other side might be aiming to cause damage to Redguard territory, so there's no way they'll back down and agree to talk. Threaten them with the skeletons? Hey, won't that just make us a target for extermination? In a town full of bones, Tugo walking around with them is suspicious no matter how you look at it. Big brother, Brother Tugo is not suspicious. That's because both Ange and I know that Tugo is just a weirdo. To someone who doesn't know him, he might as well be the Demon King or something. I see. It would be troublesome if people mistook me for the Demon King. So I'll stop. Wait. Isn't that good? Hey, Tugo, have you come up with another strange idea again? That's rude. It's not weird. I think it's a great idea. I'm going to become the Demon King. And I'm sorry to the king, but I'm going to scare them a bit and chase them home. After that, Faye or Locals, someone else will act as the hero. Then, the hero will defeat me and that will be the end of it. The king will see that and then go home. How's that? That's everyone started thinking about it. Yes, I want you to think about it. I think it's not so bad. That's someone who would definitely be noticed by the royal family, right? Well, you too, but also the person who plays the hero. Ah, I see. Yes, that's right. The king didn't want the hero to defeat the Demon King and gain power. So, if they did that, it would end up causing a lot of trouble for whoever was playing the hero. Well then I'm going to be the Demon King. Then you'll just become a target for extermination. First of all, what will you do after you become the Demon King? After you are defeated, you will never be able to go out into town again. Ah, I see. It didn't work. My opinion didn't work right away. No, I think it's a good idea. But then, Miss Croix said and smiled, pointing to Princess Raj. If the king doesn't want to produce a hero because he is so afraid of a powerful person being born outside the royal family, then Princess Raj can become the hero. Emmy, that's a great idea. You foo, right? Yeah, a good idea. Very good idea. Great idea. That's right. Princess Raj is a member of the royal family who is on our side. So, if Princess Raj is happy, we'll be happy too, and I don't think the royal family will mind too much. Well, I can't even use the hero's sword. Oh, in that case, I wonder if we should just make an elaborate fake. So, Tugo, could you please paint her a sword that looks like the hero's sword? I see. In that case, I have to start making the props right away. Just to confirm, Princess Raj can't use the real hero's sword, can she? When I asked her to try, Princess Raj nodded apologetically. Yes. With my level of magical power, it's completely impossible. To begin with, it seems I don't have the aptitude for light magic. The aptitude for light magic. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen light magic before. Faye can use a little fire magic, Locklers can use a little lightning magic, Ms. Croix can use wind and charm magic, and Lian can use ice magic. I've never seen Leela use magic, and I don't really know Kania's magic either. What kind of magic are you good at, Sister Raj? And when Anj asked Princess Raj, me? Well, I'm good at, well, dark magic. Princess Raj replied yes. I see. Dark magic. So, if I had to choose, that'd be closer to the Demon King? Well, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Yep. I want to somehow make the hero's sword take physical form. I can't draw it without seeing it. Well, I'm going to make the hero's sword for Princess Raj, but I still want to see the real thing at least once, right? I see. If that's the case, Lord Tugo, please go ahead. Saying this, Princess Raj handed me the hero's sword. Well, as the Lord well, I think if someone has as much magical power as Lord Tugo, they might be able to use the hero's sword. I'm not a spirit, but yeah. Well, if I just want to try it out. Yep. I'm not a spirit, though. So, I gave it a try. Feeling a bit nervous and afraid, I gently grasped the hilt of the sword. Nothing in particular. Try squeezing it a little harder. As fate told me to. I tried squeezing it a little harder, but there was still no change. Maybe you still have the sealing tool on? Oh, that's right. In a panic, I take off the seal. Then I feel a sense of freedom, as if I had stretched my body as far as I could, and I feel a little refreshed. This is the feeling. Okay, here we go. I grasped the hero's sword once more. This time, I just held it gently and it responded. I felt a pulsing sensation in my hand, and then my hand started to feel hot. Also, my body started to feel itchy. This is the same feeling I had when I first started practicing controlling my magic. So, I guess I don't really understand how to channel magic. So the magic is just going round and round inside my body, and that's why I'm feeling itchy now. I guessed as much and tried to channel the magic, and I definitely felt a response. At the edge of the itchiness, a part of my magical power is being channeled through my hand and into the hero's sword. It's the same as when I turned on the magical power lamp Faye gave me to control my magical power. I gripped the sword's handle tightly, and then I focused on channeling my magical power. And then, a light came on, and the room brightened. The light that extended from the hilt of the sword gradually took shape, and then, woo, Faye whistled and laughed heartily. Wow, that's amazing. That is very Tugo-like, isn't it? It's fine, really. Instead of a sword, a brush of light appeared. This is amazing. So cool. Light is also a painting material for you. Ha, I'm not even jealous. I used the hero's sword, or rather the hero's brush, to paint. This is a lot of fun. When I gently stroke with the tip of the brush made of light, It contains a lot of light as the color at the paint. If I use that brush, I can even draw pictures in the air. The painting is flying through the air. There's no canvas or anything. You can draw directly in the air. I draw fruit in the air for Ange and Leanne. The light blurs and spreads, and I am able to produce fruit right in front of their eyes. It's like I can draw with light paint when I use this brush. I can change into different colored lights in the air and draw pictures with them. It's quite the new sensation. So, Tugo, I just realized something amazing. Yep. Meanwhile, Faye had a serious look on his face and said, "This isn't a good reference for the hero's sword, is it?" "Oh right. This is tricky. I can use the hero's sword, but when I use it, it turns into a brush instead of a sword. This is a problem. This is no use. I want to make a prop that looks as good as possible." "Ah, but Tugo, I think you could just draw the blade of the light sword with this light paint." "Yep. It may not be useful as a reference, but it's an excellent drawing tool." "That's so like you, including that part." "Yep, I think so too. I wonder if this would be useless for anyone other than me? I probably don't have enough magic." "I see. So that means I have to ask someone with a lot of magical power to pull out their sword and show it to me." Faye. "I'm confident that I have the least amount of magical power among us." "I see. That's right. Faye has little magical power, and he is sensitive about it." "Yep." "Locals. I'm not as bad as Faye, but we're pretty similar." "Oh, I see. I was thinking that if I was going to be a hero, it would be nice to be one of these two." I wanted to draw a picture of a hero while I was looking at the sword designs. "Well, if that's the case, I guess there's nothing I can do. You know, Tugo, there aren't many people with as much magical power as you." I was feeling a bit disappointed, so Leela told me that. "And you, it seems like your magical power has increased since I first saw you." "It increased? Did I do something to increase my magical power?" "Ah, that makes sense, I guess." As I was wondering, Faye nodded and said that, "It's about me, but I have no idea what it is." "But Faye does." "I don't know why." "I mean, you know, you eat offerings every day." Yep, I was eating them. I've been doing things that increase my magical power." "How can you eat the people's prayers every day and not increase your magical power?" "I see. If I eat the offerings, my magical powers will increase. Does that mean I'll become more and more distant from humanity? But I feel bad about throwing away the offerings." "Oh?" "There's someone outside." When I was feeling a little down, Kanlia ran to the window and opened it with a bam. And from there, a fluffy head poked in, chirping along. "Oh, I found someone who looks like they can use the hero's sword." "If it's this bird, it's getting an offering with me, and it should have a lot of magic power." "Yes, that's right. Let's ask the bird to wield the hero's sword." I explained the situation and asked the bird, "Will you do it?" The bird nodded, and I excitedly let the bird put the hero's sword in its mouth. The bird tilted its head a little and put the hero's sword in its mouth. Then it shut its eyes and ruffled its feathers. This increased the bird's size by about 1.2 times, and as the bird fluffs and shook like that, the hero's sword shines. And it's a flower sword. It's a flower sword. When the hero's sword was placed in the bird's mouth, a beautifully crafted sword emerged. The design is decorated with vines and flowers, and it is dignified, delicate, and beautiful, which is somehow not suited to this bird. "Wow, that's impressive." "I see." "So that's what the sword looks like." As Faye looked at it, the bird arched its back and showed off its sword. Since it was holding the sword in its mouth, it didn't make a chirp. I guess the shape it takes varies depending on the wielder. As Ms. Croix says this, she gently touches the blade of the sword held in the bird's mouth. Tracing the floral design with her fingertips, Ms. Croix murmurs, "I wonder what shape the hero's sword would have if I could use it." Yep. I'm a bit curious too, but with Ms. Croix, I think it would end up being a delicately crafted, slender sword. Yep. While everyone was talking about what kind of blade they would make if it were them, Locals was the only one with a serious look on his face. I asked him what was wrong. "Even a bird can take the shape of a sword, so I wonder why Tugo is only capable of making it in the shape of a brush." So mean. At any rate, I've got one reference example of the hero's sword, so I'm going to try my best to use it as a guide. Making props is fun, so it's not hard at all. By the way, Tugo, you know, being the hero's sword is great, but you also need to think about playing the role of the Demon King, you know? Oh, that's right. I completely forgot. The Demon King. Huh? The Demon King also needs reference materials. I guess that's no good. So, well, worst case scenario. You don't have to be the Demon King. If you want, you can just say that you and Princess Raj were kidnapped by the Demon King, or something appropriate like that. I wonder if that's okay. It's fine. The royal army is just going to be scared, right? They won't be able to enter the town anyway, so it's fine. I see. So, it's fine. Well, I mean, it's not so much that my job is to be out in the open, but rather to cause a natural disaster or something so that the royal army can't get into the forest village. Okay, that's it. So, I should ride Ryan, wear charcoal gray fluffy clothes and paint pictures. I mean, it's pretty obvious that this is the work of the spirit. Is that okay? Well, is it okay? At any rate, I take the charcoal gray fluffy out of the jewel. As soon as it came out, it immediately wrapped itself around my neck and rubbed up against me. They are so cute, aren't they? When I asked Fluffy to become clothes, they immediately changed their shape and went from a collar to a coat. It's excellent. Like this. Oh, I guess wearing that makes me look a bit like a Demon King. I guess it does look like a Demon King, but it's a bit too fluffy. I think it's fine if it looks like it from a distance. I'm going to be defeated by Princess Raj after all, right? I asked Princess Raj, and she was groaning, deeply troubled. After we defeat the Demon King, we have to prove Lord Tugo's innocence. So, well, maybe we should just say that it was the Demon King who kidnapped you, and that Tugo is completely innocent. I don't think the royal family really thought that Tugo kidnapped you, and there's no way there's any evidence. History and facts are written by the victors, but wouldn't it be less inconvenient for us if you said that I left of my own volition? I wasn't kidnapped. I left the castle of my own volition and came here of my own accord. There's no need to worry too much about that. If that's the case, then let's just say that the spirits have spoken to you. That's right. That might be better. Princess Raj is currently in a strategy meeting with Ms. Croix. Ms. Croix is a talented costumer, so I think we should rely on her to the fullest. After all, she made me look like a spirit, too. That's right. Then we can loudly proclaim Tugo's innocence. But in return, you'll have to take the brunt of the attack once again after we defeat the Demon King. That's exactly what I want. I want to stay here. For that reason, I don't mind even going back to the royal castle. Princess Raj's expression is bright. The slightly lonely smile she had until recently is no longer there. It seems like she's decided to stay here and she's going to work hard for it. That makes me happy. In that case, let's change the plot so that you defeat the Demon King in the first place. If you're the hero for now, there doesn't have to be a Demon King. It would be a problem if the real Demon King came out. So, Lord Tugo will be taking on the role of a monster, not the Demon King. That's right. A low-ranking monster would lack the presence and sense of danger, so I think it would be better to make them a direct subordinate of the Demon King, or the leader of a heretic cult that wishes for the Demon King's resurrection, or something like that. Or maybe he could be a member of some criminal organization, to keep Lord Tugo from being exposed to the line of fire. I feel like my ranking is dropping more and more. Something's not right. So, Tugo, you don't have to show yourself. I'll set it up so that only the Demon King's magic was attacking Princess Raj. You just draw a picture of the natural disaster. In the end, the story will be about Tugo Yuzora, who was about to be kidnapped by the Demon King, and Raj, the brave hero, rescuing you. My father will likely be more preoccupied with the fact that a hero has been born than with Lord Tugo or the Redguard family. Regarding Lord Tugo, we will claim that the information has become mixed up. Lord Tugo didn't kidnap me. He was the one kidnapped. Since he's the head of the town where the spirits reside, I'm sure we could come up with some other explanation, like he was kidnapped by demons and was going to be used to draw out the power of the spirits. Right? Let's go with that. Tugo, You're a bit too fluffy to play the role of a demon king. Yep. Well, I was a little bit fired up, but yep. No, it's fine. It's fine. Even if I go from playing the demon king to playing the kidnapped victim. Tugo is playing the role of the princess. It's a given that the princess will be the one who gets kidnapped. Brother Tugo, you will be the princess. Well, then, I'll let you borrow my ribbon. It's fluffy and looks like a princess's ribbon. But the role of a princess is a bit. Don't look at me like that. I could play the role of the demon king, or one of his subordinates, or even a member of a criminal organization, or even just a sound engineer or special effects. But, a princess. I don't want to be a princess. Section. I was chosen to play the part of a poor villager who was almost kidnapped by the demon king's lackey in order to lure out the spirit of the forest. I have to admit that I was a little disappointed when I found out it wasn't the demon king. I was a little disappointed because I was really getting into it. Well, no, it's not like I wanted to become the demon king or anything. But now I'm just relieved because I was about to be made into an innocent-looking princess by Carnlia and Ange. I've had enough of being a princess. I'm a guy, after all. I've been called fluffy, soft and floaty enough, but I don't want to be a princess. And so, the preparations proceed. Since I'm just working behind the scenes, I decided to wear the charcoal gray fluffy outfit after all. When I had it made into a long coat with a hood, it covered my whole body perfectly, so I didn't stand out. Also, it felt nice against my skin. Also, since I decided to wear this, I was exempted from dressing up as a princess. I'm glad. I almost got a cute bow on me. Then I had to think about the details of the natural disaster. I'll have to make sure that none of the royal army entered the forest village, and I'll also have to make it convincing that Princess Raj is a hero. So I'll have to make it a huge spectacle. A natural disaster, huh? So, it's probably something like cracks in the ground? Yep. I think it would be a good idea to hold back the royal army. We did this with Mr. Marpink. But if the ground suddenly cracks, they'll be stuck. So, a crack in the ground might be a good thing. Well, it's not exactly an original idea, but I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to flood the town by causing a great flood. Even if I ask the dragon, will it be no good? If I ask Raya for a favor like that, my stomach will be in big trouble. But I'll give it a try anyway. Hey, it's not like a natural disaster like that. Can't it be something like a really strong wizard using a really amazing spell? Like, freezing the entire ground, you know? I see. So, you're saying we should show them the extent of our magical power in a way that they can easily understand, and use it as a deterrent? Not a bad idea, Leanne. According to Ms. Groix, boys are better at thinking about things like that. So we've been left to our own devices. In other words, it's just me, Faye, Lockles, Leanne, and Mr. Marson. Meanwhile, the girls were thinking about things like prop design, Princess Raj's costume, and the script. They looked like they were having fun too. Yep. So, I immediately start drawing a picture of a terrible natural disaster. I'll use my usual method of drawing it to a certain extent and then finishing it when I want to use it. Wait, Tugo. Hey, what on earth is that a picture of? When Lockles saw this, he looked shocked. A picture of a terrible natural disaster. Lockles looked worried, but I think it's not bad. You know, Mr. Marson said. I see. It's not bad, as I thought. You're more suited to playing the princess than the demon king. What the hell do you mean? That's disappointing. And so, we have pretty much come up with a system to terrify the royal family. The discussion was a bit difficult, but Mr. Marson was on our side, and most of my ideas were adopted. Thank you. And by that time, the girls' designs were also finished, so I drew them all and materialized them. Well, doesn't it look strange? Nope. It suits you. Princess Raj is spinning restlessly. She has been wearing a long, simple dress since she came to the forest, but now she is wearing a white and silver embroidered dress with a military style. She has also added some meaningful accessories, and if she puts on a pair of long boots and holds a hero's sword in her hand, she will be dressed as a hero who is easy to move around in. This is, my first time dressed like this. It's okay. You look really nice. Oh, by the way, since we're taking the opportunity, Why don't we put your hair up instead of leaving it down? Can you do that? Why yes. If it's just a bun at the back, then we'll lend you Angie's ribbon. I'm sure it's going to look cute. Princess Raj tied her long silver hair into a ponytail and tied Angie's ribbon to secure it. Yeah, she looks like a princess. I'm really glad I didn't have to tie that one for me and for the ribbon. Hey everyone, we need to check our progress. Are you ready? Faye came over. Faye had been busy meeting with his father and the others to discuss various things, so I'm sure it was hard for him to be running back and forth. Thank you. Do you think that plan will work? Yeah. My dad was really happy about it. Anyway, our soldiers are going to be busy dealing with the natural disasters happening around the town before they can search for Tugo Uzora, so I'll leave it to you. Lord Faye's father is really a master of excuses. I've seen a lot of nobles, but is lordship the best of the best? If Leela says so, Faye's father must really be an amazing person. So let's get started. Tugo, we are counting on you. Yep, I'll do my best. So, the clash between the slightly flashy natural disaster, the power of the forest spirit who fights it, and the hero Princess Raj begins. Let's do our best. Things are going to get really tough from now on, but almost all of the work is coming from Tugo. Yep. Well, it can't be helped. I'm a spirit, the monster, and a kidnapped villager all at the same time. I wonder if any of the royal family will be able to know the truth. Ha ha ha. This is going to be fun. I don't think they would have thought that the person they were trying to make the kidnapper was doing most of the work. Probably. So, I spent the night on top of the wall with the burdened Ryu. When the royal army arrives, we'll start things off with a bang, but I want them to see that the forest village in the distance is being hit by disaster. So, we made it rain and thunder in some localized areas and waited. While this was going on, dawn broke and the Red Guard soldiers arrived. Oh, there's the signal. So, seeing that they had made a particularly large fire, I immediately began freezing the ground. Under the morning sky, the earth freezes over in an instant. Countless blades of ice grow everywhere. In the blink of an eye, a fantastic, extraordinary landscape is created. The royal army will be surprised when they see it. But it would be cold in here, so I made igloos for the soldiers of the Red Guard family. I made a fire inside, and also drew pots of warm cocoa as a gift. Then I heard a little cheer. Please warm yourselves up. Oh, of course, I'll have to clean it up when the royal army comes. I waited for another half a day. On the way, I drew some snacks for the soldiers of the Red Guard family and took a short nap. It was already cold enough to be tough to take a nap outdoors, but as long as I was in a sunny spot and the bird was with me, I was fine. I burrowed into the feathers and fell asleep, and the feathers warmed by the sunlight felt even fluffier and warmer than usual. It tickled a little, though, and after I had a little nap, Raya mercilessly woke me up as usual. How mean. And just after I woke up, Raya started to make it rain. The way the dark clouds suddenly gather overhead is quite surreal. Ah, if it weren't for this situation, I would have liked to draw this too. Let's do it when it's peaceful again. Have they arrived? I ask, and Raya nods. I look into the distance, and from afar, the royal army are coming. Stepping on the frozen earth, in the midst of the thunder and rain. Now that I've confirmed that the royal army have arrived, I'll have the soldiers of the Red Guard family fight the Bone Knight Order. By that time, the igloos had been cleverly destroyed and had completely blended into the icy landscape. I wonder if they've hidden the cocoa pots under the snow. I'm sorry for the trouble. Well, it's all happening in the thick of the heavy rain and smoke, so I don't think the royal army, who are watching from a distance, will be able to tell that they're not really fighting the Bone Knights. Even the pots in the snow, too. And then, seeing the members of the royal army approaching, I completed the painting I had prepared. Screams rose from the royal army. Of course, the ground they were walking on had already disappeared. They were unable to cope with the situation that had happened so suddenly, and just sank down. The people following them tried to stop in a panic, but it was too late. I had already finished drawing everything up to where they were. So, all the people from the royal army sank down into the ground that had suddenly turned into marshmallows. Yep, that's true. Marshmallows can't support armored soldiers, carriages, or horses. I didn't want to let them get hurt as much as possible. If anyone was to get hurt, there was always Phoenix Tears. But if I let Phoenix and Carnlia out too much, it would cause trouble for them. Especially since Carnlia is currently a runaway. If she stands out, it will be troublesome. What's more, the royal family may try to take Phoenix away with them due to their desire for military power. So, I thought it would be good to have a natural disaster that doesn't cause any injuries. And I used Carnlia's "Let's Fight Them All" as a reference. An unstable earth and sparkling particles are falling from the sky. Basically, the ground became marshmallow and there was candy falling from the sky. I was sure that this way no one would get hurt. However, as soon as I announced this, Locals and Leanne objected, saying, "Too sweet." Well, marshmallows may be sweet, but I can't think of making something salty. I couldn't think of anything that was salty and soft enough. So, when I argued, Locals said, as expected, "You're not cut out to be the Demon King." I wonder if a Demon King knows a lot of salty things. They're calling you sweet, not the marshmallows. Fluffy, sweet and soft on others. However, the reason this marshmallow ground was chosen was because of Marson's supportive speech. Mr. Marson said, "Marshmallows are apparently easy to control, and best of all, they don't harm the opponent. Besides, wouldn't it be troublesome if they accidentally set them on fire? I believe the royal army has brought many fire magicians with them, with the intention of burning down the forest. In that case, the marshmallow ground would be perfect for stopping them." Tugo's role this time is mainly to buy time until Hero Raj shows up. So, I think it would be good to have something fluffy like that to stall them. When I heard that, I thought, as expected of Locals seniors. Leanne, hearing this, was indignant and said, "Marshmallows aren't scary. You have to scare them, right?" But Mr. Marson responded to this by saying, "I want you to calm down and think about it. Imagine the ground you are standing on suddenly turning into marshmallow. You may be so used to Tugo's ideas that you don't think much about it, but it's still scary enough." In the end, that turned out to be the deciding factor, and the idea of turning the ground into marshmallows was successfully adopted. At the same time, they also accepted my idea of letting candy rain. However, since we needed to scare the opponent, I decided to make the candy into sharp spears that rained down carefully so that they wouldn't hit people. By unifying the concept with sweets, it seems that the strategy was to make people mistake it for a monster with that concept. Other ideas that came up included candy cage, or rain of melted chocolate, but of course, if that was all there was, it would make people think, is the Demon King a confectioner? So we decided to do something a little more proper. So, I froze the ground in an instant. Ice swords growing intermittently, or lightning striking now and then. It's easy to restore it to its original state, so it's fine. Then, I decided to ask Ryu to help us with that thing again. A giant arm made of rain. Apparently, that would be pretty surprising. And since the plot this time seems to be the Demon King's servant versus the forest spirit and the hero Raj, I thought it would be good to have some attacks that are more like those of the forest spirit. It would be great to see a giant water arm sweep away the candy spears and smash the marshmallow ground. Thus, the royal army was completely exposed to the onslaught of strange sweets and was stopped in their tracks. Their bodies were already sinking in the marshmallows, and now candy spears and chocolate rain were falling on them, so they were on the defensive. Some people had tried to use fire magic to intercept and attack, but when they did that, hot molten candy rained down on their allies, worsening the damage to their allies, and the marshmallows supporting them turned into roasted marshmallows, melting and causing them to sink further and further. So it didn't seem to be going very well. It seems that what Mr. Marson said was right. It seems that they brought along a lot of people who use fire magic. On the other hand, the marshmallow seems to be an extremely effective way to slow them down. However, it smells very, very sweet. Yep, it's the smells of roasting marshmallows melting is drifting over here mixed with the rain. Oh, no. Don't eat that. I'll make some roasted marshmallows for you later. The bird is flapping its wings, but it's not snack time yet. In fact, those are not snacks at all. Well, in the first place, can this bird even eat marshmallows? And thus, we succeeded in stalling the royal army. But it turned out that the royal army had made some preparations. They were only supposed to have come to arrest me, but for some reason, a giant fire spirit appeared. A dragon-shaped fire spirit opened its huge mouth and flew towards the forest. But we're prepared for that too. Raya lazily flicked their tail, and the rain falling from the sky gathered together in an instant and turned into a huge, transparent arm of water. The water arm moved in one go and enveloped the flying fire spirit in one go. The best way to fight fire is with water. And then, as the fire spirit let out a high-pitched shriek, Raya seemed to lose interest and released control of the hand. Then, all the water that had been making up the transparent arm suddenly went out of control and rained down right on the royal army. Whoa! Incidentally, the fire spirit became much smaller and fled away squeaking. I hope it finds happiness somewhere far away from the royal army. It seemed that most of the royal army had lost their will to fight. They were shaking deep in marshmallow, frightened but unable to move. Glancing at them from the side, Raya once again manipulated a transparent arm, this time pointing it towards the Red Guard family soldiers. Then, after hiding the soldiers and the Bone Knights from the eyes of the royal army, they collected only the skeletons and quickly carried them away. With this, the withdrawal of the Bone Knights is complete. Thus, the spirit had protected the Red Guard soldiers from the hands of the monsters. As the forest spirit, it's only natural that I would protect the people of Redguard. So there should be no contradiction in this action. As for the royal army, I don't have any fond memories of them, even as the spirit, so I'll let them remain buried in marshmallow ground for now. After toying with the humans with the natural disasters, I launch some attacks from the Demon King's side. I'll try piercing the transparent water arm with the candy spears, or I had the water arm swing and destroy part of the marshmallow ground. I even tried freezing the water arm. I staged a battle between the Demon King and the spirit, and fully conveyed my desire for all humans to leave. And so, at that point, all the scenario about natural disaster spectacle had run their course. Please stop. Although appearing inexperienced, Princess Raj shouts valiantly and flies off on her Pegasus. In her hand was a slender sword that seemed to be made from materialized light, the replica of the hero's sword. You, the Demon King's pawn. Leave this place immediately. This is the sacred forest where the Lord Spirit reside. I will not allow you to do as you please. When I heard what she said, I quickly climbed down from the forest wall. The bird and Raya are still on top of the wall. I'm small compared to them, and since I was buried under the bird, so I should have been almost invisible, so my disappearance wouldn't be noticeable. While I was moving inside the wall with Huu, Princess Raj raised her sword. A bolt of lightning struck, shaking the ground. By the way, this time the lightning was handled by Locklers and Alicorn. Thank you as always. Tugo. We're ready, whenever you are. Thank you very much. I go around the inside of the wall and came out about 100 degrees away from where the royal army had come from. It was a position where the royal army couldn't see what was happening, and here, the forest knights are waiting for me. They are a foundation for the forest's self-governance. And while they would never oppose the royal army, they would naturally wield their swords against any monsters that attack the forest. So that's it. Now, do it. Yes. I'm sorry. Oh, don't mind it. In return, let us have a nice relaxing soak in the hot springs later, Mr. Marson said as he patted my head. Why do people keep patting my head? Do I look that childlike? Then, excuse me. Then I quickly wrapped up several of the forest knights with spider's thread. Ha ha ha. This is amazing. I wonder what a giant spider monster would actually look like. Mr. Marson. Mr. Marson, please cut away the spider's threads. It would be weird if there is no sign of resistance. Okay, I get it. Well then, even though I couldn't use my sword, I'll just rip it apart with my prided muscles. Mr. Marson, you're quite energetic. I'm grateful. I had spider threads strung around the other plaster statues of the forest knights, and they were cut and torn apart. And I also strung spider threads on the ground, and made spider webs, and I did all sorts of other little tricks to make it look like they were fighting monsters, not the ones who were sent by the royal messenger. That's right, they were fighting here, to get me back after I was kidnapped. A particularly loud thunderclap reverberates. It's the signal. Okay, hurry up, Tugo. Oh, yep. Last but not least, me. I quickly materialize a small spider's silk cocoon and fitted myself inside. After that, I'll add more details using magic painting, and then I'll be trapped, bound in the cocoon, covered in tangled silk, tying me up. I was about to be kidnapped by a spider monster. Are you alright? From outside the cocoon, Princess Raj's voice can be heard. That means they are done riding her Pegasus. She arrived here much faster than the royal army, who were buried under the marshmallow ground and pretended to be fighting for a bit. Basically, she called down lightning, as she raised her hero's sword high in the air and shot beams into the sky. I put a magic lamp inside the hero's sword. If I put a high-quality magic stone inside it, it will give off a very strong light, which is useful for effects. In this way, Princess Raj did all sorts of things to buy us some time. And then things started to get noisy outside, and finally, the blade of the sword entered my cocoon. Are you okay? Well, yes. Princess Raj, who had done her best despite being unfamiliar with the task, cut open the cocoon I was in, and completed her mission. Perhaps because she realized this, she lost all her strength and sat down on the spot. Thank you for your hard work. Princess Raj and I, inside the cocoon, were seen by the royal army as I sat limp in front of the open cocoon. What on earth is going on? That crest belongs to the royal army. They've come as reinforcements. As they looked confused, Mr. Marson approached us. Our reinforcements? Naturally. The royal army's side was confused. Was I wrong? That's rude. No, but, if that's the case, why are you here? From what I can see, you guys. Well, it seems like you ran into some kind of trouble. The royal army are all covered in marshmallows and chocolate. You can smell the fierceness of battle. We were attacked by a monster. No, maybe it was a demon. Maybe. But it was the first time I'd ever seen such great power. With that, the members of the royal army trembled again. If they were terrified, then it was a great success. So, what is this all about? Are you a soldier from this town? When one of the royal army's soldiers asked Mr. Marson, he bowed dignifiedly and answered, I'm Marson Neely. I've been tasked as a knight who protects this town. I was fighting a giant spider monster here. A boy from the town was abducted by the monster. The royal army's soldiers were confused by Mr. Marson's answer. It was only natural, as they had probably been told that a boy had kidnapped the princess. The boy was kidnapped by a monster? Yes, he was kidnapped by a monster. It had wrapped him in spider webs and was about to take him back to its nest. We resisted, but as you can see, it was an incredibly strong monster. Mr. Marson talks about the characteristics of the spider monster and how the imaginary battle was fought. It really seems like he fought it. He is truly amazing. But then Princess Raj showed up, and something happened. The monster disappeared like a black mist, and it ran away. But anyway, we were able to rescue Tugo safely. And we were all safe too. Since I was introduced, I bowed my head from inside the cocoon. However, I got a little too excited and tangled myself up, so I still can't move my arms and legs. I'm completely tangled up inside the cocoon. I need someone to free me. Tugo? Yes, that's his name. What is it? The royal army grew nervous when they heard my name. That's right. I'm the one they're planning to capture. That boy. Well, why was he kidnapped? Why would a mere boy who is an artist? I don't know. However, as you may have heard, this town is under the protection of the Lord Spirit. And this boy is like the mayor of the forest village. The monsters must have had some motive for trying to kidnap him. Perhaps the monsters are targeting the Lord Spirit. The royal army is in a state of confusion when Princess Raj intervenes, causing even more chaos. The Lord Spirit seem to be very fond of this town. That is why they are using so much of their power to help develop it. However, it is this kindness of the Lord Spirit that has given birth to the monster's wicked plan to take the people of this town hostage. Princess Raj said this smoothly and without pause or hesitation as she came near me and cut off the spider webs that had entangled my limbs. Thank you. I can finally move now. Poor thing. He was the village leader. So he was targeted by the monsters, likely as a hostage to lure out the Lord's spirit. It was because he was kidnapped that the Lord's spirit was angered and fought against the monsters. And at the same time, they gave me power and a mission. Princess Raj bravely faced the royal army gaze and gazed upon them. It was at that moment that I realized for the first time that Princess Raj was really a princess. She was someone who was in a position of authority over others. She stood there without any fear, facing the soldiers. And it was truly admirable. I met the Lord's Spirit. I came to this town of my own accord, and just a moment ago, the Lord's Spirit bestowed upon me power and a mission, and so I fought. There are many things I must tell His Majesty. My father. Where is His Majesty? The royal army looked at us confused. However, I had no intention of running away, and I had no hostility towards them. Perhaps they understood that, as they all nodded to each other and said the following: I understand, Your Highness. In that case, we will ask His Majesty the King if he may come here. His Majesty will need to hear the details from everyone here, so please stay here. Yes, at least it looks like I won't be arrested and tortured right away. But, however, at that moment, the Royal Army's soldier said with a slightly troubled look on his face, We'd like to rent an inn or a house in this town. His Majesty was riding in the carriage, but due to the disaster earlier, his clothes were disheveled. Yep. Of course, the king was there too. So, King, are you covered in chocolate and marshmallows right now? Yep. I wonder if it's okay to feel a little happy. This kind of thing is still a mean scheme. But, just a little. We did it. Section. I should have used cotton candy instead of spider webs. While the king was enjoying the hot spring and resting in his room at the inn, I decided to take a bath and get changed as well. However, spider silk is tangled up in my hair and wouldn't come off. They stick to my clothes and hair and are difficult to remove. If I'd known this would happen, I should have used cotton candy instead of spider webs. To go, wrapped up in cotton candy and unable to move. There would be no tension at all. Oh, that's right. Well, I'm glad I chose the spider's silk, but this is not coming off easily. Why don't you just give up and get a good scrubbing like His Majesty the King does? Shall I scrub you? No thanks. Leela helping me wash up. Did you forget our genders? Giving me a scrubbing? Well, I don't think that's a good idea. Leela is a girl, after all. I know, I'm a woman, but you're a spirit, right? I'm only half joking. You're half joking, but what about the other half? If you think you'll be treated like a man, you're very much mistaken, especially with how fully you are. That's very harsh. Also, when I saw you trying so hard to get the spider webs out of your hair, you just looked. I looked at Leela feeling a little hurt, and she said with a serious look on her face, It's sort of nice. What? Since it seems that the king took quite some time to get ready, we decided to wait in the barracks of the forest knights. There, I decided to take a nice, long bath to wash off the cobwebs. No, not with Leela, but the charcoal grey fluff. When I asked, they willingly accepted. I think, after all, this mist is just fluffily floating about, so it doesn't have any facial expressions, but they were bouncing around, so I think they were happy. I also put the charcoal grey fluffy in the bath, washed it thoroughly, and warmed our bodies before getting out. Then the charcoal grey fluff became less dark as when it changed from being a dark grey fluff. It's getting whiter and whiter. That's good. Good fluff. So, I completely refreshed myself, changed my clothes, took a nap, and waited. And finally, in the evening, they called, His Majesty the King awaits. It seems that the Royal Army's soldiers had cleaned off the marshmallows, candies, and chocolates that had gotten stuck on their body and armor, and they were looking put together. However, they had a faint sweet smell. It was a delicious scent. Follow me. Yes. So, we head off to the inn where the king was waiting. Well, the inn isn't the king's or anything, so going there feels a bit strange. But is it okay? When we arrived, we were somewhat separated. It seems that the Royal Army's soldiers will be in charge of hearing the details from the forest knights. Faye is with his father and others who seem to be magicians, and then I was led to another room, alone. Enter. Excuse me. Urged by the soldier, I gave my greetings and entered the room, where Princess Raj and a middle-aged man with a magnificent beard were waiting for me. I see. He is the king. Are you Tugo Uazora? The king looked at me suspiciously, as if I was something strange. I'm not suspicious at all. Yes, I'm Uazora Tugo. Are you the king? Indeed, I am King Frissa Orphan Ears. I see. It seems my prediction was correct. Well, it's true. The most important-looking person sitting in the chair in the middle of the room is the king. Yep. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. First of all, you are a suspect in the kidnapping of my daughter, Raj. I see. You look calm. Well, since you're saying it face to face, it means that all doubts have been cleared. I glanced over at Princess Raj, who was smiling slightly and nodding from behind the king. That was a relief. For now, it seems the current king doesn't have the leeway of accusing me of kidnapping Princess Raj. I see. You seem quite strong-willed. Well, not really. The king seemed a little surprised that I wasn't surprised or flustered here, so he fell silent. I thought to myself that Mr. Argent wouldn't be silenced, and I felt a little less tense. I am unexpectedly thankful, Mr. Argent. Then, for a while more, he was silent. Meanwhile, Princess Raj speaks to me, looking a little flustered. Were you injured? No, I was just trapped in the spider cocoon. That's good to know. Princess Raj looked relieved. I think she was probably worried that she had accidentally cut me when she cut open the silk cocoon. Well, once again, I would like to apologize for lying about my identity and living in town. No, thanks to you, I was saved. Then I asked her again. Yep. Princess Raj was living in the town of her own volition, under a false identity. I didn't know her identity. So that's okay. Ms. Julia was actually a princess. And then you became a hero too. Yes, it's all thanks to Lord Spirit. Princess Raj said this smiling bashfully. I also felt a little embarrassed when she secretly thanked me. While we were talking, Tugo Uazora. The king finally began to speak. Princess Raj and I stopped our conversation and looked at the king. The king looked at me intently and said, "Let me ask you straight out, are you perhaps some kind of priest, favored by the spirit?" Priest? I heard that you serve the spirit and are in charge of the forest town. Well, this might be wrong, but denying it here would only make things more complicated. So, well, that's kind of it. I find it hard to say that I am a spirit. If people think that spirits are unreliable, the forest might get bullied. When I replied, the king looked a little pleased. He seems to be quite the type of person who shows his feelings on his face. Oh, so you can communicate with the spirit? Well, yes. I often talk to myself a lot because I ponder things a lot. Although it was not the exact truth, I answered yes, and the king nodded happily again. Then, ask the spirit to lend you their power. I'm happy when people seem happy, but that doesn't make me happy at all. What exactly do you mean by the spirit lending their power? I was in a state where I somehow knew what he was going to say, but I asked just to be sure, and then, I can't go into details, but this country is in danger. With the power of the spirit, surely, we can make the first prince, Aureus, or myself the hero, instead of Raj? So the king would rather have himself or the first prince be the hero, rather than Princess Raj. If you ask me, can it be done? I can probably answer, yes. If we consider Princess Raj as the hero. Yep. However, the hero that the king spoke of is something that cannot be created by the power of the spirits. So I have no choice but to deceive them. Princess Raj's status is nothing more than a facade. Even if you say that, I think the Lord Spirit had a reason for choosing Princess Raj as the hero. Not you or Princess Raj's brother or anyone else. But when I said that, the king looked clearly upset. Can't you not hear my command? No, that's not the case. It's not that I can't ask, or rather, I just don't want to ask. That's not just it, and this isn't about that. Anyway. Just talk to them. If you need an offering to the spirit, I'll prepare one. The king leans back in his chair and looked down at me haughtily. I don't like his kind. I didn't like Mr. Argent either, but he still showed a willingness to talk. He was a better person after all. He doesn't bully the Red Guard territory like them either. Or you should introduce me directly to the spirit. That would be less troublesome. No, it's not a matter of hassle or anything like that. But, what should I do? What's the matter? You won't let me meet the spirit? Yes, I'm sorry. If I was told to let them meet the spirit, then the only thing I could do was to ask the bird to do it. But I didn't want the bird to be bullied, so I decided to decline. What did you just say? Naturally, the king was upset, but there is no choice. If I did everything the other person wanted, I would lose everything that was important to me. Do you understand? You are a suspect in the kidnapping of Princess Raj. I didn't do it. Hasn't Princess Raj also made her testimony? The king said this to me as a threat, but since I have already become good friends with Princess Raj, I think I'll be fine. Behind the king, Princess Raj was smiling a little. Yep, thank you. But maybe the original plan was for them to forget my crime of kidnapping Princess Raj, in exchange for letting them meet the spirit. That's annoying. Even if you didn't kidnap her, you really didn't notice the princess? Even though she is the third princess, she was hiding in the town, so how can you not have noticed her and not reported it? I don't know Princess Raj, but surely Raj submitted the necessary paperwork to the Red Guard family before moving to the forest village. And yet they overlooked it? Then the Red Guard family. It would be complicated if you put it that way. I think I could get away with saying, I never knew who Princess Raj was, because I'm not a noble or anything. But that's not the case with the Red Guard family. Admittedly, the saying Princess Raj slipped through is a bit weak, maybe. Of course, I don't think that it was our fault, and I have no intention of making any concessions on that point. You deliberately let Raj move in. And on top of that you only used the spirit's power for the benefit of this territory. The Red Guard family will be punished. And you will be next. Do you still dare disobey the king's command? When you say that, I guess. Well, it's not like I can make decisions about the Red Guard family. This is not good. I'm in trouble. But I know the solution. I learned since coming to this world that it's best to talk to someone when you're in trouble. And now, I have a lot of people around me that I can talk to. Can I decide on that after consulting with the Red Guard family? So, I said that. However, no, there's no need for that. The king said that, and then, he said something unbelievable. This forest village is now under the direct control of the royal family. The Red Guard family is stripped of the right to do anything about this forest and the power of the spirit. Father, what are you talking about? That's not part of the agreement. While I was standing there dumbfounded, Princess Raj was the first to rebut the king. As I watched, I was dumbfounded and thought to myself, it's true that beautiful women can be terrifying when they get angry. Raj, don't say a word. Listen, Tugo Uazora. I could drive you out of this town. But I'm offering this because I thought that if you are the favorite of the spirit, I wouldn't have to force you out of the forest. That's what the king tells me, but my mind is full of other things. Let's put aside the question of whether or not this will cause trouble for Faye and the others. If this town really was to become a direct territory of the royal family, then it would no longer be of any concern to Faye and his family. On the other hand, if this town was still part of the Red Guard territory, then they would still struggle. I like this place. Everyone is here, and I can be myself. I want to be here. That's why I have to protect this place. Tell the spirit to bestow upon me their power. Excuse me. Interrupting what the king was saying. I rose from my seat. Lord Spirit is a bit, no, very, very angry. I will get angry. I am this forest. I don't belong to you. I choose who I am with. I stood up because my teacher had previously told me, when you're angry, it's better to speak from above. Then, somehow, I think, and think some more. And I will speak. The Lord Spirit says that they will never lend their power to those who trample the descendants of the Red Guards. I trampling? What are you saying? You may not understand because you are still green, but nobles have an obligation to obey the king's command. It is the Red Guard family that has abandoned their obligation. There is no need for you to follow the Red Guard family's example and disobey the king's command. So am I. I'm telling you, you are blabbering, baldy, blockhead, and the one accidentally spilling their tea on important documents. Baldy? When arguing, the most important thing is to keep talking. Don't stay silent. If you get into a difficult situation, fight back with insults like an elementary school kid. Even if it's a silly insult, it can be quite effective as it confuses the other person and somehow also lightens the mood. That's what teacher said. I'm much less eloquent than teacher, but I remember everything he taught me. For the sake of this world, I must obtain the power of the spirit at all costs. I know that's not the truth. I stared down at the king, and at last he fell silent. If the other person is silent, you can be silent too. Otherwise, the words won't sink in. It's the same with a stew, right? If you don't remove it from the heat and let it cool a little, the flavor will soak in more than if you leave it simmering, teacher once said. So, I kept quiet too, and then I sat down again, looked intently at the king, and spoke. To begin with, this forest was given to the then Redguard family by the then royal family as a form of harassment. You all said that it was a forest where spirits live, but you didn't do anything about it. It's a bit selfish to try and take it away from the innocent descendants of the Redguards now. Don't you think you're overreaching? The king seemed a little taken aback. This guy's emotions show easily on his face. And so, we will not belong to you. Even if this place becomes a direct territory of the royal family, our wish is to remain together with the descendants of the Redguards, just like before. Even if the power of the spirit is used for the sake of the world, it will be used for and by you. I think I was able to convey what I wanted to say. Now it's up to the king to decide what to do. How could a child? I don't appreciate you talking down on me, thinking I'm just a child. You said it yourself, that I'm a priest. Perhaps it was unnecessary to reply to the king's murmuring. The king was probably muttering how could a child and trying to convince himself he's just a child. However, I had to do an act. I guess he doesn't think of me as just a kid anymore, so maybe I didn't need to say it. Teacher, it's hard to make stew more flavorful. Do you think you can get away with talking to me like this? No matter how young you are. Well then, I'm a child, so I'm having a tantrum. I'll never, ever talk to you again. So, I decided to just wait patiently, but in my heart, I called out to Faye and the others for help. Someone, help me. I couldn't make any promises, and I properly refused, but I don't know what to do in this situation. Father. It was Princess Raj who came to my rescue. Thank you. First of all, regarding our earlier discussion, I haven't forgotten. When Princess Raj said something, the king replied in an irritated tone. Then he cleared his throat, subtly averted his eyes from me, and began to speak. Well, fine. It's fine if we talk informally for today. This is just an unofficial meeting after all. That's great. In that case, the talk about this place not being part of the Redguard territory is also an unofficial statement. For now, let's just pretend this never happened. Got it? Let's go with that. And so, I'm going to give you a reward. I'm not sure about that. I heard from Raj that when this town was attacked by monsters the other day, it was Tugo Uazora who saved Raj, who had not yet been granted the powers of a hero. It seems that it was really you. I see. Well, Princess Raj probably didn't tell the complete details. If something like attaching a balloon to a bat counts as saving her, then, well, it's a bit of a strange story. Therefore, although it was completely unrelated to what discussed earlier, I would like to give you a reward. Yes, of course. It will be something completely unrelated to what was discussed earlier. Princess Raj is smiling from behind. I guess this was her idea. What would you like? I heard you like painting. I hear magic painting paints are expensive, so how about a set? Well, I don't need paint. I can make as much as I want. That's why. Is anything okay? Of course. It depends on the content, but if it's something related to painting, I'll probably grant most of it. I asked him with a slightly hesitant feeling, and the king looked clearly relieved. Yes, we can talk. I am not a child after all, so I won't sulk over things that don't concern me. Rather than paints, would you like a teacher? I can arrange for you to study under a famous painter in the royal capital. And what else? The king has made many suggestions, but I'm not interested in any of them. What should I do? He took the time to ask me, so I don't think it would be right to reject him. I looked around the room to see if there was anything else, but of course there was only furniture, and that furniture was the one I had drawn. It was just me, the king, the guards, and Princess Raj. Oh, I found the reward I wanted. Actually, what is it? I was so happy that I approached the king. Please let me paint the princess. Yep. Now, the king has given me his approval. I wish to make the princess my model. Yep. And it seems, I will be staying here for a while. I look forward to working with you in the future. Princess Raj bowed her head. We welcomed her with smiles. By the way, Tugo, you're doing quite well. You managed to negotiate so that we could take in Princess Raj. Ms. Croix spoke to me from the side. No, it wasn't really a negotiation. I just expressed my wish to paint her. However, in my conversation with the king, I said, if possible, I'd like to paint more than just one painting. I'd also like to paint them while they are fighting. Speaking of which, the Seal family allowed me to paint their daughter as a model for 2 months. It's an honor to be able to draw the princess who is also the hero, and moreover, the Lord Spirit seemed to like Princess Raj very much, and before I knew it, it was decided, Princess Raj will live in the forest village for about 6 months. In exchange, Princess Raj will be the one to negotiate with the Lord Spirit. The king had a very, very complicated expression on his face. It was like he had eaten a pickled plum without realizing it was a pickled plum. But for now, it seemed like the forest village wouldn't be bullied by the king, and Princess Raj could stay here. Well, somehow it went well. Well, as long as it goes well, that's fine. Oh, by the way, Tugo, there's been talk of making the forest village a territory under the royal family, wasn't there? Faye heard it too? I asked Faye, and he nodded. Though, in the end, it looks like that plan was dropped, Faye said, grinning. When my father and brother asked, if you're bringing up this matter, does that mean you're prepared to turn all the surrounding nobles into enemies? They gave in and said, let us take this matter back with us. For now. I see. That's good. The plan to make Mori Machia direct territory of the royal family was unofficial, so it was off. So for now, it looks like I'll be able to stay with the Red Guard family. Ah, and I mean Mori. Yes, Mori. No, me too. But, well, this means we can't just pretend nothing happened. My father is pretending he is suspicious of the royal family. He's saying, Tugo kidnapped the princess, but it seems like a monster actually kidnapped Tugo. That's just too much of a coincidence. Could the royal family and demons have a connection? Faye's dad knows everything that goes on behind the scenes and is saying that he is so amazing, and as a result, he is teaming up with nobles who are hostile towards the royal family. He is stirring up a sense of crisis by saying that the royal family is teaming up with demons and trying to seize their fiefdoms. Oh, well, as long as the royal family doesn't do anything, we won't do anything. After all, if there is a war, it's the civilians who will be sacrificed. It's best if we can live in peace. Oh, thank goodness. So, it's not like there's going to be war or anything anytime soon. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. They were quite rude towards us as well. Those people. Then, with a slightly rough voice, Mr. Marson spoke. Are the Forest Knights the Red Guard family's soldiers? If so, then the Red Guard family is gathering forces. But are they planning to rebel against the royal family? In the end, they said, this Knight order is suspicious. We're sending in knights directly under the royal family to this town, so you can all leave. Wow. It seems like even the Forest Knights had a hard time. I feel kind of sorry and very unnerved. What did they do to you? Are you okay? I asked timidly, and Lockles replied with a snort. I told them, if you want us to leave, you'll have to make us leave by force. Cool, just as you'd expect from Steel Lockles. Well, how do I say this? We were bigger than them. Yeah, the royal soldiers might have a bit of a scare. Ed is scary when he gets angry. As Mr. Marson said this, he looked at Lockles and grinned, and Lockles, being Lockles. Ah, what a rare expression. I have to paint it. Can you really say that to others? When I was an apprentice knight, I was quite scared of you getting angry at me. It seems that fear is still alive and well even now. Right, Senior Marson? Why you? I checked the expression on Lockles' face that I had roughly sketched using magic painting. Thank goodness. I made it in time this time. Once I got the hang of magic painting, I was able to sketch instantly, which was really convenient for situations like this. Also, I'm gradually becoming faster at drawing clear images in my head. It's so much fun to see my own progress. You're angry. My dad and brother were angry too. Then, Faye sighed and muttered, well, I know I'm the quickest to pick a fight in my family, but, well, when it comes to taking action when angry, my brother and father are more forceful. Yep, I can imagine that. Faye's father and brother are both very calm and friendly. I only see that side of them, but I think they would be very scary if they were to turn against me. Yep. Well, I don't really want to imagine it, just imagining it is scary enough. Was Tugo okay? Did Princess Raj get angry? I raised my voice a bit. Father was saying outrageous things, Princess Raj said, looking crestfallen. I think that for Princess Raj, getting angry is probably something wrong or shameful. If anything, I was more upset than Princess Raj. So, I said that, intending to offer a lifeline. Faye then looked a bit surprised and let out a whistle. Not only Faye, but everyone there looked shocked. Leela and Lian, especially, were not holding back their response. They were saying things like, no way. It's not a lie, it's true. How rude. Seriously? You got angry too? I get angry too. When I have to get angry, I will get angry. I've decided to get angry. Even I get angry sometimes. Or maybe I shouldn't have gotten angry. I mean, I ended up insulting them like an elementary school kid, so maybe that was a bad idea after all. I see. Well done. While I was looking back on my actions, Lockless started rubbing my head. I was shocked. I feel relieved now that you finally started getting angry. Lockless looked down at me and laughed. Is that really something to be praised for? I wish I could have seen it. You're so fluffy, so seeing you angry is an extremely rare sight. I wish I could have seen it too. Hey, Tugo. Won't you get angry again? Hey, come on. I won't get angry. Then, after that, even Leela and Faye were delighted by it, like curious bystanders. Ugh, I don't like that. Afterwards, I had mixed feelings when Kanlia patted my head and said, Tugo, you're great. Good job. And I had even more mixed feelings when Lian said, I wonder if this is how an older brother feels when watching his younger brother grow up. And before I knew it, Mr. Marson had even started opening the bottles to celebrate and patted me surprisingly gently, which also gave me mixed feelings. I couldn't calm down when Miss Croix, whose cheeks were slightly pink from the alcohol, hugged me tightly, and I also spent my time frantically rescuing some fairies who were drunk and about to drown in the drink with Ange. But I will continue to cause trouble to everyone from now on. Princess Raj said this quietly. Further seems to be troubled by the fact that I have become a hero. I expect that in time, he will change his methods and target this town again. Eh? Really? I thought for sure that it would be fine because a hero belonged to the royal family, but maybe it's not that simple. Yes, in addition, the resurrection of the Demon King cannot be stopped. I will find a true hero before then and entrust them with the hero's sword. And when that true hero is born, my father will surely be furious. Ah, I see. We managed to do something about the king. But nothing happened with the Demon King. All we did with the Demon King was bring back skeletal models. Well, what's the point? Let's think about that later. Right? Faye also seemed to have been drinking alcohol without realizing it and was smiling at Princess Raj in a more cheerful mood than usual. Princess Raj is now a resident here, so she has to have fun here. This town belongs to the Lord's Spirit, you know? As long as you're here, you have to be happy. Princess Raj seemed a little surprised, but Faye didn't care and took her hand and continued. I thought, Faye is very drunk. If you're ever in trouble, everyone here will help you. Even I've been helped. There's no need to hold back because you're a princess. We won't hold back either. But maybe a drunk Faye was just right for Princess Raj. Faye was more passionate than usual and had the ability to get into people's hearts. So he was just right for Princess Raj, who seemed a bit shy. Yes, thank you. I'll hold on to that promise, alright? Don't hold back with me, promise? I'll try my best not to hold back either. Princess Raj chuckled and gently shook Faye's hand. It seems that Faye has calmed down a bit, but I think this is good. Princess Raj should not be embarrassed. We wouldn't be embarrassed either because this is the kind of place it is. Really? What can I say? Am I really allowed to be this happy? This is such a mysterious place. It's like a dream. I think it's a mysterious place, or rather, a bit weird because there are skeletons wandering around. The townspeople don't seem to mind the skeletons wandering around and just smile. And starting today, the princess will officially be wandering around too. Yep, it's a bit weird here, but I don't think being weird is a bad thing. Yep, I want you to be filled with happiness. Once again, welcome to Forest Village. And so, it became a small party to celebrate the protection of Forest Village, welcoming Princess Raj, and, as Leela called it, also to mark the anniversary of Tugo's anger. Though I hope not that last one. I hadn't told the townspeople much about the details, but it seemed they had gotten the message that something terrible had happened outside and that things had calmed down, and they seemed to be more cheerful and happy than usual, and a little more relaxed. So, we were having a great time eating the sweets the fairies made, the liquor that had been produced without us noticing, and the food that the townspeople kept coming by and giving to us. At that moment, by the way, does this town not have an official name? Princess Raj asked me. Come to think of it, there isn't. Everyone just calls it Forest Village. Now that I think of it, we haven't given it a name yet. Well, since we're here, should we give it one now? Is it okay to do it so casually? Since it's not a dog or cat's name, wouldn't it be better to seriously think before deciding? It's fine. I'm sure father and brother will just accept it while smiling, but Faye, who seems to be having more fun than usual, won't stop. Oh well, got it. So, Princess Raj. Me? Yes, if the princess names the town, then this town can only hope for greater development. I'm counting on you. When Faye told Princess Raj that, she began to ponder seriously. I began to get very worried. She was also getting very, very anxious. Just when Faye and I were starting to talk about whether it was time to put a stop to it. Well. So, then, Princess Raj spoke seriously. We should name it Smiling Tuga Village. That's a bit. Is it bad? Yep. No. Absolutely not. No, Princess Raj, you have absolutely no naming sense. Chapter 4, Sparkle of Amethyst. For now, Smiling Tuga Village is a no-go. Absolutely a no-go. So, in the end, we decided to let Faye's father decide. According to Faye, he has better taste than Princess Raj, so, is it terrible? A little bit. Princess Raj looks a little apologetic, but also a little dissatisfied. Even if you look like that, it is still a no-go. Smiling Tuga Village is so. And so, we left the matter of naming up to Faye's father, and for the first time in a while we spent a relaxing uneventful date together. But, speaking of, please, it's enough time. I'm sorry, I'm being bullied by Ryan. It was different at first. I was a little off guard because they had simply taken me to the Crystal Island. I wondered if Raya was happy, so I changed into a kimono, poured some liquor I had gotten from the party into a crystal cup I had drawn on the spot, and offered it to Raya. And Raya seemed to really like it. I could really tell how happy they were. But after they had been drinking a little, this started happening again, just like usual. No, of course, Raya was a big help to me this time. They controlled the water arm, made it rain, but apparently there was a price to pay. But to kidnap me and do this kind of thing as the price, well, I don't know about that. Moreover, recently, well, because of the amazing skill of Raya, well, I've been having even worse experiences. What's going on? I don't really understand what's going on in my own body. What is this? Raya, meanwhile, seems satisfied with bullying me. They have snugly wrapped me around their coils, stroking me with the tip of their tail with great satisfaction. No, don't stroke me. And hurry up and stop with this. In the end, I must have fallen asleep somewhere along the way, and when I woke up, it was already morning. Ryu must have been awake the whole time, because he looked at me and rubbed his cheek with satisfaction. But I couldn't really accept it. And before I knew it, the liquor had become the bird's, and it was sleeping upside down next to the empty cup, Just watching its fluffy belly rise and fall in time with its breathing was soothing. But actually, when did it get here? Before I knew it, Raya had come to tacitly accept that it was here. Now that I think of it, what exactly is in this forest? As I was watching the bird, I suddenly remembered something. What is hidden in this forest? As we had talked about at the party, even if the king temporarily backed off, he is likely to do something again, and we have hardly solved anything about the Demon King in the first place. So, I think it would be better for me to find out why this forest is being targeted. Please cooperate with me. When I called out to it, the bird's tail started twitching. This guy is pretending to be asleep. Even though they are just a bird, they are pretending to be asleep. Raya nodded lazily while stroking my belly with its tail. I'd like you to cooperate, but, please don't bully me. And so, I remained abducted by Raya until late afternoon that day and was finally released home just afternoon. After I was let go, I took a little more rest and then I immediately approached Princess Raj around noon and asked her to do some modeling for me. And so, for the first time in a long time, I was able to paint a picture that did not have to be materialized. Lord Tugo, you really do love painting. As promised by the king, I had Princess Raj as a model for my painting, and suddenly Princess Raj said something like that to me. You look like you're painting happily. I'm starting to feel happy too. I guess so. It's definitely fun. Princess Raj's shiny silver hair reflects the colors around her and the light is refracted, making it split into various colors. It beautifully complements her expression. Also, the dress that Ms. Croix dressed Princess Raj in matches her slender figure well, and the contrast is quite nice. Princess Raj's eyes are a beautiful purple. The dress matches her eyes and has a straight cut. Purple is the color of royalty. Well, mixing colors is a lot of fun. Also, it was fun to paint the flowing mature cut dress to match the shape of Princess Raj sitting on the chair. It is always fun to express the fold and texture of fabrics, no matter how many times I do it. And of course, Princess Raj is different from Locals and the others, and has a different figure from Ms. Croix and Leela, so it is fun to draw that as well. I've been doing a lot of skeletal anatomy sketching with the skeletons, so I've gotten a little better at sketching the human body. I think I am getting better at sketching the human body. I can also paint as much as I want. This is really fun. Leela once said, sketching is necessary for magic painting. I guess that's exactly what she meant. If I don't have the shape of the motif firmly in my mind, I can't draw. On the other hand, if I have a clear understanding of the shape of the motif, I can draw it easily. This is also fun. It's a lot of fun. It looks like a lot of fun. And Princess Raj giggles. Lord Tugo is a strange one, you know. You will be angry with the king, but be bashful when you should be standing tall and proud. It's true that he is a little shy, or rather, a little withdrawn. I think I am. But when you describe it as bashful, it's something different or even more embarrassing. And above all, when I see your expression while you're drawing, I feel like I'm filled with hope. Why hope? Really? Why? Well, because you look like you're having fun, I guess. No, it's not just that, I suppose. Princess Raj was troubled as she said something that sounded confusing. Then she realized that her pose was about to loosen and quickly regained her balance, slightly panicking. And then she said, I think it's because your love for the art is conveyed. Because I can feel it. And when you are painting, I don't see any evil thoughts. It's just pure joy, love. And behind that, there's a desire for other people's happiness. So I'm sure hope lives when I look at you. I don't know what to say, but when I'm analyzed like this, it's kind of embarrassing, or something. I'm not that great a person. Do you not notice? Well, I think it's a little different if you ask me if I wish happiness for everyone. I'm not sure. I don't have such a godlike perspective. Of course, I would be very happy if everyone around me was happy. I think it's because you're a good person that you enjoy seeing people having fun. You know, there are those who would say, don't just draw pictures and have fun. Do more of what you're supposed to be doing. I think that's probably the right thing to do. Oh, then, I said something that had been bothering me, and Princess Raj's eyes widened a little. And then she smiled gently. Then you really are an amazing person. Even after being told such things, you still continue to paint. Princess Raj smiles as she says something shocking. I'm glad I got to see your paintings. Thank you so much for continuing to paint. You're an otherworldly person. Eh? Did I say something rude? No, that's not it. Anyway, I asked the model to return to her original pose. I was so overwhelmed that I decided to take a break. Lord Tugo? As I was taking a break and wandering around the place and drinking tea, Princess Raj looked more and more worried, so I had to talk to her. So, I do. Well, thank you. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's not that I'm happy to hear that from someone of a certain status like Princess. I'm happy to hear that what I've done is not wrong. But it's also somehow different. Well, I'm so glad that you want me to be happy, and that you become happy when you see me happy. I can't really put it into words, but I think it's something like that. You really are a mysterious person. Then Princess Raj said this and burst out laughing. When I see you acting embarrassed like this, you look like a boy, but at times you also seem like a spirit that has lived for 1,000 years. You're such a wonderful person. How should I put it? Well, never mind. Princess Raj looks like she's having fun, so I'm having fun too. The end. And deep in the forest, Faye is working hard again today. Well, I thought I might understand something if I studied it too, but I should have studied magical theory more seriously. I thought it was just common knowledge, so I only haphazardly studied it. What Faye is doing is analyzing the barrier surrounding this forest. I've come to understand a bit about the barrier, so I've expanded the barrier's range beyond just the forest to include the forest village as well. But I still don't understand magic very well, and I'm only controlling the barrier through intuition. It's worrying if I only do that. Since there was a hole in it the other day, so Faye has been working hard to analyze it. But damn. I can't do this. I'm too intoxicated. Faye is sensitive to magic powers, so even being in a place like this seems to be a bit harsh for him. Don't push yourself. If it's about the forest barrier, I'll do my best too. Hey, Tugo. This is Redguard territory, and we are responsible for what happens in Redguard territory. But Faye is serious, so even though he's feeling sick, he's trying his best to decipher the magic. I feel a little sorry for him. If there's something in this forest that the monsters are after, then not only you, but I too must protect it. I see. Besides, you did it too, didn't you? How many months have you missed after running out of magic power in order to prevent the spirit veins of the Redguard territory from drying up? When you say that, I can't argue. I understand a bit about barriers now, If I can use them well, I might even be able to protect the entire Redguard territory. My father and brother don't have the resources to come all the way here, and I'm probably the only one in the Redguard territory who has the leisure time and is reasonably knowledgeable. Apparently, because Faye is a noble, he was able to study a lot. It seems that it's quite rare to be able to study to this extent in this world, so even Ms. Croix said that she couldn't help with the work Faye was doing now. That's a bit surprising. Princess Raj might know, but it's unlikely that more people will know about the forest ruins, so Faye is working on it alone. I'm also taking care of Princess Raj, and I absolutely won't let monsters harm this town or the whole of Redguard territory. So, no matter what, I will decipher this barrier and make it usable, Faye said as he rose to his feet. Well, it's no use if I collapse because of that, so I guess I'll call it a day. Okay. Let's take a break at the fairy patisserie. Today's sweet is pumpkin pudding. Oh yeah, let's do that. It's important not to push yourself. Maybe that's true for me too. If it is teacher, I want to be the kind of person who can tolerate others' unreasonableness. Both myself and teacher are people who tend to push ourselves too hard. But of course, it's better not to push yourself when you don't need to. Yep. That's what I thought when I saw Faye this time. When Faye and I went into the fairy patisserie, Lian happened to be working as a waiter. Lian is a popular waiter at the cafe. Or rather, this cafe is full of waitresses and Lian is the only waiter. Today, Lian was being doted on by the female customers. He personally finds it annoying that they dote on him, but nowadays customers come specifically to see him. And since it affects the store's sales, Lian has given up and has come to accept being doted on to a certain extent. "Hey, brother Fei Tugo, do you want something to eat?" Lian noticed us right away, smiled a little, and came over to take our order. "Yep, 2 pumpkin puddings, I knew you would." Lian smiled at us, disappeared for a moment, and then came back. "Here, enjoy." Plates of pumpkin pudding was placed in front of us. The pudding was baked like a cake and had a small, caramelized sugar sculpture on top. It was an elegant decoration. "This looks like a ring." "Yep." The amber-colored candy sculpture appears to be wrapped around a delicate lace pattern, and at first glance it resembles a ring. "This is delicious. It's also beautiful." "I see." Do you by any chance want to paint this too?" "Yep." I started sketching right away. It's been a while since I did a pencil sketch. I was in a hurry. Faye looked at me and laughed, poking the candy lace structure with the tip of his spoon and breaking it, while scooping up the pumpkin pudding and eating it. "I want to eat it quickly too, so I'll sketch quickly." It wasn't a good idea to hurry. I must have put too much effort into it, because I ended up making the candy lace structure into a ring. "Oh, a gold ring, huh?" "Why are you looking like that?" "It means that the expression of texture was not done well, so it's something I'm regretting. I couldn't get the candy to have a transparent look, so it ended getting a metallic shine." "Regretful." "Well, why not?" "Let me see." Faye laughs and takes the brand new ring from my hand. Then he rolled it around his fingers and looked at it. "Hey, Tugo." "Yep. Can I have this?" "AWHY? That's a failed candy sculpture. If I wear this, I feel like my magic power will be strengthened." As Faye said this, he puts the ring on a random finger and happily said, "Oh, this feels good." Well, do candy sculptures have the effect of strengthening magic power?" "You're so silly. I said I wanted this magic steel ring, not a candy sculpture." "Well, there are various effects. You know, there are things like robes woven with protective magic, or swords imbued with offensive magic." "Oh, I see. I don't understand. But I'm kind of interested in that sort of thing." "Hey, Faye." "Huh?" "Whoa, you haven't eaten yet. What were you planning?" "Hey, Faye. I was thinking." I consult Faye about what I've been thinking. "Can I make a better ring?" It doesn't have to be a ring though." Faye looked confused, but before I could explain, he realized what I was thinking, and his expression brightened up. "So that means I'm going to be strengthened?" Faye always seems to have a hard time analyzing the forest barrier. "That's why I was wondering if there was anything I could do to help. If I could give him a ring or a bracelet, and that would help you, I'd be happy to give him something the best I can paint." "Oh, it's not just for me, right? It might be good for the knight's equipment too. This town will likely be targeted in the future too." "Yep, maybe. Especially for the Bone Knight Order, so the skeletons are not hurt." "Also, I think designing things like this is kind of fun." "Yeah, of course." "Yep, it is. I also want to draw Princess Raj and Ms. Croix, adorned with lots of jewels." I see." "That's right." "Yep, that's right." And then, a few days later, even when I was at the castle, it was rare for me to be adorned to this extent. I tried to accessorize Princess Raj to the fullest. I made a lot of large amethysts to match her purple eyes, and a lot of gold accessories to complement her silver hair. It's very dazzling, but this is also a bit exotic, I think. The forest-like and hero-like Princess Raj are both good, but this one is also princess-like, I think. Does it suit me?" "Yep, you look really great." "I don't think there are many people who look good in purple. The purple color is often seen as a bit forced, or it gives such an impression. However, in the case of Princess Raj, it is strange how she gives off a mysterious, elegant, and noble air." "But Tugo, you are so extravagant, aren't you? You have collected so many beautiful things and decorated us in such a way. And you did it all for the sake of painting." Ms. Croix chuckles as she lounges on a large sofa covered in luxurious woven fabric. This time, Ms. Croix has also been decorated with amethyst and gold. She looks good in a forest-like setting, but this really suits her. I feel quite embarrassed. Hey, Tugo. Are you out of your mind? Are you sure you want to draw me too? Aren't I just in the way? Leela is sitting next to Ms. Croix, with an anxious expression. It seems like she's pouting, but she's just nervous. I can already tell. Leela is also adorned with amethysts. I feel that accessories with a slightly rustic design would look better on her, and the color of lapis lazuli suits her better, but this time I'm focusing on a united theme. It's beautiful. It sparkles and is so pretty, right? I'm sure you think so too, Ange. Yes, I look like a fairy. Also, when I wear this, my body feels lighter. It feels like I can fly. I know. I feel like I'm stronger too. I feel like I could even defeat the Demon King. Kanlia and Ange are sitting on Ms. Croix and Leela's laps. They are wearing fluffy clothes made especially for this occasion and are covered in lighter accessories, both in weight and design. I decided to decorate both of them with amethyst as well. Ange's color is light blue, but purple also suits her. Purple complements Kanlia's orange as well. It's pretty good. That's an amazing sight. Looking at them, Faye had a slightly faraway look in his eyes. The beautiful ladies are amazing, but the ornaments are insane. Insane. Hey, how much does this cost? The royal treasury? Yep. It's fun. Hey Tugo, it's fine to have fun, but can you listen to what people are saying? It's fun. It's so much fun. I could never have drawn something like this when I was in my original world. The other world is amazing. The painting that I did, featuring the women in all their glory, was the largest painting I've ever done. Well, excluding the murals. Such a magnificent thing. Amazing. During the break, Miss Croix looked at the painting and laughed, amused. So, this is how you draw with magic painting. I've learned something new. No, Princess Raj. Only Tugo would draw something this outrageous. Princess Raj had never seen someone else painting before. She looked at my painting with eyes shining with curiosity. And Leela had a look on her face that said, the princess is misunderstanding. When I finish this painting, would it be okay if I put it on display in the gallery? Of course, it won't be for sale, I asked, not expecting any agreement. I thought that since it was their painting, I couldn't hang it without their permission. But I also thought that it would be a good opportunity to display the painting since it was so detailed and fun to paint. And then, yes, I don't mind. My father said that it's okay to make it public to a certain extent as long as it's not a heroic painting. Princess Raj gave the okay. Yay, I don't mind. But in return, please draw me beautifully. I also accept. But what about Ange and Kanlia? What about you? I'm good. It's awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I don't mind. But please don't put wings on me. And the other four also gave their approval. Yep. Then let's hang this painting in the gallery. I'm sure it will brighten up the gallery. I painted everyone dressed up in all sorts of glittering things, and in the end, I was pleased with the results. I then put it up in a gallery. I felt very satisfied. I rarely get to do something like this. Doing something I don't usually do is always fun. But one thing happened that was a little unexpected. Tugo, can I talk to you for a second? Yep. One day, Faye came into the forest with a somewhat troubled look on his face. Someone saw the painting in the gallery and said, I really want to meet this model. I want to make her my wife. Is it okay to send them away? It depends on the model. If it's Kanlia or Ange, it's a crime. Oh, by the way, it's Kanlia. Criminal. End of Volume 7.